Showcase your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome, everybody, and welcome back to the RAS Regional Series Latin America. And this is where the true storyline continues on to the climax as we are going to the playoff stage here with T-Panda and with my good friend Bowie. It's been a while. I'm so happy to see you, man. Looking healthy, looking fresh out there. We got some spicy stuff for the playoffs, but I just wanted to ask you quickly about the whole group stages and all that. But before that, dude, how you been? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, you know, casting some SA Dota here with you for the first time in a while. So very excited, very happy, and, you know, hoping for some good games. I think we had a fair amount of decently close games in the groups, but I think now you're actually, you know, fleshing out the teams, and it should be very exciting moving forward.
These are the teams that have survived that group stage phase, as 6 of the teams got knocked out, and the ones that got to continue, Invaders and Infinity, they were playing their way through the tiebreaker phase, and then we had Midas Club and X5 also tune in to the lower part of this bracket. But of course, everybody in the same single elimination, and the winners for the first round get to play against the Katsuki and Team Silk, and after that, one team will be crowned as the champion for this tournament and earn that $25,000 for themselves, and of course the 100 RES circuit points, which are also up for grabs for all of these top 6 teams. But the prize pools, they start from the top 4. What do you think about the teams we have here? Because we had that little tiebreaker day happen in between, sorted out with, you know, some good old grueling 1v1s. And Leostar was the one who got 2 victories on the board, so they pushed themselves right onward.
Yeah, they did. I was very impressed about some of the results. I think not only the tiebreaker results, but I had Invaders as, like, by far the best team. But they've been kind of inconsistent. I think they gave away some losses that they definitely shouldn't have. You know, that's why they are now in top 6, and they're gonna have to kind of grind this series to be able to get the prize pool you talked about, and obviously to get more points for the LAN at the end. But yeah, I mean, I think even though they've been inconsistent, they should technically be stronger. I think they are my favorites for this series. I think they have a lot of talent, but they're yet to really prove to me, and I think for the viewers, that they, you know, have what it takes to kind of cruise, because I expected them to, like, really cruise the groups, and they've been clowny pretty often.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's definitely been a bit of flavor and flair added into the mix with the Invaders team. But when you look at their opponents, I think they're in for the real challenge here, and that's going to be Infinity and their roster. What I have seen, when I've cast these guys, when I see Genic get his Rubik, me and Kips, we've both been on fire. There was only one mismatch game. That was when he played both games as the Rubik. Game 1, stellar. Game 2, very behind the scenes, kind of. Didn't really show too much in that particular game. But Wits PP, I feel like Oscar's been playing good with Genic. They've always had a good lane together, very strong off-lane duo, but their safe lane is the one that I'm maybe a bit cautious about because they have to go up against Ryu, they have to go up against Sacred, they have to go against Michael. Not an easy challenge.
Yeah, I kind of have to agree with you. I think Wits, he impressed me in some series, but he had some really disappointing ones as well. Games where he actually had a really good laning stage, but just like Fat-wise got picked off and the game kind of totally derails from that. So I do expect Infinity to try to solve those issues. They have one of the best fives in South America, I would say. I think MJZ, he was like, his name was really big and kind of brought alongside the likes of Danda, but for some reason he kind of got left behind. But I do feel like this team could be their best version, and hopefully they're gonna find themselves today, because I do expect them to at least give Invaders a run for their money.
That's what we hope for them at the least, because like you said, you ranked Invaders really high. I also had Invaders probably as my top team alongside with Team Silk, which I thought Akatsuki by name should have been the team to put onto that list, but maybe around those 3 teams, Invaders, I have to put them a little bit higher than the rest of the 2. So it all starts with the game 1 and of course the game 1 draft. I had a quick discussion with Astini a couple days ago when we were talking about like what was going on with your first phase bans. There were like Tinkers and Meeples and stuff, and he just told me like first phase bans don't matter. We don't even care about what's there because everyone's anyway going to be picking the hero. It's the second phase that really matters in terms of the draft. So I was like, I mean, it's a solid point of view. Of course, you want to ban some heroes that you want to get out, like some heroes you don't want to play against don't fit the play style that you're playing with your team. But what do you think? Do first phase bans really matter that much?
I do think, I think it definitely matters. I feel like we are in a meta still, unfortunately, I think, where there's like 7 or 9 heroes that are way overtuned in comparison to other ones. So in an environment where both sides can actually play all 9 heroes, those bans matter a lot, because you want to limit the ones that you're good at or the ones that fit your strategy, and make sure that you're gonna have all of those. But I think in South America it tends to be a bit different, especially with some of these teams. I feel like they really favor comfort over, let's say, the meta. Even if you look at like the most picked heroes in Dream League over this tournament, Crystal Maiden is still being picked so much in Dream League and has terrible win rate. And in this tournament, it's really only 1 or 2 teams that really like running it. By the way, it is Infinity. Yeah, they are by far the team that picks CM the most.
Yeah. There's also the Mirana that has been thriving lately, at least in terms of picks, has been the most picked hero in that tournament. It's like, well, people seem to be playing this hero again, even though it has felt like it's not been a Mirana patch for, maybe half a year.
Yeah, even core Mirana, right? BZM's just playing mid Mirana twice or thrice, I think, and he had some pretty decent results. So I was impressed because even though I like the hero, I think it has been pretty mediocre, especially core. But maybe we can see it here. This DK pick already kind of sets up Mirana for Infinity if they want to do so. Although with the Crystal Maiden open, I wouldn't be surprised to see them picking it up, because it seems to be very comfort for them.
Well, let's see if at least the second phase, you've already got like 2 flex picks, both the Tiny and maybe the DK, if you want to mix it between the mid and the off lane, that a lot of supports are going to be grabbed to start the second phase. But of course, 1 more ban to go. Invaders, they took their time with the Undying and the Bat Rider. So do you feel like these are maybe indicating towards something? Of course, the Undying is already prime versus the Tiny, but the Bat Rider, is there a hero that they're particularly looking for here when they ban out the Bat here? I know the hero is super strong in the meta.
Yeah, I think it's mostly because it's strong. And in some regions, I would expect Bat Rider to be way higher priority than, let's say, a Timbersaw. But I guess in South America, it's probably one of the regions where both Timber and Tiny are very, very popular. Anyone can play it. Anyone wants to pick it. So, it just kind of slipped through the cracks, and they do make sure to ban it because the second pick or the next pick of the next phase is Infinities. So it does make a lot of sense.
5 seconds remaining.
I'd like to see...
Darkseer, huh?
Oh, yeah, they banned the Darkseer, of course. Like, you've already got DK, you're an illusion builder, like you pop your ulti, get your manta. If you get those dragon illusions for yourself, they still get that slow debuff, very nasty to play against. So I guess that could be an indicator towards specifically DK, not like the Lunas, the TBs, the stuff that are being considered. Maybe they'll build something like, pick a hero like that alongside the DK if they feel comfortable going with these micro heroes, build into illusions, ban out the Darkseer. You'd kind of also want to ban Shadow Demon if that is the particular case, but then you're being really obvious with your bans. And there's our first support to go with.
I like it. I've been seeing a lot of Venge Elk lanes, and I think they're really strong. Especially if this time is going to be a support, zero armor hero. It is so easy to burst low armor supports with that combination. Kind of early to say if the Elk is going to be picked up, but I feel like that hero is gaining popularity. Radiance buffs, Sange buffs. I think it really kind of makes that hero feel a bit stronger now.
Also, I like the fact that if they want to play a 5 Vengeful Spirit, this Tiny, if he wants to play 3 or 4, especially if he wants to play 3, that Wave of Terror minus armor, not very fun to play against. Like you said, zero armor hero in this Tiny, so a lot of poke can be provided. Now we have at least a break versus the DK's Dragon Blood, so a way to take away his armor, way to take away his HP regen through your ult. Of course, it's not the Nether Toxin, which was very difficult to kind of land in the right spot. You needed a guaranteed stun or something that had even more superior slow with the Viper if you wanted to break somebody in an AoE. So now it's much easier. Just lock it down on a single target. DK, prime target for it as well.
Lion.
No Crystal Maiden so far, but the Lion at least.
Yeah, that's a hero they play a lot. They have 80% win rate with the Lion. They played it 5 times, and you kind of talked about Luna. That is another hero. They really like playing Lion and Luna together. So curious to see, if Infinity is going to try to snatch that for themselves. I don't think it's a bad combination with Revenge. Just having that swap for those range fragile heroes is always really nice.
Yeah, I like the idea that still, even if Lion had a bit of nerfs, he still has his place in the patch, or at least in the meta. Because I think it was still a couple months ago when people were considering Lion was a versatile support, but there were much better options to pick, basically. So then this sudden rise in Lion popularity when people figured out how stupidly broken that previous shard was in terms of the cast range. Because if you went on a high ground push, you could basically suck people who were trying to hide behind tier 4 towers and try to get to the fountain. You'd still have it on, and they're so slow they can't get anything done. So still feel like the hero has its spot, but even more illusions, so that Darkseer did give an indicator for another micro hero for Infinity.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's funny how, it became a meme. Everyone, I'm not sure if you saw the Reddit post, but like when that meme began, everyone was making so much fun of Lion as if like the hero was bad, and like the hero was already amazing. It just took a while for pros to, I guess, for us to see the pros playing it because, it was Christmas, there was not a lot of tournaments going on.
Yeah.
The hero was insane, like literally insane. Still very strong, but I think it's now tuned in a way where it makes sense. They did pick this NP, so we're looking at, NP Venge swapping as supports here. And they're gonna go for a Storm. Okay.
Now I'm starting to think, is this a TB support, which has been really popular in the last few days, but it doesn't look like a prime game to have a TB support, to be completely honest. I'd still like to see it as a carry in this game.
It's way too fragile, I think, for this game. You're going to have Avatos combo, Lion, Storm. It is definitely risky. I think I prefer the TB core with the Venge here. You can play... DK is a very self-sustaining hero, so NP being a 4 makes sense to me, because you can kind of leave him be, and you're going to have a lot of early momentum, especially into the Storm, if you can get 1 or 2 kills in the mid lane before he gets his 6. It always feels really good for the opponent mid laner.
Also a nice combination of spells as well when you have Sprout to kind of... You could technically say it's a slow or a stun and then have Venge follow up on it because they're stuck for a moment. They have to get away from the trees. Usually just enough for Avenge to get close enough to follow up on it. So good setup hero with this Nature's Prophet. Of course, the early vision provider. Get those deep wards in if you're feeling a bit unsafe crossing the map, especially when there's like the Tinies and the Storm Spirits. If they spot you at the right place, they'll just zip and zap and jump you and take you. So you have at least this hero that can get vision out very early.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think this hero, another hero that was way too overtuned, and now I think got forgotten about. I still feel like this hero is very solid, even though it was nerfed like 5 patches in a row, pretty much. It's still like in the right hands, in the right game. I think it can be very strong.
Well, going
So
into
they need a mid laner, right, for Infinity. So they're
Yeah.
banning mid heroes, and they need a
10
carry for
seconds remaining.
Invaders.
Yeah, and especially if they want to play this TB as a carry, I feel like the Lina
5
ban makes a
seconds
lot of
remaining.
sense. Usually, Rubik, Sand King, Lina are like prime counters to the Terrorblade because you don't basically do enough with your right-click damage, but your spells are more than enough to just blow up the hero. Especially Rubik, Sand King as an offlane duo is the best counter you can get for a TB because every spell you do is going to take at least 20 to 30% of his HP pool to start things off with. All that armor doesn't count for anything. So I like the idea of banning out the Slark, the Naga, which are pretty annoying to go up against as well. And I think when you put Lina versus Storm Spirit, the Lina could win that matchup, could even get away with it. Still, I feel like they have to pick a carry first on the side of Invaders. Infinity, not a lot of flex, but there's still that DK. Could go off lane, could just put it straight up mid versus the Storm Spirit. Is there any other hero that comes to mind? Of course, everyone thinks about the Puck is a natural last pick hero you could just grab and kind of shut down the Storm Spirit because he hates the silences. He can't work against the coil, instant spells, hard to catch him.
Radiant team
It's the hero that always comes to mind.
Yeah, I think they're gonna go Puck, and I think they're gonna go Morphling for Invaders. It is very good against NP. You have a way out of Sprout. You can build Lincolns. Oh, now that is a curveball.
Interesting.
Not a very popular hero right now. But you can go for the Revenant's Brooch build against TB.
True.
It later into the game, it feels really good. And there you go.
Now
The
select
Puck
your
gets
heroes.
picked up.
Yeah, you could do the Revenant's Brooch PA. It's going to take a while to get there, but once you do, that TB is not going to have a great time.
Yeah, they have a lot of high armor heroes, right? TB, Venge, DK. You're going to be very happy going for... the thing is, it takes a long time. You're going to have, Battle Fury, Deso, BKB, maybe Ags until you get the Revenant's Brooch. So... I don't like this PA pick. I really like their draft up to this point. I feel like it's very greedy. I think they have a decent amount of catch on the side of Infinity with the Puck, the global aspect of NP and DK. I think I'm going Infinity, even though I think Invaders should be the better players. I kind of think Infinity's draft is way easier to play.
And I like the fact that you're calling Invaders draft greedy because of the PA buildup, which actually takes longer than the Terrorblade to get active. And we're usually waiting 25 to 30 minutes to see TB action. So I kind of like the way you're putting that out there. Though I feel like Invaders, the way that I've been seeing Sacred play, I think like this is again going to be one of those kinda tiny games. He also wants to get to his items, but they have ways of setting up. There's just a lot on this Storm Spirit and his supports to kind of carry the game far enough. I think that's where the Viper comes to play.
Yeah, the Viper 5, we kind of didn't get to talk about it. I think it's still very strong. It used to be, I think it was Panda from Thunder Awakening in the past and EG. He is the first player that did it, and it really got popularized during Stockholm Major. Very curious to see how it's gonna fare here, because you are against DK, a hero that is usually known for being very durable. It might force this NP to play in the lane very often, because if you have level 3 Viper, you're definitely gonna get a kill on this DK. He cannot stay by himself.
Well, we'll see what this level 1 gank's going to look like, because the smokes do collide. However, Infinity not able to quite jump the gun.
Oh, Storm is by himself, though.
Oh, well, at least Dark Mago, he's got a bit of distance, but they have been scouted out. Now, the question is, does it all kind of calm down from here? They're not going to walk high ground. They're not going to go for the bounties. It kind of feels like a de-escalation. The moment you dodge that smoke gank, that nothing's going to happen from now.
Yeah, pretty much. I think the only way they get a kill is if Dark Mago oversteps his boundaries there, and he's already going for the left rune, which is probably the safe play to do.
Yep.
Now, Dark Mago playing is interesting, right? Because as far as I remembered, they were playing with Alone, right?
The battle begins.
Alone on Invaders, yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Let's see what happens out of this one. A lot of mayhem. The Viper is going to drop low, but it's going to be Oscar who drops first. They are going to score themselves at least the first blood for Michael. He will also lose his life here to Genic with the Nature's Prophet getting the last hit in. So Infinity, they do manage to score 2 kills after they've lost Oscar at the start.
I mean, this is really good for the Lion. Oh, Genic. He's just dead.
Oh dear, I mean, yeah, he's not in a really good position here. And Oscar, the same thing. He just teleported. He's gonna have to skip out on this first creep wave entirely because the Viper is just gonna stand and watch guard.
This is awful.
Yeah.
How do you lane here?
Yeah, what can you do?
Oh my. Okay. I guess this Viper, I mean, especially when you get the first blood and you kind of don't start the lanes, you know, in a normal way, let's say, it definitely kind of enables Kotaro in the first waves, which is awesome. I think this hero benefits a lot from that early CS.
Let's see what they can do here. Poking Oscar again. Another dagger slow here for
OTP.
Kotaro available if he can just land it. A bit of juking there from Oscar, but there's the slow, and he's going to burn down. So that's going to be another kill going for Invaders. At the same time, Tiny is low in the top lane. TB trying to get some kills, but he can't quite get the Lion. The Fairy Fire is forced out, though. So 2 separate fights happening at the same time in both side lanes. And the mid lane are just, you know, chilling and battling for CS while all the action's here in the side lanes.
And mid is already a pretty big wash here. 11-2 against 5-0. So
Yeah.
Dark Mago.
Oh, Michael in the top lane goes down, and maybe Sacred 2, but a beautiful avalanche onto 3. They do have that Nature's Prophet joining in and tuning in for the fight. So another one for Infinity. 6 kills already, Bowie.
Oh yeah, that's the SA I love. You know, I cast a lot of Midas, especially in Group B, and they were so slow, man. They were so slow. Some games were, I was just angry, you know? I love the players, but I'm happy we get to see more kills, because some of those games were snooze fests.
Yeah, I agree on that. We did have that one big marathon on the very first day of SA where Invaders actually took that 8-minute GG versus Kali. Of course,
Yes,
Kali isn't in the playoffs, but...
I wasn't watching, but I did hear. I think it was the day where we had like the longest and the
shortest.
fastest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we then had the 107 minutes X5 versus Lava. That was also a grueling game. Just watching Naga Illusions pushing into the base. But yeah, Group B was something different. Like when we talked about it with Kips, it was kind of like Group B seems so much more even than Group A.
Yeah, it definitely felt that way. And, you know, the results did show that even though I don't think there were tiebreakers, in general, you know, up until the end, you didn't really know who was going to qualify and which placing they were going to get.
Storm dropping quite low in the mid lane, but a good puck player knows when to extend his limits in terms of the poke. Doesn't want to go straight under the tower. And he's actually caught up with Dark Magoo pretty nicely here, 22-19. The Furion teleports in, though. And it's a good attempt here. Might just lead into a kill, but the Blood Grenade also doing a bit of work on the side. A couple right clicks, and PP's got this one. Genic will also get to walk away. He has a Lotus. Is he going to pump it onto the puck? Is he going to use it on himself? Doesn't really matter. Kill is a kill.
Okay, yeah, I mean, Storm, he was out of tangos. He just bought a new set now, but yeah, a little bit greedy, not having that Quelling Blade, and does get punished. A lot of aggression top as well.
Yeah, another Metamorph used here. Good toss there by Sacred. Gets the Terrorblade away. No stun up from Tiger for another 6 seconds. But this lane is getting harder and harder. This Tiny might fall behind.
Have you seen this offlane Tiny from Sacred? Because, you know, I haven't, at least not in the games that I cast.
Not from Sacred.
Do you have any?
The last... Okay, let's see what happens here. The
Sprout's
Viper has to
beautiful.
also teleport in, coming for the backup here, and the TB is going to be the one to be targeted, and oh, they can't quite get him in time. Sacred's already dead. They finally get rid of the Terrorblade. The Viper just throwing in free hits with that level 2 poison attack. Maybe even avenge as well for Michael. Oh, big heal. Turnaround as well with the stun, but he still dies to the tower. Oh, South America. Oh, this is a joy to watch. 12 kills in the first 5 minutes, even though this one ends up being a 3-1 trade for Invaders.
Yeah, they definitely overextended a little bit. They got such a good Sprout, but that Wraith Band on Sacred, it really makes it harder. You know, it might not look like that much armor, but it made all the difference. 1000 HP, level 3, so you're gonna have to work for that kill.
Meanwhile, have you looked at the DK CS? Well, that doesn't matter because Michael's the one to go down in the first, in the top lane. Sacred with another toss, but that's all that he can really do. 4 seconds for a stun. Sacred, he's a goner.
Gonna have another Sprout, right?
Yeah, it should be Sacred's life forfeit. Genic will get the last hit on this, and now 4 kills up on this Nature's Prophet.
Oh,
he's
Kyle
really building some stock, so gonna get this one Storm turning around with a Vortex, but the silence and the orb is too much. Still Michael with the Hex and the stun. He's able to retaliate at least. Level
This game
5
just
on the
keeps
line.
on giving, huh?
Oh, definitely, man. Like, there's this like with this much brawling and with all these kills going for the supports, we're gonna see some spicy level 6s very early on. We're not even at Wisdom runes. Lion's making some stacks here. He's almost level 6. He could have Finger before this Storm hits level 6.
Dire's middle tower.
He's actually, I mean, he's almost the same experience as Storm. This is crazy. He did get First Blood, right? And he was a part of so many of those engagements. I have not seen that. It's not common to see things like that.
Oh,
But
they're
you know,
going
South
for the
Americans
TB here as well. If you had that Finger now, that'd be a guaranteed kill. But with the Viper, they've definitely got enough here. Tossing the TB back, and there, you guys are going to get the Knight. Oh, boy.
Huh.
Skeletons for the win.
What? Like, he has 10 armor, 11 armor.
Yeah,
The skeleton
I
hits
know.
for 20 damage.
I know.
How is that possible? Okay.
Okay.
mean-
Is this a good time to talk about the DK finally? He got super countered this game. Let's be honest about that.
Yeah, 14 CS. This
8
hero,
Radiant's middle tower.
you know, this hero can always recover, and he does offer, you know, a lot of things with just having his level 6. But the thing is, he's very far away from it, and I'm not even sure he can hit that tower safely. This PA is already super scary, but they're gonna smoke gank her. Oh, there we go.
See if they can get their connection here. They've got the coil for the PA. Instantly snaps it. There's 4 teleports available. They're going to get some of them here, but it's actually Genic bringing in some more firepower. Kataro trying to dodge the orb, and PP will follow him around and finally gets the connection for the kill. The one nasty thing that's only going to get worse. There's the Finger from Michael. Lands it onto the Nature's Prophet, so a bit of a turnaround kill, but man, once you've got that Witchblade up on that puck, it's a guaranteed hit and slow on the PA. So PA is not going to be happy against this puck matchup at all.
That's true. And that was a really important kill. Kotaro was way too free. And not only you get that kill, the fact that Storm TPs and barely gets anything out of that hurts that hero a lot. Unlike Puck, he relies way more on his mana. He's going to lose the power rune because of it. Oh, maybe he gets Tiger, though.
Oh, let's see. He's actually fighting him there. Has the PP puck showing up as well, but that shield rune does do a bit of work. Did actually get that before the haste was picked up by the puck, so one action rune on another. Haste still unused. Michael is he's giving everything he has to Dark Magoo.
Oh, yeah. Already used the Finger as well. Did get a charge. So, having a really good game. When you look at net worth, the Lion is ahead of the DK. That's how hard of a game Oscar is having.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nobody's really getting to push the towers either. No classic DK syndrome. Doesn't really take over this lane at all. It's going to take him some time, but the same issue for Invaders too.
Radiant's
They
middle tower
want to
is
just
under
focus on
attack.
getting their farm and their experience before they start looking at the T1s.
Yeah, in a way, you know, Sacred is just as shut down as
Radiant's
this
top tower
DK,
is
and I
under
think
Maybe
the
even
problem
worse,
for him
true.
is that he needs Blink Dagger, right? You need gold, and Oscar, he actually gets his 6 and gets to hit the tower.
Radiant's
Oh, they're gonna
bottom
find Kotaro.
tower is under attack.
They're so close to...
Are they?
so close to Blur.
Oh,
They were only a couple units away from actually spotting that PA. So Kotaro, that's a sigh of relief right there.
Radiant structures
yeah,
are fortified.
that was such an important kill if they could get it. Does he have Witchblade? He doesn't, but he's very close.
Radiant's bottom tower
Just a couple hundred gold for the recipe, and he's done. Invaders are bringing in a couple of heroes to the bot lane. The Viper has also taken over some farm, and XTS, I think he's been pinged out here. PP and Oscar gonna get the chase. There's the stun. Katara, you're not really thinking about going in, are you? Because you're gonna get coiled. Save a buddy syndrome against the DK. Michael is coming in from the other side though with the stun. We'll keep the DK on the spot. Also throw it out onto the Vengeful Spirit. And Kotaro, actually, now that he has the backup, he can go. Michael with a finger gets a kill for himself. Oscar's trying to make a run for it, but Dark Magoo is going to be right on top of him with a Hex coming out from Michael, ensuring there's no escape for Oscar. And 2 kills for Invaders. Might have lost the T1, but they get to keep their heroes alive. The Viper survived as well with like 100 HP.
Yeah, that's a bit of miscommunication. And Peace teleportation was on cooldown. It was like 10 seconds on cooldown when that fight started. So he didn't get to join, and I think they kind of counted on him being there. So if he TPs, they definitely killed the Viper. Maybe the fight even kind of snowballs towards Infinity anyways. But yeah, now they're going to farm some stacks on the side of Infinity, whereas Invader still has some huge ones to be taken.
Puck currently in the top of the net worth as well. PP with 5,500, followed up by the PA. Still working on that Battle Fury, and because of that dodge and getting a kill and an assist, it actually pushes Kotaro even further forward. Talked about how greedy this lineup is for Invaders. That's definitely going to help out getting these early timings. The Orchid, you almost got a blink on a Lion. You talked about the blink on the Tiny needed, but Michael's like 400 gold short.
Gosh. Yeah.
Is he the true
crazy.
pause 3 here, Bowie?
He might be. You know, we're seeing lots of those pause 3 Rubiks with Dagons. Maybe Lion is, you know, on the brink of becoming a pause 3. At least Michael is, because as you said, having a really good game, he's going to smoke as well.
The transition to a core. Viper would like to do that at some point of the game as he's chasing Tiger here. Michael on the edge of that smoke, still not popping. Don't have an information about the Terrorblade. They suspect they know where he is right now, but they also have a tower they need to get out of the way. Meanwhile, Infinity, they're bringing in the numbers. They've got the Nature's Prophet, the Puck, the Venge still around. They're going to make it in time for the defense. Who are they going to catch, though? TD shows up, throws in the reflection, slows up the Tiny. Lion misses the stun there, but they do get a turn a bit with the Avalanche. Swap comes out. Viper's in peril. XDS will drop. Michael's also been stunned for a second by Tiger. So they protect the tower, they get a kill, but can they push with the Metamorph? Doesn't look like they want to.
Yeah, I think they're afraid of the Storm, and deservingly so. He's going Orchid, by the way. This is going to be huge against PP. Everyone there. There's no Dispel. The only save you have is that swap. So you got to be very careful if you play. But oh, look at that. They might actually go for PP here. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, that is worthwhile to note that the Venge is the only real save for this Puck. The moment that Orchid connects and he doesn't have a Yules lined up, does see the Oblivion Staff, but still committed to getting that Blink Dagger, which in some cases, of course, you need that Blink to be able to make plays on a Puck. But if you don't have any protective items and you don't have any protection from your team, this can also backfire.
Oh, yeah. And there you go. He does have gold here for the Orchid. I'm assuming they might just go for a smoke play here in Invaders because Otaru will finish his Battle Fury. He has all of those stacks to work for. There you go. Dark Mago and Michael. They have a finger available.
Well, that's a very, very deep Viper there. However, he does give the information for Dark Magoo to go in, and Kataro coming in as well. The Puck is low, and the Orchid tick is going to do the finalizer. And also take down Tiger on the way, so make sure that they get 2 for 1 trading up support Viper. And all these kills going for the Storm Spirit, Dark Magoo. This could be a game where the Storm Spirit could soon become unstoppable.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you get that Orchid, you don't get any kills. 5 minutes for completing it. Oh, there you go. Another Michael kill. But if you get a lot of Orchid kills, and especially on the core Puck, it just feels so good for the Storm.
That is also now 3 stacks up for his ult, so
Oscar has Blink.
Stacks will continue to stack. Meanwhile, into the Storm Spirit, they've got that stun connection. No chance for Dark Magoo to recover. Kill goes for Tiger, but it doesn't matter. Storm has been shut down.
Time for the stacks, baby.
Stacks and the tower. It'll take them a bit to get there.
Radiant's middle tower is under
So good
attack.
watching this.
Viper does have 6.
Okay.
Radiant's
They are
middle tower
they are
is
multiple range heroes. Technically, you could say the entire Infinity draft is filled with range heroes. So it's always going to be difficult for the Viper to get in.
True. It's definitely... He's kind of in an awkward position. He had a pretty decent laning stage, but as per usual, this hero feels a bit odd. Once the laning stage breaks, you kind of cannot farm, especially with the build he ended up going for. And if you get caught, usually you just die. You know, this hero doesn't... Besides the break, he doesn't provide that much.
That is true. That is true. And what do you even build on a support Viper? Do you still go for the Rod of Atos route? Because you don't have a
think
stun.
It's like kind of Enchantress, you know? I think you go Dragon Lance and Hurricane Pike, and you just try to hit some noobs. Maybe you got a Mage Slayer.
I like the Mage Slayer idea at least. Playing another debuff.
Yeah, pretty slow game. I expected Infinity to be a bit higher tempo, especially with the start that we had. But both teams just fine with chilling for now. And I think Invaders, they could go for another move. They have Blink on Sacred. So you have Orchid, you have Blink on Tiny. Sounds like a pretty decent timing here.
Also, the Desolator not too far away for the PA, so usually you don't want to fight with the Battle Fury. He was kind of forced to do it a couple times, but now finishing off his next item, even applying that dagger debuff, that would also be very handy for some of his teammates to close in the gap, get those extra nukes in. And I'd love to see Sacred's item build this game, because he's already got that classic Echo Saber lined up with the Blink Dagger, but I really want to see him go Kanda this game.
Oh yeah, it's definitely what makes this hero good right now. This hero, I think that's why I'm scared. Like, you have this Viper that already feels like he lost his purpose in the game. And Tiny, to me, is a very snowbally hero, right? You want to be getting kills with your Blink. Especially if you don't have your shard, you don't farm really fast. So it feels like they're banking pretty much everything on both the Storm and the PA, which could be okay. I just...
They're going to find Oscar. And they got Michael as well on the side, so that's stack number 4.
He's having such a good game. He's still really farmed. But yeah, my point is just that I feel like they are... they're gonna have some pretty useless heroes if this goes too long, at least so far. But
Oh, Michael, what an aggressive blink in. All they see is Puck. They just ignore everybody else on the way. And the Puck's so low, but they can't get the kill. Now they get the chance to turn around. Dark Magoo goes down. Tiny's gonna drop 2, and PP survives. Oh, what a bummer when you think about they saw all those heroes, but they were hard committed. Kill the Puck first, we can get out. But the moment this lockdown runs out of time, he turns around with the coil, phase shifts, and lets his teammates do the job.
The only reason he lived is Sanj and the buffs. He just rushed Sanj, and he tanked through it all. He... the Venge got she was silenced, then she got killed. So it's huge that PP ended up going for this first item, Sanj, before Link. It made that fight possible for Infinity.
And with the Viper dying before, that's a 4-for-1 trade going for Infinity. So you thought Invaders might be going up ahead, but Infinity still got a couple tricks up their sleeve. I'm able to punish Oscar, though. He's got XTS, that's a level 8 Viper versus a 12 DK, but they got Kotaro coming in as well. And with the Nether Toxins, the silences are coming out, though, as Genic also has an Orchid. PA not feeling too healthy here, gets the jump on the Viper, and XTS is going to get swapped under the tower. Kotaro still chased here, does have that Deso by the looks of it, because that damage is quite hefty, but it's just not enough. XTS does have Sacred coming in as well. They're going to get the triple kill for XTS, and PP will then retaliate, take down the Viper, get his fresh killing spree streak right away out the bat. Michael with the mana suck, and PP is stuck. Gets a bit of Sunder heals there from the Tire Blade, but the TB dies first. And there goes the Puck, and that's a team wipe, Bowie. What a sequence.
Oh, that feels so bad. You try to help your Puck, and you end up dying anyways. Triple kill for the Viper out of all heroes there as well. I mean, sure, they got the PA kill, but it was a very expensive kill.
It was, and they wanted to swap the PA, but the swap went closer onto the Viper. While on the live picture, you can see there's another fight going on as we're going with the replay. We'll be showing you both at the same time. Oscar's already down, Genek to drop as well, so yeah, let's put 2 more kills on top of that team wipe. Make it 7.
Yeah, this is getting hard to watch. Infinity, they had a pretty decent stronghold in this game, and then these 2 fights in a row just completely slowing down all of their timings. That DK, you know, it felt like he was recovering. He's going for an Orchid as well, which I'm not even sure I like. They're already going to have to itemize for the Orchid on the NP. I think just getting a Manta or rushing Egg seems better. But we'll see if maybe he changes his mind, if maybe he goes Mage Layer instead of Orchid.
Also at the 20-minute mark, a quick recap on all the builds that are going on right now, because probably some of the viewers are a bit confused. Like, wait, there's a Viper and a PA? What the hell's going on here? Look at all those cores on the side of Infinity. Yeah, this is a game where there's a potential to have 9 carries. And, of course, Michael, he's in a carry league of his own. He's not a support either.
He definitely is. I mean, just look at his level. He's the same level as Sacred. Sacred's 0-4 this game, and he's 7-4.
He's
Who's
queued
the
up
carry?
a Wraith Band. Just extra armor for the Lion. I know he has that circlet, but he wants to finish it. It's not like just a random stat item. He wants the whole thing.
Yeah, already bought it. Just waiting for that 25-minute power timing, and oh, they're gonna get this rush so fast. The smoke is way too slow.
And they're also low. They just finished the Tormentor. That's a half HP Venge, a half HP Puck, and Roche is already down, so they're not gonna take this one at all. No challenge, easy Aegis, and for one of the Prime heroes to carry it too, it goes for Dark Magoo.
Really good move by Invaders. They see this Tormentor being done, they're overall close to Roshan, and it just allows them to quickly get that Roche, knowing that, you know, they're going to be low HP, they might not be ready to smoke. Really, really good move. And now that PA, I mean, if she wants to be greedy, she doesn't even need a BKB just because of the Aegis, but he already had like 2 components, so might as well just finish the BKB and then get that Basher.
It seems like this is a patch where the Sanjas, the Yashas are getting even more love just because of a small change in recipe costs. What do you feel about like the popularity or the rising popularity of the Sanjas and the Yashas and the Kayas? Maybe the Sanjas are the real winners here.
It's the cost, but they also buffed the status resistance a lot.
Yeah.
It went from 7
12 to 16.
6. Yeah, and I think Sanj and Yash is even more, right? I think Sanj and Yash, the Kaya Sanj as well, it's 25, the Kaya Sanj. So if you look at that way, it is a pretty substantial buff. But yeah, I mean, it just, you know, BKB seems pretty bad in general. And whether it's actually the best item you can go for, maybe we're going to see, you know, players kind of steering away from this Kaya Sanj.
Yeah.
1 month from now, but so far it does seem to be a really cost-effective item.
Yeah, because it feels like every 1.5 or maybe 2 years, it's an S and Y patch.
Yeah.
Then the item is kind of like, there are better options, like Manta. Oh, look at that dodge from the Puck.
Oh.
Storm goes on for him, though, with the read where he's going. And this Puck is deleted by Michael with the finger, but at the same time, they got the Venge stun connected onto the Storm Spirit. There goes the Aegis, though, but maybe they can get more. The stun onto 2. They got the Oscar DK completely drained out of mana, and Dark Magoo is coming back in for round number 2 as well for the DK, hiding inside the tree line. They got the jump as well onto the Vengeful Spirit, but the Venge isn't doing enough here. Now
Silence.
the TP! Oh, he can't even pop his Manta for the Sunder, and he's dead too.
Oh man, that's like the second time he tries to join a fight and help, and he just gets totally destroyed. I know, a bit cocky, I think, with his positioning. And overall, just Invaders, when it matters, they bring the numbers, and their target prioritization has been really good. Even this Tiny from Sacred, he had Avalanche ready for a long time. He waits for 2 heroes to clump up before he casts it. Feels like all of those small things are being executed really well from Invaders. You know, we kind of touched on them being clowny in the group stage, but they are looking overall pretty sharp here.
Oh yeah, definitely a very sharp game number 1. Prepared for this one. just denying Infinity any proper chances to deal out damage, because that previous fight as well, we didn't really see Infinity get any kind of a footing.
Yeah, and that's a fight they're diving tier 3s with tier 2 up, right? It had everything to be a bad fight. You even have NP on the enemy side. Somehow they overnumber Infinity in their own base. It doesn't even make sense, but they were able to do it somehow.
At the same time, this PA has been an absolute enjoyer of what's been going on, because she's been hitting creeps. She's at 15,000 net worth right now with a Basher lined up. Battle Fury, BKB, Deso, fresh
Michael.
9 seconds. Michael doing some God's work here, because that's allowing his team to initiate. The Venge Shard stun goes on to 2, and there's a swap save coming out at the same time. PP is trying to do some work too. Genek is trying to keep Michael away, and he's just going to get ulted by the Viper. And there's another Fingal. Michael up to 6 stacks of finger damage already. Plus 240 damage of what he's already dealing. This level 16 Lion, what the hell, man? That's not even fair.
He has 2k HP right now. He is super tanky because of the talent. This game is crazy. I think the Vision game has also been way better from Invaders. It feels like they're always setting up a Vision prior to Infinity. And you know, that's a team with NP. They should have the advantage in that regard. Oh, they
and
find...
there goes the puck. Good night, sweet dreams, PP.
That's a tough one. All right. 8k goal lead. Sure, they lost the Aegis, but the momentum seems to be all on the side of Invaders. That PA, you know, she's ready to fight. This TB never felt like he even had a game. He rushed his Butterfly, but he's dying to the burst magic damage of the Tiny and the Storm.
Yep, just the magic damage literally being the one that's taken him out. Now the map is slowly starting to choke. They even got the mid T2 without the need of an Aegis. Usually the hardest tower to take without one. Now they have both. Well, the bottom lane at least is pushing in, but they can get another tier 2 on the side of Invaders, which is the top lane. Sacred's already there. Has an AC lined up with the Hyperstone in his inventory, so this Tiny is already going to start pushing a lot. They're TPing in, though. Mass TPs for the fight. Michael silenced up by PP, throws the coil on just a measly Lion. Really wants this kill, and they've got it, but how many heroes do they have to pay? Genek's just like, screw this,
swap.
I'm out of here. I'm going to try to TP out, but he won't be able to get out. At the same time, Dr. Magoo is already going to get himself a double. Now they got themselves that Terror Blade on the run. Wits can't stand his ground, and there he goes. He's out as well.
Okay.
Oscar can maybe do something, but the blur does get the stun out, the freeze fire, and he's disrupted.
Yeah, that was a really bad fight. The swap on the Venge came out wrong. If he swaps the Puck, the barrier would allow him to survive after the Orchid. Instead, he swapped the Storm. And just another fight this TB joins. Like, it feels like he's always too late. You know, he comes in, there's not enough numbers, and they can easily just target prioritize him, and he dies. So overall, we kind of talked about this a bit, with Wits being maybe not very consistent with his performances, and I'm really feeling it this game. Like, he got the space to get the farm, he just never got to use it properly.
Yeah, and now it's like, we don't really have a hero to actually deal with this PA anymore, and he's like, I need to get this MKB.
Yeah. He doesn't even get to attack, though. I feel like he also needs a BKB. He needs so many items. It's I
need
really
this,
tough
I
game.
need this, I need this, then I can fight. It's like, yeah.
Yep.
We're 14k
Next game.
behind.
He's gonna fight next game.
The classic. 96% win probability as well for Invaders. 4% believers out there. Anybody there in Twitch chat still believes?
Type 1. Type 4.
Type 1. Type 4.
Stupendous.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I mean, with the state of this game, I think what's gonna happen, or what should happen, is Invaders gets next Roshan, and they can just, you know, try and group up for a push. But they're going for a move here.
An attempt is made again. The Glimmer Cape, but they got the dust this time. And this Genek Nature's Prophet is really starting to do some work. So Michael does go down. Sacred with the instant response once this Nature's Prophet. And XTS also shows up with that Enchanted Quiver Viper. So he can really strike from afar. We'll get both of the supports out of the way. Try to keep that lane pushed out. I feel like that's Gennett calling out for his mid player.
That voice line is used so much in the SA servers. It's crazy. Like there's some games that I used to like this voice line, but I absolutely hate it now because people just spam the hell out of that voice line every single time.
Haven't really run into that too much in Europe. I know PP's been playing some EU pubs during the night.
Yeah, I think he does.
Apparently he's not the only one. A lot of SA players seem to be playing. It's just that they're getting fed up with Europeans quitting their games too early. Molding. Real European molding.
Yeah, you know, people talk smack about NA pubs, but from what I hear, I don't really get to play EU pubs.
You're
the
just
thing is,
like Mike. I'm not sure if you remember during the DPC last year when Mike was playing some EU pubs with us, and then we went to do some NA studio. He shat on the European pubs. He's like, I mean, SEA pubs, people at least try to win. In Europe, you guys are obnoxious.
I mean, that's what I hear, right? I don't really get to play them, but yeah, I do hear that it can be a bit griefy sometimes. But you know, every server is.
We have our own flavor in every region for sure. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, a bit of flavor found as well in terms of Gennett. Michael up to 7 now. Has been denied from his few finger opportunities these last couple of engagements, as he's the one being nuked first. The solo pickups, yep, another finger of death stack.
I was, you know, thinking that maybe Sacred was gonna fall behind, but with his build, he's not. He actually has an AC. He's going for a shard, so he is also playing to be a carry. I think we officially have 5 carries inside of Invaders.
Yeah. Meanwhile, not to shame on Oscar or anything, but not really used to seeing DK in 9th in net worth. Has not been the easiest of games for him.
0 and 7. He's definitely struggling. And you know, it is a really tough lane. That is one of the problems with going first pick DK. Although the support 5 Viper is not something I've seen that much. So I guess quite inventive for Invaders in a way.
Yeah, pretty nice idea. I like the theory craft behind it, as in like you are just here to shut down a hero that becomes obnoxious very early on and also impossible to deal with late game. So just prevent him from playing the video game.
And we're going to have so much scaling, right? We're going to go AC, offlane Tiny, and Desolator eggs, Battlefield PA, that it doesn't matter if you fall off. In this case, he actually didn't fall off. He still has a fair amount of money. He's ahead of the DK. So I think he's cruising here on the Viper.
So a nice, sweet 18k lead still for Invaders. Basically just looking for this next row. Sean, which I've been waiting for a couple minutes now, is up. And then it's really up to when does Invaders want to breach that high ground. It looks like they're more than ready for it, but they're in full control of the game. We could still watch this for 60 minutes, but I don't think they want to drag it out that far. If they just get the opening against Infinity, they're going to try and close out this game. So Infinity, they only have time until that happens.
Have you noticed PA's quick buy?
Yep, that's the one. I mean, 32 minutes, and now we're getting to see it.
I hope we get to see it, but considering how the game has been, I wouldn't be surprised to see it finish very quickly.
And I love it that Dark Magoo is the one who gets the Aegis again.
Oh, yeah.
Because so many teams would give it to their carry by now. It's like, PA, you're really good at it. You're the big damage dealer, but it's just about the Storm Spirit, really. Like, we want you to be the one to zip and zap, give us all that vision that we need, all the extra harassment. PA can just hit buildings, you know, play the PvE game.
Oh, yeah. I was expecting maybe, you know, the Storm to actually hit the towers, but they don't care. They're just hitting, even with no wages on the tower. They feel really safe.
Silence on another. Fading out deep with the BKB, popped by Dark Magoo. He's making space. The melee racks has already fallen, so have the range racks. Sacred gets to throw in a couple trees. And there goes the puck. 4-man coil. PA also keeping them zoned out with the blink there from Oscar. Doesn't see his target though because of the blur. That is an Ags on the PA. So refresh your abilities. Go for the next one. And the DK the target. There's your second kill. Go for another one. This is why I really love PA Ags, but honestly, there's so many cool things for Invaders going on right now, mainly because they're stopping the game, of course, but seeing how this all comes together with this draft.
Yeah, no, they pushed the waves really well here. They have backdoor protection, but that AC plus Desolator makes it worthless that there's no creeps in the base. They can still just take it anyways. The creeps are coming. This is a death sentence, I feel. Like, this TB didn't even fight, right? He was not in that last fight at all.
Nope, not at all. It's like, I need my BKB, boys. Give me 800 gold.
He's not gonna get it.
On the backline, Michael. Show us that finger. No, he doesn't even get to use it. He's silenced by this Furion. But now, does he get the chance for it? Waits for the blade mail. Zap! No. Cast canceling a couple times there, waiting for the blade mail to go off. Not needed. Dark Magoo for the kill. Aegis has been expended. And it's a 5v3 scenario, just waiting for their creeps to come back in so they can finish those tier 4s.
I mean, they just gave up. They're not playing the game. Feels like they gave up.
Well, it is a pretty demoralizing situation to be in, surely.
Huh.
But one last huzzah with the Nature's Prophet buyback. Lion is the one getting targeted on. Sacred with a really nice avalanche, but Michael will fall. XTS is fighting Genic at the back. Genic's getting mauled by all these creeps, so he dies.
Oh my lord!
And yeah, that's a slice if I've ever seen one. Well, the GG call comes out, and Invaders, they came here to play.
They really did. No clowniness. And you know, that PA didn't even have the Brooch. I thought all the damage came from the Revenant's Brooch. That was just a normal physical attack. Yeah, that was not the greatest performance for Infinity. I think their lane suffered a lot. I think even though the Viper is supposed to do really well against the DK, I don't think Oscar should have the CS and the net worth he had. I think he underperformed a bit this series.
Yeah, it's a tough start for him, definitely. I mean, of course, like, I can see that the Viper just instantly zones him out at the start, but how much of that falls onto Genic? Like, because I was talking about this is probably their strongest lane, the off-lane duo of this team, and it just fell completely apart. We didn't see too much from the Venge and the TB, constant battling, shutting down the Tiny. Surely they got Sacred pushed back a bit, but that's what you expect from Pos 3 Tiny, that he doesn't necessarily have the greatest time unless he has a particular range carry matchup where he can just deny those range creeps away and always secure his with the tree grab. But he also fell behind really hard. So I just want to see, we want to see the Oscar that we're used to seeing, that he has a great time in the lane, he does a lot of impact for the team, and of course with Genic, who has had these 10-130 Rubik games. Like, there's still so much to see, but I feel like we're not going to see that because Invaders just look so much better.
Yeah, they are really looking better. We'll see, if they're going to get better heroes. Oscar, they did first phase ban his Timber and his Centaur, which are heroes he is very good at. So hopefully they can get a better draft next time. But yeah, Invaders, they definitely came to play and they just smashed Infinity.
Smashed indeed. And with those words, we'll take a tiny break. We'll be back for game number 2.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company. Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real. Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult.
Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Let's go.
skills into gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
We're back with the playoffs here. Day number 1 and the second game of our first best of 3 when Invaders versus Infinity, and Invaders take the lead. I would say less surprised were we with the preliminary results we were thinking about for this series for Invaders to show up against Infinity, but this game was wild, man. I mean, we had like 6 kills at 2 minutes and just kept on rolling from there. Both offlaners down the dumpster. It's just a real energetic start to the series.
Yeah, it was super entertaining. First blood, minute minus 30 seconds, so much action. But at the end of the day, I do feel like the carry to carry matchup was a big problem for Infinity. Because as you said, both of laners were struggling. I think both mid laners played really well. They were creating a lot of space. Sometimes it was the Puck getting the better end of the deal. Sometimes it was the Storm getting some Orchid kills. I think both supports played well on the sides, but the difference between the TB and the PA was way too big. Not only net worth-wise, but I think the actual, button pressing was
the actual
not
impact.
great here.
Like we could see the PA had some impact once he finished the Battle Fury, had the Death Soul. Then it seemed to ramp up a lot. I felt like we didn't have a carry this game for Infinity. Like, where's this TB been all game? Our offlane is still dumpstered. We have no presence from our carry. And it put a lot of pressure on PP and Genic, basically, to pull off all the moves. And 2 guys can't do all the work all by themselves. Even the Pos 5 support Viper looked better than the Terrorblade. I'm just going to put it that way, but that's how we went.
Yeah, I think I would like to see Wits playing something else, I think the matchup's supposed to be fine. Probably slightly PA favored when he goes late. But I was just not impressed with the way that he played. I think a lot of the time he actually joined fights, but just way too late. So it's the worst of both worlds because he could be farming instead of joining, but he was not farming and dying. So that was really problematic for Infinity. Just pick something else. Get yourself some Luna. Get yourself something that's maybe a bit more stable. And, maybe Infinity is going to have a better time.
Infinity also deciding to get rid of the Tiny here in the first phase, so small swap-ups here with the first phase bans. Invaders still thinking about, they had the Wind Ranger. Do they have anything else in particular for that first phase? We saw the Timber Saw you talked about. It's kind of a must-have first phase ban.
Yeah, Timber Centaur.
Open up the list. Centaur, the Mars. Yeah, that was also one.
Yeah, they do have overall first pick for Invaders now, so I wonder if they want to snatch one of those for them. And now it's on Infinity to ban either one. They actually banned the Kunkka and the Mars. Okay. So probably ban Timber, pick Centaur? They already banned Mars for you.
Yeah. That was the only hero that they didn't ban in the first phase, so they swapped the Tiny the Edge for the Tiny.
Yeah.
But you're right about the Centaur or the Timber going through. So with the Timber banned, There's the Centaur pick, so you take one out, you grab another.
Yeah, makes sense. It you still put Oscar in this position where he's gonna have to play something that maybe he doesn't like as much. Oh, straight up Pango. Okay.
Well, that's a first pick I don't really see too often. Why are they going for the Pangolier here?
I am not sure. Unless they're willing to flex this to the offlane, I am not sure. I think it's pretty odd. I mean, this hero gets banned second phase sometimes, but for instance, they banned the Tiny here, which, in my opinion, solidifies the puck pick they play game 1. I think it was a really good performance from PP. So banning this Tiny and then first picking the Pango seems really odd, unless they want to flex it. If they want to flex it, then I can give them the benefit
Also,
of the doubt.
I had to go look up some equivalent stats for a tournament. I looked at the Dream League first phase Pango picks. I see 2. I see 2 picks in total in the first phase. That's how rarely this hero is also picked in the first phase. Why I asked the question. I mean, of course, you're forcing out a couple matchups pretty early on, maybe even a couple bans to go alongside it. I wouldn't be too surprised if they ban A, Puck, B, Bloodseeker on the side of Infinity, as there is the Undying and the TA bans going out.
Yeah, that's another reason why I hate this Pango pick, because now you have to ban Bloodseeker, whereas sometimes, because you pick it second or third phase, the carry was already picked on the enemy side, you don't have to worry about banning Bloodseeker. It just feels so awkward to spend this ban on this hero. Yeah, we'll see what they're gonna do, but I gotta say, the vibes are off.
They definitely are. They still have to pick up their supports. Once they go for their offlaner, that's also going to show, is Pango 3, is Pango 2? How comfortable is Oscar pulling off and a pause 3 Pangolier? Because not a lot of offlaners do a great job with it.
Okay, so this Void ban kind of leads me to believe they want to play offlane Pango here. I think that is definitely a matchup that is pretty bad for the Pango just because of the time dilation. And I think Pango Grimstroke is not a bad lane. You have the gap close to use your Inkswell. The silence is not bad. So if that's what they want to do, I can actually get behind it.
Yeah, it could work. At least they have the Heart Dispel as well later on with the Grimstroke Shard to get rid of the Centaur stun. And potentially some more Dispel if they have some extra control on the side of Invaders. But we'll have to see what they pick. They're going to bring out the Marana. And that could be a 5. That could be a mid, could be a carry. Very likely it's going to be a support Marana. But at least it is a flex pick to go with. I mean, I'll say flex pick because there are teams that have specialist Marana cores in their team.
Yep.
You need a specialist to play Marana as a core.
For sure. It's definitely not something you just play 2 games and get good at. I actually want to see Bloodseeker on the side of Infinity. I know it's not necessarily a very popular carry, but I think it's really good against Centaur. But also, you get to double Rupture Soulbind, and then you don't have to worry about the Bloodseeker on the enemy side anyways. I think considering how Wits was playing high tempo, I wouldn't mind having him, on a hero like Bloodseeker instead of the TV.
I guess it could work. I think the thing that they're worried about is if they decide to pick a safe lane Bloodseeker, and he doesn't come out with shining colors in his laning stage, they are going to run out of map space really quickly because they don't have heroes that are going to scale to kind of fend off the attackers. And in this case, the Invaders, because like if you pick up a Terrorblade or something, you can still rely on a strong item timing and that hero having impact. Of course, we didn't quite see that in the previous game because there was just simply too many things going on at the same time. But we did have this one game we cast here in Group B where there was a Bloodseeker pick, and it's like, well, they lost the lane, and they kind of tapped out pretty early from that game because Bloodseeker didn't see the light of day until super late, and he didn't counter the heroes he was made to counter.
Yeah, he's definitely not a hero that likes playing from behind, so if you do want to play it, you might as well construct lanes that are gonna allow this hero to thrive. Which, I think the Grimstroke could be that hero. Although this Bane is definitely going to be a pretty strong laner here. Not sure if it's going to be a 4 or a 5. It also sets up the arrows. Pretty standard hero.
Yep. There's the Gennett Rubik. So he's got himself an absolute comfort hero, and he has thrived in everything except that one particular game. But all the other Rubik games I've seen, he has done so much work that I hope this is the game where it pulls it off, because your tournament life is on the line. You lose this, you're out. So might as well bring out the big guns.
No lower bracket here. And I like it. It's a really good Rubik game. Stampede is very easy to steal. You have Fiend's Grip, you have Nightmare, you have Arrow. Lots of stuff you would like to have as Rubik here.
Yeah, even the Moonlight Shadow, if you're able to get that. But yeah, like, just a ton of good spells. And they're going to go for a safe carry. So we go for the Sven.
Pretty common hero right now. It's just being picked everywhere. Dream League is all Svens and Deuces pretty much. So I actually want to check the win rate of the hero, because I feel like I saw it lose a lot today. But maybe it's just a bias, bias coming from me. It looks like the win rate is 53%. So pretty decent.
Yeah, still sitting in the middle grounds. Not the highest win rates, but really not the lowest either. So plenty of carries that do a much worse job. And also a hero that loves to be Fiend Script, basically just a primary target for the Bane to grab, which makes the Grimstroke Shard even better this game, because you you pop the Fiend Script, snap, you get swelled, and you've swollen yourself healthy enough to continue going.
This is a really hard game to get Fiend's Grips off. You have that, you have the Rubik Lift and the Steel, Rolling Thunder, definitely, this Bane, I think it's going to serve the same purpose as the Viper did in game number 1. It's going to win the lane, but might not necessarily feel super impactful later on. But still, the hero does its job as they get this Stroke on Invaders. Yeah, classic matchup against this one.
Classic and a very good matchup for the Troll.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't think there's too much about it. Plus, he can also dispel a bit here
5 seconds
in both directions. Can he dispel the Inkswell on somebody? I think he can with the range axis.
Yeah, if you have the Ags, you can.
I'm pretty sure you can remove the Inkswell, because that's also pretty huge, because it's a setup spell, which is popped pretty early for either the Rubik or the Pango to set things up and then follow up with the Inkswell. Also the same for the Sven jumping in. If you got fast fingers, you can dismantle a quick engagement.
Just taking the Warcry away is so huge for the Troll. He's all physical damage, unless he gets goes the Maelstrom route. But I think he's going to go Battlefield this game.
I don't think there's... both are fine. You want to farm it up, you can definitely do it. You have the heroes to protect your farm. You have the Stampede always with you if the enemy is contesting.
It looks like the Penguin's going to be mid. They ban Husker, so it definitely feels like they're gonna actually let's pick Oscar's hero. Maybe he complained a bit too much game 1 that he was thrown into the wolves, and he wants a bit more love this time.
10 seconds remaining.
They don't see their matchup yet, but the positive side for Infinity, having Pango first pick, is that they have the last pick, basically, of this draft. So whatever Invaders picks here is going to be the finalizer. Do they put Pango mid? Do they put him into the off lane? But as they ban out the Razor, they ban out the Doom. When I see Husker ban, it spells Ember Spirit to me for some reason, because Husker just destroys that hero in so many matchups. And in particular, when you're playing up against an Ember, it's so Husker favored, but you don't have to necessarily pick an Ember this game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess
I'd really like a Quap here versus the Pango, because if you put it mid, you have your ulti to counter the Rolling Thunder. Okay, Alchemist. Something different.
What? Mid-Alch? Or is this support Alch with mid-Mirana? Now I'm very confused. I guess it could be offlane Alch, support Centaur, right? There's so many combinations here.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, do you want a 1v1 matchup here versus the Pango as an Alchemist?
5 seconds remaining.
A hero that doesn't really enjoy having low mana, so the Diffusal Blade, which the Pango likes to build, is something that both the Troll and the Alchemist don't like playing against. So I'd maybe see this as, I don't know, I feel like saying it, that it's an offlane Alchemist, it's a support Centaur, and they put Mirana into mid. That's how I'd see it. But the way you look at the drafting order, you'd be like, oh, offlane Centaur, mid Alchemist, carry Troll, you know?
Yeah, what I
about
like
mid
about
Troll?
that is very, very
Very puppy.
unconventional. But yeah, I guess it is good against Pango. Like, you should probably just smash the Pango, right? You just have the mischance. You trade really well against him. They have a lot of combinations, but what I like is that you have this Murana with pretty much every single hero being able to set up an arrow. So no matter what the combination of lanes is going to be like, I think this Murana is set up to have a really good game. Because until there's Shard and Grim, until there's like other ways to save heroes, it should be very easy to kill anyone. Everyone besides this Fan is very low HP on side of Infinity.
And there's the Tide Hunter to finish off the draft. So we got Dark Magoo with the Alchemist and Sacred for the Centaur. So no changes there. The supports are as we expected. Oscar for the Tide Hunter. So mid Pango versus mid Alchemist. So they felt comfortable enough to take that matchup.
I wonder what the style is going to be. Because in the past, there was a patch where Thompson was playing this like Blink Dagger, Greaves, Alk. Like it was this really Solar Crest, Greaves kind of position 3.5 type Alk.
Yeah.
I have no idea what to expect. I would like to see him building armor. I think having armor to protect the supports against this Fan is nice. Another kind of wonky draft from Invaders, but considering, even though it's wonky, I think they play game one so well that I'm just going with them because I think Infinity is going to have to play much, much better to stand a chance.
Oh, they definitely do. And of course, with their backs against the wall, this is basically the do or die moment for Infinity. You can pull off a victory here, keep the series still alive. Invaders kind of gave that shock opener in game number 1 versus Infinity, so they have to come up with something really big to contest Invaders. And is this draft going to quite do it? I feel like this could maybe be a slight... Let's say it's a 60-40, I see it, for Invaders. The Alchemist
really
is
like
the wild card for me, so I do like what they're doing here, and I like Infinity's draft, but I'm going to go 60-40 Invaders.
Yeah, I think I agree. I really like the Tide last pick. As you said, you're going to have the Dispel against so many things. But even though the Tide Hunter is a really good pick in the mid game, I still feel like Troll beats him in lane. Like, he just does so much damage, especially with the Bane there. So I'm a bit scared for Oscar. Hopefully, Genic, because he's a Rubik, he's not going to be rotating as much. Might allow, Oscar to have a better time.
Yeah, I think things can only go better than compared to game number 1, Bowie, because Oscar was not an enjoyer of that particular laning stage with the DK, but maybe we'll see some comeback magic, especially with this laning duo, since they were a bit underwhelming. I feel like now that they've got their comforts, they'll do so much better. Of course, the matchup is not easy, like you said. The Trolls should still do still have a great time versus the Tide Hunter, but Genic Rubik, please pay off.
Yeah,
I've enjoyed watching it every time. It was one of the rare. Kip said it perfectly. It's been so long since we've seen such a good Rubik game that you actually get hyped for it. So Genic really proved a performance last time. So please let it happen again.
I do sure hope we get just as entertaining of a game number 2 as game 1 was. I'm very curious about Dark Mago's build. If he goes like just Radiance Rush, I am not gonna be happy. I want to see something active. So Blink, Solar Crest used to be really good when you could use it on an enemy to remove armor. Now I'm not even sure what to build. Like, you go Phylactery Alk. What's an active
Phylactery Alk?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I am very confused as how you're supposed to, like, obviously you're gonna get a Blink, but the other items are definitely something I'm curious here. I just hope he doesn't go for a Radiance.
What about Armlet Orchid?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like that. I think Orchid is really good this game against the supports. You should be able to single them out and kill them before the fight starts.
Can I throw any other wild ideas? I mean, you could go Radiance Manta, but like you said, Radiance would be a bit boring and a bit dull.
Wit's taking so much damage here.
Battle Fury Alk.
Ooh,
Farm it up.
No. Actually,
No,
I've seen
no.
Mjolnir Alk because it works really well with your passive, the corrosive weaponry. So yeah, if you want to go, right-clicky, I think Mjolnir is the route I would like to see.
Well, let's see what kind of cards he reveals as we get our laning stage underway. This time, no early kills. Maybe things are going to change.
Dark
Michael, this time
Mago.
he had a perfect Lion game, and now he's up on this Mirana, so up for a challenge. Like you said, the Alchemist already dropping very low in the mid lane.
Yeah, like he was just under tower so greedily. Well, hopefully. I mean, he's also a hero that struggles with armor a lot. So once you get that Blightstone on the Pango, and now that Shield Crash does physical damage, you can really suffer.
Yeah, talk about Greevil's greed, literally. Tiger about to drop here. Sacred's going to be the one to grab first blood, even if he's only had 2 last hits from his first wave. Now they got the pause 5 out of the way, so Michael and Sacred can take over for a bit, catch up in CS, and get that extra gold for Descent. He's topping net worth with that kill, so I guess it was worth.
Another game, another first blood for Invaders.
Invading their way into the score lines. Kataro is pretty deep here in the top lane. Are they going to turn this around? I mean, this guy's got 80 HP. They used Gush. Tidehunter had to put a point into Kraken Shell, so that one anchor smash could have killed the troll. But it felt so weird. Like, he was literally in front of the tier 1 tower, gushed, and Tidehunter's right-clicking him. And it's like, this guy should die, no? But there was a nice Nightmare usage on the Rubik, so Rubik wasn't able to hit.
Yeah. The classic wait a little bit carry. I will pull. Do not move aggressively. And then what the carry does, it literally does exactly the opposite.
Play it easy, chill, I'm pulling.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna stand here. So yeah, overall this throw actually struggling a bit more than I expected, and XDS is so low.
One more hit from Genic, and he's got it.
That's a Lotus as well. Pretty nice.
Oh yeah, they got the Lotus secured too, so it's not just the kill. Bottom lane secured from Michael.
Look at this, he has 20 and 8 for PP, 11 for Armago, just because he did some wonky shit level 1 under tower.
Oh yeah. It's a rough start for him. My apologies, I'm sneezing here at the same time. The Finnish winter was supposed to be over already, but it feels like it's never gonna end. Like, people are like, hey, first week of spring. Some people on the other side of the world enjoying their summer, and we're like, yeah, it's like -10 here.
Yeah, I think I'm enjoying my summer way too much. Oh, Wits is not enjoying his life right now.
Just a couple hits would have done it. Not quite enough for the kill. But that is going to put that Sven on the back foot for a bit.
No tangos on anyone. Like, if he moves, he's going to take a double edge and die. That's level 2 double edge for Sacred.
And he's going, and he's got it. And another one. Might die to the tower, but yeah, he's already done his job.
He's happy. The wave is pushing towards him. Yeah, once again, Invaders just...
Rubik is on the run. Maybe Infinity could get something here. Not only just the 2 kills in the bottom lane, but maybe something to retaliate with Oscar, Genic on the run as Kataro still chasing. Here comes Tiger. Inkswell is used. Troll for the slow. He's going to get caught by the stun. He's dead.
Alright, that's a big
nice
kill.
move by Tiger.
Oscar's going to be quite happy. Yeah, the only thing that's kind of slowing down Invaders this game is the Alk. But that hero can farm so fast that he already has 24 CS. A lot of those are jungle creeps, but still, he should be able to recover Net Revise. That's the hero you care the least about being behind.
Yeah, I agree. The Alk is still going to get his up to his pace. Especially when you talk about good Alchemist players, they always find a way out. Kind of like rats.
I love the comparison. I think that is exactly how I would put it. Just cockroaches just in the sewer, just crawling behind. Oh, Tiger here looking for some micro action.
Yeah, I think he was checking about for some stacks. You got a Centaur, Alk, and a Troll. All would really love to hit some big creep camps, so try to get an early ward down. But Michael already applied the vision. You'll see if any movement is towards that triangle. They haven't started stacking yet. Well, okay. As I said that, they literally just stacked. So I was wondering when the first stacks are going to come out, because they can still clean them with Infinity, especially when Sven hits level 6. If they get a good invasion towards the triangle, that could be something. But the Bane, yeah, he does look like he's done for. Genek and PP, nice moves there together.
Very nice. Dark Mago here just dragging creeps and farming the camp at the same time. Very efficient, but also a bit dangerous.
Yep, Ogre Smash.
Ooh. Oh, that was close.
Yeah, Pango is celebrating in the lane, but the Alchemist is keeping up with all the extra fresh creeps all over the place. Now the stacks that he's also got in front of him, he's picked up a casual Windlace for some extra mobility. This is what I really like, and what I absolutely hate in Tier 1 Dota, is there are people with empty inventory slots every now and then. And it's like, why don't you just buy this 250 Windlace? Such an amazing item.
Yeah,
while the Centaur is going down.
Okay. Definitely not expecting that. Wits, I mean, both carries are struggling a lot here, CS-wise. They are both the bottom of the barrel.
Radiant's middle tower is under
So it's kind of like reverse day, right? You know, game 1 it was the offlaners at the bottom. Now it's the carries having a rough time.
Yeah, that's pretty true. Both Sacred and Oscar actually having some decent performances. Looks like the Tide's going for a Vlad's. Blink Dagger seems to be either that Blink or finishing the Veil. It's going to be Sacred's choice.
And it's a Radiance Alchemist.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. We're not getting any flavor here. He's blocked by the creeps. Okay. Just not wanting to show that Pango ulti was there to secure the potential rune. He's going to get it to it anyway. Oh, Sven going down. Michael finds a Sven farming some creeps here and just nukes him.
Michael's having an amazing series.
He did 200 damage and he killed him.
Yeah, he was super low. He was just farming the jungle as Dark Mago.
They get the Stampede in the mid lane. Alchemist also saved by an early Moonlight Shadow. Mirana with that early kill, a solo kill even to put it that way on the Sven, actually credits her the level 6. So they got no detection to fight mid.
Michael has more experience than the Sven. So definitely
Just
not a great
like last game. Just like last game, man.
That is true. That is true. At least the Sven didn't use God Strength before dying, so Wits will be able to farm a bit faster with it. But Kotaro already kind of recovering as well. He's going for that Battlefield we were talking about. Both carries should recover. I look at Invaders with that Alk, and Infinity, they should be abusing this way more. I feel like that Rolling Thunder used only to get a rune seem pretty slow here. I want to see them. Oh no, they fight Tiger.
Testing. Alk is showing up, and Michael gives the vision for the stun. This Grimstroke never given a chance to breathe. Sacred is also chasing PP. Gets the stun. Early nuke there. Arrow is off cooldown now. We can see a magical arrow from Mr. Michael. There's a Rolling Thunder being used, so at least he's blocking them out a bit. Here comes Genek as well with a nice little zap. Lift onto the Alchemist. Can they get him? No God Strength. Can't really kill the Alk here. Bane is also bringing a creep. So they just see XTS. It's like he's got some... We got vision on you. We see where you're going. Creeps, absolute MVPs. The Flag Bearer and the boys doing the work. Michael goes down, and Infinity. Well, you talked about them being more aggressive. There you have it.
Yeah, they're definitely upping in the pace, and that's necessary. Surprised that they were able to get so much without Oscar even showing up. He's just cutting creeps in the top lane. So huge here for Infinity, especially if they get this mid tower, which seems to be their objective right now.
Dire's structures are fortified.
It's going to be quite difficult to defend against that. Also with the Tidehunter nearby for the Ravage. Supports are still level 5, though, on the side of the Radiant. So no Soulbind, no Spell Steal.
They're gonna farm the stack, so it should give Yannick his level 6, I believe. Or at least put him very, very close. There we go.
And some more stacks. Might as well.
Very nice. Sven's gonna be happy about it. Or he has his mom. Now working towards the Echo Saber. And I believe... Yeah, I mean, they should be ready to fight again. They have Rolling Thunder, they have Ravage, they have Vlads on Oscar. So, yeah, I think if you find the Troll right now, that's the best. It's either the Alk or the Troll that you want to kill.
Yeah, just about all you need to go for this. Also getting some vision down.
Oh, they know. They know where the Alk is.
Oh, they have everything they need. Can they stun him before he pops his ult? No, he gets his ulti off, but it doesn't matter. He's still dead.
Yeah, the Diffusal Blade timing. Very nicely used. PP, once again, having a really good game. Like, I think he was the MVP game 1, even though they lost, and...
Ooh, that's a Bane. Again. But Rubik almost actually kills himself to the unstable concoction. The stall.
Oh, that was Rubik. I was so confused. I was hearing the sound and Alk's dead. What's happening?
Yeah, and Rubik doesn't exactly have the same kind of HP pool as the strength Alk, so that was like him losing almost half of his HP.
Yeah, that's such a scary, and you do more damage to you because you have spell steal because of
that too.
Yeah, so gotta be careful. They will get this tower now. Top tower is already down. I mean, Infinity, they are looking really...
Oh, they're going bottom here. At the same time, the Centaur did stun the Sven, so... Oh, can he actually catch somebody off guard? Did they see the Mirana? I don't think they did, so they're going for the triangle here. Smoke's already popped on PP. Sacred sees him.
Oh.
And he's also going to get out, so... All these rotations, the whole team is here. Yeah, they can get the stacks out. It's a little win.
They're gonna find another stack and Sacred again, but the Inkswell doesn't connect.
Tiger sending in the boys. More creeps for you. And now the Sven has caught up to the Alchemist's net worth.
Like they got top, they got mid, they get the Ancient stack, they find the other Ancient stack and this tower, all with Invaders doing nothing because they have this mid Alk that doesn't even have a Radiance, and even when he has it, he's gonna need like go for a blink or something before
one more item.
Yeah,
that's the classic, the classic that we like to talk about a lot with Lizard. The one more item. You tell your team like just one more item and I can fight these guys.
Just wait, guys. Just wait. I'm almost there.
Almost there. And with all those stacks gone, it's going to hurt the Alchemist a bit, but most importantly, the Troll. And I did talk about this, like when do you start stacking so you can secure them for yourself? Well, Tiger's doing some plays here all by himself, but he can't get the Wisdom Rune, and he's going to die for it. So Valiant's effort, A for effort, but F for execution.
Yeah, maybe deny yourself? No,
close.
There's
the blink for the scent with that kill.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's now they can start playing because you have level 6 on Bane. He's yet to use Fiend's Grip. If you do get that blink on Centaur, plus an arrow, anyone should be a kill here for Invaders. Besides the Tide, he's not gonna die.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
See what they can do here. They spot the Alchemist. That is Acid Spray stolen for the Rubik. Gush applied as well. There's the Stampede, just what they wanted. But here comes the Blink reveal. And the stun of the Rubik with the Ravage comes out as well from Oscar. They still get Sacred. Dark Magu almost getting hit by as well, but the Bane gets the kill on XTS. And also get the kill onto the Bane to retaliate. So Oscar is celebrating with all these kills. And here comes from the backline the Sven. Oh, poor Troll gets nothing done. And they're all dead. Infinity. They came into a very difficult position, but now that they've been able to recover this well, I'm starting to feel a bit worried for Invaders. Did they... You talked about the, you know, messing around, having a bit of fun. Is this draft a bit too much for them to bite?
Yeah, I think that Alk pick was so weird, and you know, maybe just leave your center to die there. You don't have to go and fight as well. You only have this Radiance, so they feed up a bunch of kills. They bait the entire team to try and save them. And now Infinity, they're in a really good spot. I think, you know, looking at the win probability, 75%. This is a game, this is their game to win. I think if they're going to lose this, it's all of their own mistakes. In this position, with the heroes they have, they should be set to really grab this game by, you know, by its tail.
Yeah, that really ends up hurting them as well, that the troll dies as well at the end of the fight. It's like one after the other, which is just the way Infinity would love to take these fights.
And now he's forced to rush a BKB instead of that Sanjin Yasha we were talking about. That is definitely an item that favors Troll a lot. But they're so far behind that that's the only item he can build.
Meanwhile, the Pango's already finished an Aghanims, so even more mana burn on the Troll, on the Alchemist. Not feeling very healthy about it. Also, they can't get to push this T1 tower. Sacred's trying to cut waves, utilizing the vision that they have with these two Obs wards placed down next to the triangle and the Radiant side of the jungle. But still so fearful, like can't get to that T1.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job, I think, all things considered.
So it's already popped that concoction. I mean, no blink, no nothing. He's just gonna have to stay in the trees and wait and hide. Full-on gank squad arrived. Also, they ping out the wards, so really good realization as well there. They have vision here because this Alk just suddenly disappeared.
He will finish his blink, so I'm curious to see if Invaders is gonna try and go for a play, or if, you know, they're just gonna be farming for the until Tro has BKB. Considering how far behind they are, it might just be the right play. I feel like if they give away another fight, this is easily Roshan and just like you kind of give away all map control. Maybe just farming is the way to go, even though it feels really bad because you just see Infinity getting fat on all their cores.
Oh, this Rubik really wants that arrow.
Oh,
can he get it? Oh, he tried to cast Spell Steal there, but no, we can't get to him. The dust is there. The Moonlight Shadows pop. And is this finally going to be the end of this long run? I mean, he was trying to cosplay Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible for a very long time, but at least he kept the supports busy. I guess these are the sacrifices you have to make to buy space for your cores, so I guess he made the right move.
Yeah, it's not bad, for sure. Tro has been farming for a while. Yao gets to farm the triangle. Finally, Sacred gets a tower out of all of that. I think it's actually a win for Invaders. You force like 3 heroes mid and all your cores are farming and you even get a tower. This is definitely their win.
Sven goes straight to the Roche pit at the same time. It is going to be hard for them to contest this, so might just have to let this one slide.
Free Aegis here for Wits. And yeah, they're just going to buy as much time as they can. The BKB on Tro will be ready for the tier 2 tower defenses. The question is whether Invaders are even going to take that fight, or, you know, they're just going to keep farming BKB on Elk as well. I have a feeling that's going to be a pretty slow pace game.
Yeah, there's a chance for it, especially if you get the right pickoffs at the right places on the side of Infinity. If you kill Invaders heroes, those are easy tier 2s you can already take with the Aegis, and any kill basically gives you a ticket to the high ground. I don't really like the high ground defense of Invaders. It's forcing multiple heroes to make something work. And then there's the threat of the Ravage, which really puts Infinity in a good position to be in this game. But Invaders, if they're somehow able to out-farm, that's their ticket.
Yeah, they are slowly chipping away the net worth after all. Infinity has been playing together for a while. You have an Elk on the Invader side. But, oh, Michael, you're probably dead here?
Yeah, very likely to be dead. No more leaps left, so this chase finally comes to an end. Sven was still hitting the tower, so didn't really stop them from that push. And now you gave a pick off, and it's going to be a 5 versus 4. They are going to be forced all the way back. Sven pops his ulti. Straight to the tier 3s they go.
Oh, this is tough, because 700 gold for the Alchemist BKB. Do you wait it out? Do you give away your barracks? Looks like they're going to posture. They're not sending... Okay, the Alch did come.
Yeah, they spotted XDS in the trees, so the Bane is dead. Bane does have a buyback. Doesn't exactly cost a lot. Sacred with the blink stun. Instantly turned around. The Ravage comes out. They were suspecting more. Now down to 3 defenders with that tier 3 tower still taking damage. And I think with the Scent dead, that's your last engagement ticket gone. Michael,
Troll cut the wave, but they still have a catapult here, so I think it's still gonna fall.
Well, the catapult is dead, and Troll cut the wave. Troll is coming to the defense. Kataro gushed and stunned and bugged and everything. Pops his PK, pops his ulti as well, and the chase is on. It's gonna go straight to him, and the concoction from Genek will connect with the Soulbind, so a double stun, and they're dropping on their feet. Farmigo's gone, Kataro is dead, and there goes your Bane as well, and this could be your game for Infinity.
Yeah, I mean, they have a tier 2 mid, but this is just falling apart. That was a really underwhelming OT from the Troll, and, you know, Sven is so fast with the Mask of Madness and the Warcry. He just couldn't keep up with him.
Now he also has the Aghanim, so Superman jump available too.
They disassembled the Echo for that Ags, but already has the gold for the Echo again.
So yeah, game might have felt like Invaders actually had something to hold on, but now that rope is getting really slippery.
It really is, 86%. And yeah, I mean, the confident Invaders that were dictating the moves, just not really looking like themselves at all. And I'm gonna blame this Alch, man. I think the pick was bad. Dark Mago, he played the level 1 so greedily under tower. Like, he did that to himself.
I think we agree on that. Yeah, this Alch just doesn't seem to find a place at all in this game. And it is really, I mean, they've only lost 1 lane, but doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter that it's 1 lane down, because it seems like a one-way ticket for Infinity to tie it up.
Looks like they're smurfing right now. They're just totally destroying Invaders, and I think Kotaro's doing a good job. He cut the wave the last time. Now he's pressuring this tier 1, but there's already a TP here, so he has to be careful.
Yeah, and that is Genek with the Rubik. He only has Nightmare. It's a very long-range Nightmare as well. And for Rubik, also instant cast.
Also gonna get a Wisdom Rune, maybe a Courier as well.
Him. Stampede comes out. They're also fighting in the bottom lane at the same time, but is there anybody to help him out while he gets the Wisdom Rune? Like, guys, I got the enemy carry here. He's got another Nightmare in 5 seconds.
Yeah, I guess he can be KBTP, Moonlight, right? But you don't have detection.
Okay, he's gonna turn it around. He's gonna try and kill him. It's a Tormentor! No! The Tormentor's gonna kill Genek! Oh, so 85 HP. But hey, I picked up a shard.
Oh.
Oh, what an unfortunate sequence there for the Troll. Yeah, Genek's just standing there staring him to death. And he gets the kill.
That's why so many people hate this hero. Like, that in any other scenario, you should kill that Rubik with your BKB OT. Instead, you just aggro on the Tormentor for some reason, and you kill yourself.
Yeah, just slap Genek on those adult entertainment ads. Centaur is going to get stunned by Wits here. With that God Strength up and running, just slicing that Centaur, cutting off the hooves. Michael stuck on the cliff, but there's a Harpoon. Bring him back. Nobody else to be found, as the rest of them are already back in the safety of their base. Alchemist still farming as much as he can. But the map is getting smaller, and it is getting harder and harder.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
I think, well, I mean, we don't have to
pretty much
sugarcoat
GG.
it. It's pretty much a GG, yeah. Like, that's what we're looking at. And I can't see a way out for Invaders. I talked about outfarm, but that's it.
They have to throw. Like, they have to go high ground without an Aegis. They have to, like, initiate in a tier 4 tower or something. Because if they just chill, wait for the Aegis, go high ground, I think it's very unlikely that they're going to lose this game. But, you know, they're kind of going to throw here. Let's see what happens. Nightmare.
Here, the Troll is in huge trouble. They even dropped the Ravage, and it's on to 3. Forcing the Bane of the Mirana back to the high ground. Stampede as well. The Sacred tried to do something with the Blink Stun, but not really anything with the Alchemist. They're both lifted up in the air, and he didn't even press his BKB. So both of the cores, no immunity for them. And we're going to a game number 3 here with Infinity tying it up.
Yeah, and you know, that's the clowniness we were talking about, Invaders. Sometimes they look crisp. They look almost unbeatable. Sometimes games like this happen. We'll see if it's going to affect them or not. But, you know, Infinity, they got fed a BO1 right in their mouths, and I think they're going to be pretty happy. I think it tastes really nicely.
Oh yeah, definitely. Infinity must be really happy. PP with a clean game. Tidehunter also unkilled. Really good last pick on their side. But Genic Rubik didn't have to do too much this game to look good. I think it was just Invaders looking pretty bad. Like you said, this... you know, dropping the ball pretty hard. What was the game plan for them? Did they really expect this mid Alchemist to work? Has it worked for them before in their scrims, for example? Do they scrim against these same opponents? Did they have a full read on what Invaders were about to do? Because Infinity, it was a really good package from start to finish.
Yeah, and I think it goes to show that you know, draft really dictates a lot on how this series is going to look like. And Infinity, with a good draft, they seem to be very clean as well. Not a lot of mistakes. So, I mean, we're going to game number 3. I did not expect it at all after the first game, but Invaders, they are like that. Sometimes they look a bit underwhelming.
Well, I think we're all pretty shocked with what we saw. But Infinity, at least a fighting chance has been provided to them. Let's see what happens in game number 3 after a couple of minutes.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
OneXBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Use your skills into gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And as we head over to game number 3 of the first series of the quarterfinals, Bowie, I think we've seen the best and the worst from both of these two teams. Invaders and Infinity. One team continues. The other one, I'm not going to say the classic, goes home. They're just going to get knocked out of the tournament. So it's a best of 1 now.
Yeah, at least they're going to keep, 15 points, right? Moving forward. This might be very valuable, qualifying for the LAN at the end. But if they go to the next stage, they pretty much double the amount of points they get. They also get $5,000. So you really don't want to go right now. There's still so much on the line. Money, the glory, the possibility of going to a LAN. You know, it is definitely very, very important here on both sides. I am going to be honest. I think Invaders should still be the favorites. But I think if you're Infinity right now, you just have a fire under you. Because you just got fed, a series that maybe you wouldn't probably get against a team of the same caliber that was drafting more concisely, let's say.
Yeah, and if I take an example off of the Southeast Asian Rest Regional Series that was played before this one, it was the organizations that were falling short. Bleed lost in the first round. Execration lost in the first round. Of course, we have less organizations playing in this particular SA tournament, but it feels like the ones that are supposed to perform really well and should go all the way to like top 3, top 2, they just lost in the quarterfinal round. So, of course, in this case, you'd look at Invaders. Can they pull it through? Was that last game kind of like, okay, boys, that's serious? How do you put it? Straight things up, you know? You can't say let's serious up. That's not an English term, but you know what I mean.
You can. It's just not English. But I think that they know exactly where they went wrong in game number 2. So hopefully they're going to be able to make things much better. And they do snatch the Timber this time. So, all right, that's a scary hero. Let's see how they're going to handle here in Infinity.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they left the Centaur open because Timber is already really good versus him. Doesn't really mind too much about the Stampede, Strength hero taking extra damage from Whirling Death and all that. So a hero that does, was it 540 or 550 pure damage in one go, which is pretty obnoxious for almost any hero to play up against. No matter how farmed you are as a core, Timber Saw will always do that damage to you right away. And that's just talking level 1 Chakram before he has any other items on top of that. That's just how much he does. That's what people are saying, like, this is a stupidly broken hero at its current state.
The hero also benefits a lot from the Kaya Sanj changes. So the hero was building Shivas a lot, and now, Kaya Sanj kind of gives you more spell amp, gives you a little bit of survivability. Very curious to see how they're going to itemize. And don't forget that Timber is also a flexible pick, could be mid. So even drafting here is not necessarily going to be easy for Infinity. As they do get their standard CM.
Yeah, they're very much prized CM. You were talking about this in game number 1. We didn't get to see it all the way until now in game 3 about this Crystal Maiden. Now, what is it what they value about the CM so much? I know it's being picked a lot lately, but can you put some theory around the reasoning why this hero is being picked so much lately?
I mean, the hero is really strong in lane. The mana regen aspect is obviously really strong. The hero scales nicely. But to be honest, I think it's a bit overrated. Like, even in Dream League, when you look at the win rate, is about 41%, I think.
Yeah.
And he has a lot of picks, so it's not like you don't have enough data points. It's just... I think the hero is fine. I am not sure it's first pick material. But, you know, when Batrider is banned, when Grim is banned, you could now make an argument for Crystal Maiden, but I still feel like Lion, I feel like Venge are stronger heroes, but some teams just really like it for some reason. I do feel like it's slightly overrated.
Yeah, that could be the case. I mean, it is a stable support. I mean, it's one of those. The skill set sits in nicely with maybe 2 or 3 different types of heroes, but Crystal Maiden always kind of generalized as an anti-right clicker, right? Like that's the way Crystal Maiden is usually picked because of the attack speed slows, the movement slows, even getting the root on a couple of heroes, preventing them from right clicking at all. Like it's been like the basic idea behind this hero. Works as a good counter towards some mid heroes, even like the Ember Spirit, for example, is one that doesn't like playing versus Crystal Maiden. In particular scenarios, let's put it that way. It's not always like, oh, I can't play Ember. They got a Crystal Maiden. It's not like that.
Yeah, and the hero brings a lot of damage, which is really strong against Timber. If the Timber is ahead, he just gets a Blink Dagger and bursts you before he casts a spell. But if the game is relatively even, you do a lot of damage to him as well. That root prevents the Timber chain. They're gonna go Lash. That's a hero we're seeing a lot now. Especially in Dream League. I think this hero kind of had an awakening. And it is a Dark Mago special. So I wonder if this is just, you know, them snatching it from Invaders, or if they just feel like it's very strong against Timber. Probably both.
Yeah, probably both. Like, the Timber Saws these days kind of neglect the regeneration and just max out on the nuke. So maybe the Leshrac also gains a bit of an extra on that edge, because now he's also going to be dealing his full damage without the regeneration kicking in from the Timber Saw. But we already see one pair up for the potential offlane. There are a couple teams in even SA who like to play techies as a 5, but generally categorized as a +4 with this techie. So since we don't see the safe lane yet, except for the Crystal Maiden, would you play Timber Techies, or would you put another offlaner later on in this draft for Invaders?
Now that you see the Lash, and considering they're not going to swap this to 3, which used to be a thing in the past, but I don't think it is anymore, I prefer the Timber in the offlane. I think the Leshrac actually beats Timber in lane. You have a lot of hurrahs. His melee, very easy to land the Split Earth.
Yeah.
So I do want to see Timber in the offlane. I think the lane is fine with techies. I think it's fine. I'm okay with this being their actual offlane.
All right.
And now you need what? You need some... I think you need more lockdown. They have a lot of burst damage, but they really lacking lockdown-wise.
I was about to say pick a 5 so that they can still leave the Timber Flex open, because if they do decide to like lock in the Timber Saw 2, then you already see Lesh's matchup, and you also see the offlaner what Infinity is going up against. So this Viper works as a flex pick. We saw XTS play it already as a +5 support, but also capable of being played in the 2 or the 3 roles. So nice flex pick here. Leaving Infinity guessing a bit what they're going up against. So they are going to bring out the Centaur, which we already discussed in the first phase, which Timber already likes playing up against. But this is a good pick. There are some great spells to turn into. Like, you can take the Timber Chain as a Timber Saw. You can use the Techie's Blast Off and start right-clicking people. In general, being protected by Stampede and a lot of magical damage. A nice mixed damage hero. Not just purely right-click. So I really like this Morphling pick here. It feels like it's, again, one of those games where it's looking like a great Morphling game, but there's still every counter basically in the pool.
You could definitely Sometimes we see Void, sometimes we see Naga. Very curious to see what exactly Kotaro is going to play here. But I do like the Morphling. I think you want something range against Timber. And sometimes we see the Luna being the option, especially Europe, I think, really values that matchup. But the Morphling is really good, and it even scales a bit better than the Luna, I would say.
And Infinity with last pick in this draft. I'm starting to question support Centaur or Lesh here, potentially, because are you going to close out the draft with a last pick support? Has to be a pretty wild one to really tip the odds in your favor.
True. I guess if you value Morphling so much that you would still rather pick it than, having it banned in the third phase. But you're right. Usually you don't expect to last pick support having overall last pick. They do get the Pango here, very strong against Morphling. So we're assuming that's going to be their mid. Timbersaw is going to be off lane, and they need a carry for Invaders.
I really like that. Even if we do see the drafting style here for Invaders, it looks like there's 3 flex picks basically in their draft. So could still go pretty much anywhere. But if you look at the mid matchup preliminary here, it looks like Pango versus Lesh, Timber versus the Morphling. And we don't see we don't see who goes up against the Centaur yet. That's the wild card basically for Invaders. They get to reveal their pick first. And Infinity, do they have a pause 4 in their mind? They already banned out the Furion, which is another great pickup here. An Orchid Builder, which works great versus Timber, works great versus the Techies on the Pango. They ban out the anti.
I really like the PA ban.
Yeah, PA ban, yeah.
I think Leshrac just has nothing on PA. So easy for her to disengage with Blink Strike. And they played really well game 1. Overall, I think Infinity is on the right track.
10 seconds remaining.
For Invaders, though, you have a lot of gap close already. Decent control. Maybe you just need more damage. I wouldn't mind seeing like a Skyref Mage. Just something that can burst down the Pango. They have no saves. They have
Centaur Sky, classic.
Yeah, like they have a lot of Glass Cannon heroes inside of Invaders. But, so they think it could be
It could be Lesh support or Centaur. Yeah, either one here.
Oh, okay.
If you wanted to play this support duo, I guess you could Centaur 4 and put maybe Lesh Centaur is their offlane duo.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know how that one works.
It's not bad, especially like if they want to play some Terror Blade, some Illusion hero, right?
Yeah.
You would have a lot of AoE on that.
And there's the Faceless Void you talked about. Again, a classic versus the Morphling. One of the 2 good counters. Or at least considered a counter. Of course, the particular game here looks pretty weird and pretty wonky. You don't have your usual chrono damage dealers, and now that chrono is kind of designed that it doesn't need to win you the game. Like you can use a zoning chrono as long as somebody else is doing damage outside of it to other targets, like Rolling Thunder, for example. Pango could have a much of a bigger role if the Faceless Void stops the rest from doing anything.
I mean, they could go Rubik again, right? If they want to. I think Hoodwink's not bad for Infinity. If 4 is the position that they need. I wouldn't mind seeing either one of those 2.
All right, if we're gonna go wild here, I've seen some good mid Dazzle picks, and those have won, or the Husker. And talking about a bit of cheese, the OD was still in the pool as well. So the PPOD Genek Lesh.
Okay. I like this a lot. Very strong against the Void. Matchup is amazing against the Pango. You should win that 8 times out of 10. The Leshrac Centaur lane is probably the only question mark that I have, but Leshrac got a lot of buffs, and I've even seen some Slasher videos about support Leshrac. So yeah, I think I want to be convinced here by Infinity. I also feel like they have been more consistent than Invaders. I think I'm going with them just out of my heart. I still feel like Invaders should be the better team. But their draft didn't impress me, and I was very pissed about that outgame too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you were. And we were both actually saying 60-40 for Invaders in that last game draft. But the way it was played out, the way that they built their heroes was like, yeah, okay, well, we don't have any trust in this anymore. But I agree. I really like what Infinity has here. Already looking like still a solid Morphling game, even if there's the Faceless Void. But that OD changes pretty much everything here. So unless that offlane duo of Genic and Oscar has something similar of game number 1, where XTS's Viper zones them out, that's one lane lost. But there's still that OD threat factor.
Yeah, that OD is going to be really scary. It should have an amazing lane. And PP, you know, when even in game number 1 where they were playing from behind, I think PP had in a stellar series. So yeah, this OD has the potential to be the second carry. I already feel like Morphling, despite the Void counter, this here gets online much faster, right? Void, he doesn't really farm too fast. You really start to get online minute 30 plus, whereas with Morphling, I've seen lots of, 15-minute, 20-minute Roshans who just get a Vlads, and OD is amazing at getting Rosh as well. So I feel like Infinity, if they get some of those early Roshes with their lineup, they can snowball this game for sure.
Yeah, snowbally heroes they also have, so there's definitely a high potential for it. We'll see if we got a first blood fight here. XTS. Uh-oh.
Oh, hello.
He's got the tower next to him, but not against 5 heroes. So Oscar, he gets a bit of vengeance there. Gets his first blood versus the player who shut him down 2 games ago in the laning stage with a DK. So
30 seconds to battle.
That's a great start for him. Let's see what he actually got from the courier. Okay, he's just finished the bracer and the tangos.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
And what I really like here, sorry, Bo, for cutting in here, but it's a 1-ring Centaur, not a 2-ring Centaur.
Yeah, I mean, the Void is not going to be hitting you that much, and the Viper is all magic damage, so you don't really need, I think, that second ring. And, I mean, we might even see another fight here.
Potentially, yeah. Oscar with Genic lining up the stuns. It's on the Viper again for the second time, and they're going to get this kill. Oscar gets it again. Tiger also showing up, even if it is 3 bounty runes, going for Invaders. Infinity, already 2 kills for the offlane Centaur, pushing his net worth even higher.
Thankfully, he didn't use the TP once he died the first time, or else the first wave would have been awful here for Kotaro.
Oh, yeah.
But this is still amazing. Like, he is 50% higher net worth than everyone, Oscar.
Yeah, such a great start for the Centaur. Knowing this Viper is going to be super annoying in the lane, so he's already secured at least 2-3 creep waves of net worth for himself. And I'm going to be keeping my eye open on this this offlane duo for quite a bit. Maybe our Observer is going to be doing the same thing as well. I know there's so much more happening on the Dota map, but I just want to see how this one rolls out. How do they play it? Because it feels to me that they want to push it a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it is the highest kill potential lane, I think. Top lane, this Morphling. It takes a while until he's actually a threat, and Timbersaw, pretty much same thing. You want to have level 3, right? 2 points in your Whirling Death, maybe 1 point in Timber Chain. And that's when, with Michael, they could potentially get kills.
So see the Lightning Storm leveled up for Genic. Not really going to get much benefit out of Diabolic Edict right away at level 2. So you have the slow and a stun with another stun and the hoof stomp from Oscar. Time dilation is going to be super annoying for these heroes in this lane. That's going to be a fact.
That's true. He already got it, as we could see. It did get slightly nerfed, right? It used to be... Like, that spell is probably the best value point in the game. At least before the nerf.
Yep.
It used to be the 60% cooldown progression thing was insanely strong. But still very powerful nonetheless.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, OD is slightly pulling off ahead versus the Pangolier. As suspected, the matchup is favoring the OD in this one. Also in the top lane, Morphling just a little bit ahead of Sacred, but Sacred does have the lane in a really good position for himself, so locked right in front of the tier 1. Easy camp blocked. It's gonna be a bit annoying for this Morphling to farm this. Well, techies, max range support, can constantly keep up that bit of harass, let Timber get solo XP.
Yeah, and the camp is blocked, so they don't really have a way to fix this right now. Both camps are blocked. At least they're gonna get the Lotus, I believe, but it's still a decent chance here for Sacred to recover in CS.
Yeah, and it's pretty difficult to usually challenge a Lotus when you're playing up against the techies, who is really good at that. Blast off to interrupt the channels, but forced pretty much in front of their tower, so not going to get much benefit out of him. Meanwhile, the Leshrac is being driven out of the lane by Kotaro and XTS. 3 stacks of poison,
Tiger,
but not enough, and actually doesn't have a jump away. Oscar could kill him, and he's got him. Meanwhile, Sacred does get Tiger in the top lane, but that Void losing his life with a... They thought they had the upper end. Centaur never gave up. He used his Time Walk, and we know how that Time Walk level 1 works. It's a 24-second cooldown. Once in half a minute, you go in or out.
It is a really, really bad spell, level 1. But once you get level 2, level 3, you should be a bit safer in this lane. But I think the damage is done. Like, Centaur is a hero that snowballs really hard in the lane when you just get all of those kills. He's 3-0 right now. His CS might not be the best, but his net worth is still ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, that little head start that he needed for this lane was definitely given for him. XDS will interrupt the pull from the Centaur, bring the wave back to the Faceless Void. So very important that he's also doing this, while the Water Runes both taken by PP. Tango has caught up, but this OD will be able to continue his harass.
Yeah, Dark Mago doing better mid than I expected, honestly. I think, you know, it is a sizable advantage. And sure, there's a creep wave here behind PP, but sometimes you see Pangos struggling even more. But, you know, he will be forced to walk back into the lane, so at the end of the day, I think PP did a decent job. He didn't trash the Pango, but he did win as Oscar.
Hey, he's done another one. Yeah, Viper just doesn't seem to catch a break at all. Dead for the 3rd time. And that's a 4-0 Centaur in the offlane. Also a courier snipe, so Kotaro just... Okay, he didn't really have any stuff on it, but he did lose it. But XDS had like 5 items on the courier. Had blood grenades and tangos and a magic stick and everything. And it's all gone. For at least a minute. Oh, then that's stun connected.
Oh, time dilation forward here. What, Kotaro?
And his Time Walk is also gone. Kotaro could die, but Michael just in time for the rescue. But still gonna lose the Faceless Void. Genic will get him. Tiger looking to turn things around a bit with a blood grenade, slow him down. Genic knows he's dead. Tries to die in a spot with a while Edict would do a bit of extra damage, but it's not gonna be enough. So 2 for 1. The offlaners die, but so does the Faceless Void.
Yeah, it's still probably worth it for Invaders. Void was alive when the Centaur died, so he got some experience from that. Does get to farm once he TPs back to the lane. But Infinity still with a pretty sizable advantage here. This Void's just going to take a long time to get online. And look at that, rotation from PP. But he did get scouted by a mine.
And Kotaro dead again. By the looks of it, yeah. Doesn't get the chance to jump away. Well, we talked about how good can this offlane duo be. Well, would it have been this good with those early kills? I still feel like they would have been able to score a couple kills here and there. Well, the OD is also showed here, so that's a Viper down. Michael, not sure if they saw him, but they're not going to get to the stickies.
Yeah, pretty big rotation here from PP. The Pangolier did go top, but I guess never found an angle for rotation. Wisdom Rune is probably going to be an even trade. Just waiting here for Dark Mago to make his first move. He's been pretty quiet so far.
Opinion on that taunt?
Very good. 8 out of 10.
Very good.
8 out of 10. What's your favorite taunt?
My favorite taunt?
I have 3.
Okay. We can talk about bottom later. We're talking about serious stuff here. Earth Spirit Surfboard is kind of cool.
Okay.
What else do I think about? You go next.
So 2 classic ones, SF and Undying. Classic ones. The little dance. I guess both dance actually. My favorite of all the other taunts is the Leshrac Disco Ball.
The Disco Pony. Oh, hell yeah. That was being spammed over and over again. I remember that
So
time.
good. One of the first taunts. Oh, looks like BP will be dancing to his grave.
Yeah. Disco Pony would talk about. Chase the Pango a bit, denying the Illusion Rune is Tiger, but even without the Diffusal Blade, the Pango does do a sizable amount of damage with that Swashbuckle onto the CM. But importantly so, they killed Oscar and Genic in the bot lane, and now they killed PP in mid. I can tell you one taunt that I kind of hate. It is my absolute favorite hero, but the worst taunt, it's the Enigma. It makes no sense.
Oh, yeah. I love
bongo
Enigma.
drums and the wobbling, but it's like, what's
It's
up
just
with
like Bane's cheese, right? Why is he carrying a cheese? It just doesn't make sense.
Ember skewering some meat. I really don't know. I feel like the Omni Knight riding on his hammer is. I feel like it's like, okay, that it exists. That thing exists. But I really like the Earth Spirit surfboard, and I don't really play Earth Spirit at all, but I think that's got to be my absolute favorite. Sacred goes down at the top lane at the same time.
Okay, that was CM plus Wits getting the kill. Overall, I mean, it is still a game where Kotaro... Oh, wait a second. See that?
Sizable chase. Or a pretty big prize, too, because it's not just one, it's two. Genic goes down, Oscar sliced, and Tiger's going to get Divin, or dove under the tower. Odie has a TP on cooldown, so this is a Crystal Maiden all by himself. Frostbite will do no good.
Okay, so Dark Mago was quiet. Now he's 3-0-1. Very even game. It felt like, you know, this Void was having a disastrous lane, but now he's level 6. They are getting some decent counter kills.
And how? How does he have this much net worth for 4 deaths?
I am honestly baffled. I guess
I'm baffled as well, because this shouldn't go this way, right? You see a 4 deaths hero, he should have like 3k net worth. It's a Faceless Void. He doesn't have a farming ability yet.
ECS is pretty bad as well. Like it's actually almost the bottom here. I don't know. He's using some programs here. There's something wrong with the Matrix.
The assisted gold he got from Dark Magoo and from XDS were like 230 and 117 to another hero. That's not a lot of money.
Not really.
You're getting like 100 plus something like that for an assist.
He's ahead of the Morphling. That's crazy.
Morphling hasn't died as well.
Yeah.
I feel like I need to watch the replay of this laning stage just to see what the hell, because this is weird.
It really is. I mean, maybe tower. I mean, they didn't get any towers.
Nope.
Bounty rooms? I don't know, man. I have no answer for you, and it looks like Oscar is dead again.
Yeah, a defensive Stampede used to, but to no avail. They still kill off Oscar. On the support Viper, he has also picked up a couple kills now. He was being bullied in this early game, which explains the Centaur's net worth. Dark Magoo into the Diabolic Edict. Has to be careful. That thing hurts. They do get the Crystal Maiden at least. The Viper is now the next target with the OD showing up. But he's also backing out. The moment he sees the techies, it's like, yeah, chill. Maybe they see the Faceless Void moving into it because this looks like a prime chrono opportunity. And there he goes. He's got the Morphling as well, but they already have the Strength Morph up on him. And the save on PP for the time being. He has already dropped the hammer earlier. He's down. They lose Oscar as well. And Infinity have lost everyone except for the Morphling, but he gets to do nothing inside that chrono.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that is... I mean, at least the Morphling didn't die in game number 1. Wits, he was showing up to a lot of fights, but dying. You know, this one, he was able to at least live through it.
Yeah, could say it's an unfortunate turn of events for Infinity, who started things off so well in this laning stage. Like, the heroes were right, the plays were right. And we're only at 12 minutes, which is like 4 minutes post-laning stage.
Find Kotaro, though.
Starting to fall apart a bit here. Kotaro down. Dark Magoo also getting chased by the Stampede. They get themselves an offensive one, and no Rolling Thunder. This Pango's got nowhere to go. Even the Swashbuckle coming up cooldown, but it's not going to be enough. The blast off from Michael. Mines onto Genic. One on the cliff side. And just needs a little bit extra. The stun's there, and XDS there for the slow. This mine should do the trick. Yeah. There we go.
Genic's a god. He killed 2 cores there with almost no mana. Very, very impressive what this Leshrac is doing. Like, he's just running at the Rolling Thunder, and he's doing full damage because of the pure aspect of Edict.
4 points in all.
Especially when you get the Stampede, so you can actually chase any target. I think they're playing off of that really well here for Infinity, but overall, it does feel like they should be further ahead. You know, they're getting some kills, but also feeding a lot of kills back.
When you talk about the Disco Pony taunt, it literally brought flashbacks to me when a Dire Leshrac would go to the mid T1, and there used to be trees, like somewhere around, like over here, somewhere like that. And you just sit in the trees and just Diabolic Edict, and the tower would die.
It was really dumb.
It was so really dumb when you think about it now, yeah.
Those were the days. Oh, PP.
Well, the retaliation is coming out from the Stampede. Michael stuck on the spot. XDS drops the ulti on Genic. Oscar's coming in as well, but the Rolling Thunder is going to be there connected as well. And they got some big nukes coming out. Wits will turn into a Timbersaw. Tries to do some action here for himself. Turn things around for the team. Oscar's also down 2 for 2. And that's another target caught. The Pango does at least get a bit of a shield for himself, but Wits is on it. But look at Sacred! The blink in the middle of trees, whirling death, and there's that pure damage burst we discussed about a couple times. How strong this hero can be. And surprisingly strong as well, because PP didn't see that one coming. The Frostbite keeps the Timber stuck. The Dark Magoo Pango still gets to walk away, and Genic's already respawned. They're not getting more out of this, but Sacred goes in again. Just relentless with the chase. Genic is trying to force them away, but here comes Kotaro. He's ready with the Chronosphere, and there's your Lesh dead again. He just respawns to die yet again.
Yeah, the way Kotaro is joining some of these fights is so much better than what Wiz has been able to do. Like, whenever Kotaro joins a fight, his entire team is there. They are all alive, and he just makes sure they win that fight, or he gets a chrono off. Whereas it feels like when Wiz shows up to a fight, there's already way too many heroes that are dead. I think the carry difference has been crazy this game. The fact that Kotaro had 4 deaths, as you said, and was 30 net worth minute 10 is absolutely mind-bending, and he's just surfing off of that. He's still having a really good series.
And Infinity, they're going to have to need something to turn the course around. Maybe the Leshrac KDA. He's got some lucky numbers out there, the 777.
Oh, wow. It does have it. You know, OD's a bit stronger now as well. He did finish his Witchblade. I guess the Blink is going to be finished on Oscar, and that's when we're going to see Infinity play more actively again. You do... Oh, they find Wit Stop, but Sacred didn't land the Timber Chain.
One thing that I'm a bit worried about is the fact that they picked this Lesh with this Diabolic Edict capable of taking down towers, and they haven't really been able to push. They're on the receiving end. Invaders, living up to their name, forcing the fights on the side of Infinity's map and keeping up these T1s and not even allowing Infinity to potentially even push a tier 2 in the bottom lane with that Edict, because they know that they have a lot of pushing power. They just haven't had the chance to harness it, really.
Yeah, and I think that's on Infinity, because once the Chronosphere is on cooldown, they should be able to just use that opening to group up either Force Tower. Yeah,
he just walked into that one.
If they were able to use that Chronosphere downtime, I think they should be able to just group up and take those mid tier 1 and top tier 1 tower. Instead, they've been pretty passive. But finally, Blink is ready here for Oscar. I expect something to change.
definitely something that they need is a change of pace. Faceless Void is getting too much in their eyes. They do have the Smorphling to play around with. Stampede already used as the Viper Strike is popped on him. So a bit of a, you know, get the hell out of there. Every time Oscar has died, there has been multiple heroes, so he suspects the same thing to happen again. He is teleporting top, though. What's on their mind?
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, I guess Roche? Maybe that Roche play? They have Manta, they have Lads. No, they just want to get
it's just the blink reveal. I mean, he just used Stampede, so now they're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way.
All right.
And this could actually... Look at the timing. Void is also coming here to farm Ancients and farm the wave.
Ooh.
So perfectly placed, perfectly in time, just where they need to be, and the kill they want to get, and they're also going to get the T1 for it. So you couldn't coordinate that better. You get really lucky with it, too, because he just walks into your arms, and you're like, well... We'll take it.
It felt like Kotaru knew something bad was gonna happen, but you know, carries, they are very greedy. And if they get Roshan out of that as well, this is the best case scenario,
like
and I
it.
think that's what they're gonna do. Very nice.
They have that 20-second head start, no chrono. Even if they TP to that tier 2 tower, they are gonna see a push is happening. They are smoked up, though. They do know something is up, but this Roche is falling way too fast. 2k HP, 1k HP, and this should be the 180 turnaround. No, they're going. At least to stick around and hope to find a pickoff.
They do have this Mage Layer now on Dark Mago, so a lot of that OD damage is going to be mitigated. Same for the Lash. I think even though they have Aegis on the side of Infinity, that Mage Layer makes it really tough for Infinity to take fights.
Yeah. At least Invaders, they do have that deep ward. They see the Leshrac, and with the Rolling Thunder slowed up, and that's going to reveal the ward position. Most likely, they've got PP as well.
No.
Might be the end of that Aegis. Able to dodge for a little bit longer, but Sacred still on the chase, and the Rolling Thunder from Dark Magoo gets stuck for a second, and there's the Aegis popping, but there's the turnaround. Centaur going up with the stun. Witz is trying to do as much as he can. Takes down Michael. Chrono coming out as well from Kotaro onto the back line, onto PP. The OD is going to fall as well. So does the Crystal Maiden, and make it 4. Might have taken an Aegis, but we're taking your lives for it.
That was insane. You know, Invaders, they're back to game 1. Invaders somehow, despite the Aegis, they get the perfect fight. They find the Lash by themselves with their ward. The OD tried to save the Lash, and then the Pangolier was using that cliff to get so many bounces on him. They lose the first fight. The Morphling, I guess, had TP on cooldown. Yeah, I guess. It's tough, you know. We kind of talked about Witz, and sometimes, I think very often, he struggles with whether he joins his team or not. I think that was definitely a fight you join your team. You have Aegis, you're fighting in your tier 2 tower. So whether he cancelled or whether he was actually on cooldown, I don't know. But I feel like he needed to be there.
And I really feel like this was just a farming Aegis. Like, what they wanted was to buy a bit of extra time. They know the threat of the Chrono is constantly there. And Invaders just find a great opening. They're literally under our vision on this cliff. Surprised them off guard and played everything perfectly to the spot. Now they're struggling with a support Viper here because Genek already goes down and Oscar has to run away.
Mage Slayer Viper.
Mage Slayer Viper, yeah.
You're not killing... Yeah, I mean, that Leshrac got heavily countered now. 2 heroes with Mage Slayer. He's not going to solo kill anyone. So really good itemization, I think, from Invaders. And overall, like, their macro movements have been far superior than Infinity in this game.
I like how you're... Actually, let's go back to that in a second, as PPE needs to be saved by the Stampede. They've got the Timber under the tower. He is a very tanky boy, but with the Rolling Thunder, gonna make things a bit harder. The CM goes down, barely gets anything done with that ulti. Witz gonna try and slow him down, but still Dark Magoo gonna be chasing him even more. And PP's also low. Remember, he does not have an Aegis anymore. Where does Sacred show up next? Oh, he's coming. He's coming. Won't get the blink off, though, and he might just die. Instead of getting the surprise, he might be the one to fall here. Genek on the chase, finally gets the blink off, and there's a minefield they don't want to activate. Genek's like, screw it, we're going through this. Oscar ulted, instant TP, regret. Oh no, Bash though. You could see the regret on Oscar's face, like, I shouldn't be here.
Surprisingly, though, win probability only 59% for Invaders. I guess this OD supposed to counter the Void even later into the game.
It's Gaben's favorite son. You don't just bash it.
Yeah, he is the
outhouse
decorator of our nightmares. Yep. I love that hero, but I hate when the enemy team is playing it.
Yeah,
it is one of my favorite heroes.
It's one of those heroes that makes for great memes.
Oof.
Like on my team and like on an enemy team.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pledge
Odie
5 on
always
my
been one of
team.
those.
Pledge
Yeah,
5
Pledge
on
5.
the enemy team.
Yeah.
Oh, Dark Combo?
Yeah.
Seen that play before.
No, I don't think that was really the the place to be. But
yeah.
Well, it looked like the farm was safe enough for him to grab it. Was not. Now they also got
I
some
do like
vision.
that Infinity is, going out in the map when a Chronosphere is on cooldown, but it is back up, and again, it might just be dead here if the tower wants to get the kill.
Has a mech, but
beautiful chrono.
and the PP as well. They got the OD on the edges of it. Techies is stuck in the air. Doesn't matter. PP's down. Tiger with a zoning ulti, helping the Morphling out a little bit here. Oscar almost blows up the Timber, but Timber also wants to blow up the Centaur. He knows he needs to be careful here. Gets the zap away. Morphling still on the chase. Sees him. The Adaptive Strike. All the Yules. And the Time Walk jump right next to him. No bash. No bash from Wits. But he's got the right place.
Damn. This is one of the first fights where Wits, I think, played flawlessly. Even though they lost the OD right at the beginning, he gets to join. They kill the Viper, they kill the Techies. Really nicely played. Infinity punching back real hard here. I am impressed. But at the same time, PP, he's taking the bad end of all those trades. He is now about to be surpassed by a position 5 Viper.
Yeah. Not a happy place for him. Gotta think happy thoughts.
I'm not sure OD is capable of that, but I hope PP's trying at least. Blink on Tiger. Very close as well. 200 gold away. Oh, they're gonna find the Spangolier. Maybe they have vision. Both sides have vision.
Let's see what they can do here. It is a Crystal Maiden that is soaking up the majority at the start. Morphling thrown up into the air. Oh, doesn't actually get the Rolling Thunder stun. It's okay for now. Genic is also joining in the action. Stampede to tune in. They are so far apart on the side of Infinity, but they're trying to help the Morphling out with that fresh Conda. He's as low. Finding in the middle, another mine popping here and there. 30 seconds for the Chrono. Genic is a target that Kataro can take down. And he will focus him away. Already 3 gone from Infinity. And it is such a disconnected fight from Infinity. It doesn't even feel like a fight.
Yeah, Chronosphere was on cooldown. They tried to force a fight, but they were just very sloppy, as you said. They got that ward there, close to the tier 2 tower, but they didn't know about the Radiant ward, so they get jumped first. They lose the Crystal Maiden. Just a really weird fight. The OD wasn't there in the beginning, so PP maybe feeling like he needs to farm a little bit, recover. But then you shouldn't be fighting.
Looks like the feed is down for a second, but hopefully you can still hear our voices at least. We're gonna get you that game feed in just a matter of seconds.
Okay.
We can give you some radio cast while we're stuck on this, if you can hear us. Is Invaders, when they won that fight, they were pushing a tier 2. The tier 2 is taken down. 11,000k lead for the Invaders team. And Infinity, well, they're going to have to wait to get that Morphling back alive. And hello, we're back to Dota land.
Oh yeah, it's a beautiful day here in Brazil. And it is so nice to be on the radio here. Dota radio cast. Oh, we do have. Oh, we already have.
What's the weather like there?
Oh, super hot, super humid. Absolutely awful. It was so bad this year that I finally bit the bullet and I bought myself an air conditioning because it was just unbearable.
Yeah,
I don't have one in my
real,
office though, but I do have it one in my room.
Yeah, even if you have one, you really feel like this is a gift from the gods.
Sleeping has never been so good. I mean, imagine living in Finland with no heating. It's how I feel living in Brazil.
Yeah, I mean we have heating, but also the summers can be pretty annoying here too. Like especially if it's super hot. We do have these occasional summers with like 30 Celsius ish.
Okay.
And a lot of apartments don't have great AC because the apartments are built to keep the warmth inside.
Yeah.
So
it's
it's really packing heat, you know?
It's the same thing here, but the opposite. Like everything is made to have a lot of refrigeration. So we have a lot of it's made to be very windy, so that you have a lot of circulation of air. But then when it's cold, you're circulating very cold air.
Well, let's see what what kind of heat is on the minds of Infinity as Invaders. They've put themselves in a commanding position in the game. These fights are still going a bit back and forth because of the OD and the Morphling, still great heroes. Morphling only died once this game, so Wits, the only one death he really had was in that bottom lane fight, which was completely disconnected, so unfortunate on his end.
Yeah.
Well, the other team also has a scary late game Faces Void.
Gaben's still giving them a pretty fair shot here, 24%, 22 now. So it's not like they're draft. Oh, hello.
Well, let's see if that's going to change after this one. Michael's already out. Sacred is forced to run away. They do have the Faces Void in a good position to catch the Morphling here, but the Pango's already doing the primary setup. Morphling isolated, gets the Manta off, waveforms away. Kataro chasing Time Walks out as well inside that Faces Void form, but he seems to be saved for the time being by PP. Does he stop a way out? Is Kataro just going to chrono? Yeah, he's just going to chrono it. No second thoughts on that. He knows he needs this kill. He's going to get it. Genic to die too. And the creeps conveniently just happen to be here so they can get an objective.
So patient on the Chronosphere. He waits for that Astro. PP was, he had Astro for a long time. Didn't want to do it, but once the Morphling was about to die, he ended up going for it and just sets up the Chrono very nicely. And as you said, Invaders, when they go for moves, it's never awkward, right? You have the creeps pushing, you have everyone there, everyone just presses their buttons nicely. Whereas for Infinity, it feels like macro-wise, they still struggle with setting up these plays. Even when they want to fight, the small things aren't done 100%.
Yeah, and it feels like so many things need to go right on their side with this Infinity draft for this Morphling to have a great time, because it looks so easy for the Void to just waltz in, press 2 buttons, and you're good to go. Well, Infinity, they have to do so much of this, like, tiny little, I wouldn't say prep work, but it kind of feels like you need to pick up some pieces, do some research here and there, and then you can finally, get that strong statement on Reddit that that you've done your facts, you've checked it all, that you're right, and you're still going to be wrong because some guy knows more than you do.
Yeah, it is definitely looking very hard here for Infinity, but no high ground has been breached. They're still going to have at least one fight in them. Hopefully they can wait these ages out. But this 2 minutes, they seem more than enough. I'm expecting Invaders to actually try and bridge high ground now.
You're going to need some pretty clutch items on Infinity. Like, I see this Hex lined up on the OD. I wouldn't hate to see another on the Leshrac at some point, but he kind of feels like I need a Yules this game. There's just so much stuff going on that I either need to set up for the stun or be able to dispel or dodge some abilities that are being thrown my way. The Blast Off, the Viper debuffs, the Timber Saw even, and the Time Dilation, which is, I think, a really good reason to build a Yules.
Yeah, he already has the Guardian Greaves Dispel, but a lot of times he's just using that to get a heal for the team. I think the itemization in Infinity overall has been pretty decent. DOD is just underfarmed. I think if he was, let's say if he was on par with Sacred, he would have the Side of Eyes already.
Yeah.
And then those fights are so much easier.
He needed to snowball this game. Definitely. That was what the OD was missing in this game. Because since they got that first Roche, Invaders just took away the Aegis from them. They took the fight to them, gave no respect whatsoever for you to, you want to farm with your Aegis? Hell no. And
Yeah.
since then, it's just been PP hasn't had the footing back in this game.
Their initiation is a bit wonky. Like, you would expect the center to be easy to initiate, but I guess the vision hasn't been really good for Infinity, so they're struggling to get those initiations from Oscar. Because if you can just, get that first stun, then the OG jumps in, 2 hits of Arcane Orb, Sandy's Eclipse, you should be able to kill most heroes. But the fights never happened that way. It was always Invaders jumping them or a support from Infinity dying at the beginning. Just their formation has been lacking.
And also the fact that Invaders are constantly clustered up doesn't allow this OD to find a pick off, slowly start to build up that Sanity's Eclipse damage from the mana difference and all that. This even the Morphling doesn't find an easy adaptive strike target to just nuke and poke the way you'd like to play this Conda build.
Yeah,
of course, the Conda build isn't just I'm not saying that it's based on a single target picking off, but it does feel a bit that way because your adaptive strike is your biggest tool and you want to use it, you want to chill, you know how strong it is, you want to guarantee you can get to use it, so you start to shift your gameplay style a little bit too, and that's not really helping Infinity.
Not at all. They're gonna smoke here as Invaders.
Nice read there.
Oscar.
Really nice read there, going for that instant hex up from that Timbersaw.
Good bait there, trying to
back.
force the Stampede. Dark Mago holds on the Rolling Thunder.
Tiger has to be careful. Genic also has to be careful. And there's the Viper Shard, so these buildings will drop if you don't get an answer. And they know the Aegis is still running, and Pango, you can see he's not even taking any damage anymore from that level 40 Edict. It
they get
to
this
do damage.
This center initiation, but there's no follow-up. Just, they're not prepared to fight together.
Frostbite keeps him on the spot, and the dispel, and there's right on the money, Kataro with the 3-man chrono, catches Genic, Oscar, Tiger. One by one they fall, and it leaves nothing for PP, nothing for Wits, forcing out the buyback of the Centaur. Wits is trying to run away, but Kataro is simply too damn strong. With that Aegis still intact, another Frostbite from Tiger, trying to keep it at bay, but there's your Morphling gone, and there's your Oscar, there's your series. And that's going to be Infinity dropping out, and Invaders marching on to the next round pretty much. Haven't tapped out yet, but we can see where this is going here, Bowie.
We definitely can. Kotaro still has the Aegis, so even if he dies here for those tower hits, it wouldn't matter. They're going to try to hold to the very end, but no buybacks. 3 cores dead for 40 seconds. This should be it, right?
Yeah. The only thing that they don't know is they're not buying back because they can't afford it. So the only thing that's really keeping them on their toes, and there goes Genic. Yeah, there's the GG call. They've had it.
I mean, they outclassed Infinity here, skill-wise more than anything. I feel like Kotaro, the way he was able to somehow be farmed in this game, despite Infinity trashing him really hard, is baffling. Obviously, I guess the Viper was the one that did most of the dying, but he was 1 in 4 and still so farmed.
Yeah, absolutely. Despite Invaders, like as a whole in this series, we thought that we saw the best and the worst from both of these two teams. We finally got back on the winning track for Invaders, but Infinity, they did have their couple of moments in this game. Playing to the strengths of their heroes, Morphling got to farm a bit, the OD looked good. Genic Leshrak did a lot of heavy lifting. He was all over the map trying to make all these small plays happen. But it feels like it was so long ago, Bowie, when we saw Genic have a massive impact. Like that Lesh Centaur looked good in the lane, and what happened after was just really hard team fights, really hard to connect and click these heroes together. What I see is a damn strong Timber with a Blink Dagger, and Pangolier hitting everybody the whole time. Great ultimate usage. No fear on Dark Mago. Like, he played it really well with this Pango. It also enabled this Faceless Void to close in the gaps with all the small stuns and slows that they had, that he can play as an anti-mage, show up to the fight, win the fight, because it's pretty much already won. You just clean it up.
Really nicely played by Invaders. You know, they keep going. I'm still a bit doubtful if they're going to be able to actually get to the finals, if they're going to be able to take the whole thing. I still feel like they have, the highest ceiling of all the teams. But you do got to fix some of those mistakes, but it was enough here for them to beat Infinity today.
That is Infinity out of the tournament. Invaders get to march onward, and they're going to play Akatsuki in the semifinals. But that's for another day. We have another quarterfinal coming right up behind the break. We have Midas Club. We have X5. We also have Harry taking over because I'm feeling a bit sick. So he's going to take over my duties. But you'll get to see and listen to this wonderful gentleman next to me, Bowie. Thanks, Bowie, for having me. And we'll take a tiny break. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes for the next series.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
One XBet Bookmaker Company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
The first day of the playoffs here in Latin America continue at the regional Dota 2 series. I'm Harry, I'm gonna be taking over for Panda, and with me is of course Bowie. So we're gonna have the genius, the one and only guy who understands this region the best out of all the casters here, out of all the casters in the world for sure. So Bowie, the next series being X5 versus Midas Club, any favorites in that one?
I think it's Midas. They showed that they are very consistent, consistent to the extent of boredom sometimes. They're not afraid to use 5 Roshans to win a game. When it matters, they are very methodical. And I guess the only, at least, I guess, weakness that I saw is when they started winning some games in the group stages, they started experimenting. First it was the carry Omni Knight, and then they were playing offlane Riki. And then they lost a couple of games. So I think, they're still trying to figure out, who they are and how they want to play. After all, the team is relatively new. But I do feel like they are a bit better. Also worth noting, there is a standing here for X5. A very strong player, but standing nonetheless. So could be a downgrade.
Yeah, could be. It is gonna be Nuaje standing in for Yambura, and if we have those ready, we can go and remind ourselves of these amazing rosters. So I'm thinking you said for Midas Club they're trying to figure out who they are. Do you think they're like teenagers or something? Is that what you were hinting at?
Yes, I think they just reached puberty, and they're touching everything. They have hormones through the roof. No, I'm just saying that they have a new coach. Overall, even though they are all Brazilian players, they haven't played together for that long. FCR and Costabile played together for VKS when they were at TI, but then they kind of separated very as soon as TI ended. So I think even for DR, he's been very famous in Brazil and internationally, but he was not playing for a competitive team for more than a year, I want to say, which does mean that I think they're all trying to, have a consensus of how they want to play Dota, and they have Astini as a coach, which also means it's another voice, right? And voices, they can be good, but you also need to find a middle ground between everyone else, and maybe that's why they're experimenting so much.
Okay, makes a lot of sense. So I know that you said that you are not a patriot, right? But does this for Brazilian team invoke the type of patriotism in you for you to cheer for them?
Oh, for sure. I'm
Okay.
definitely biased towards them. I am a big Costabile fan. I have sang a karaoke with Costabile, so that's how close we are, and definitely going to be cheering for the teams that he's on. But there's also Brazilians on the side of X5, and a team that I held dear to my heart. Both Jupiter and now Nuages, the standing, they used to play. with Mini in the past, and that was also like a really cool team because they were together for so long. They tried to make it work for so long. So yeah, I do feel a bit torn, but in general, I feel like it's going to be a really cool series. Despite who wins.
Okay. So here's the deal. From all the things that you just said, I just heard you sang karaoke. Are you a good singer?
Oh, I'm a terrible singer, man. I'm a terrible singer. I wish I was good, because I had a band in the past and I played the keyboard, and I always wanted to do back vocals, but I'm just really bad and lazy, so I never learned how to sing.
I had a band too. I had a band too, though, because I had no idea what to play anything. I played bass, so that's how it goes, right? So
okay, yeah,
pretty much how it goes. Like, okay, you have a little bit.
To play, like what style?
It was mostly some. I'm gonna actually, once you come to Serbia, I'm gonna play it to you because it's from these. It's music from our country, like 30 years ago, maybe back when.
I feel like you're pretending to have a band so you can impress me, but you actually never played.
No. I do play. So I think now if I'd get my bass guitar, that I wouldn't be capable of playing much, but I would be capable of playing something. The things that we play, that I would be capable of. That's very, very easy. But what is not easy is playing the Chen. But if you play him properly, then what is not easy is winning versus it. And we usually see this hero crush it. So I'm kind of surprised that X5 let it through.
Yeah, I mean, they banned some of the other heroes they were playing for Midas. That Enigma is something that they were pretty much picking every time, first picking it. And do you want a stat right now? So Chen has been played only 3 times, but he has a 66% win rate, and he has 100% contest rate. So not surprised that Midas picked it up. I have not seen Witch play Chen too much, but he's a position 5. That's the least you expect out of a position 5 at this level.
Okay, so a Lycan was immediately picked up afterwards. This to me is saying that X5 were prepared for this, right? Because they haven't played a Lycan yet in this tournament. So this is a first.
It's always
for
banned.
Them. Yeah, it is always banned for Hermit. Yep. But Midas Club, they removed the Kunkka. So do you think if they did have the opportunity to pick a Kunkka over the Lycan, that they would do it?
I think they are willing. I think what they are willing to do is pick the Kunkka first because they can flex it mid, and if it is a good Lycan game, they'll pick it. This time, because Lycan was the only other option. He did play a little bit of Visage, but again, I think against Chen, just because you go Helm of the Dom, right, you can steal Chen's creeps. So it makes sense to have Lycan over some of the other heroes he's very good at, Hermit. So, yeah, I mean, I like it. I think I've seen Lycan's Sven game during Dream League, so that combo is possible. I think Sven is just gaining a lot of popularity right now, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that hero in the series as well.
Okay, there's gonna be a bat, and I already like this if this is a lane. Even though you can TP out from these two, they can be very, very annoying when it comes to applying pressure. Also, Lycan Wolves can scout really well later on in the game for the Batrider to initiate. So I'm liking this from X5. They're getting comfort plus something that's very well established in the meta. But here, now we have mid lane Tiny, I'm gonna guess, and then it's gonna be a 4 Mirana. So these two pretty much kill anybody with the Avatos combo into an arrow.
Yeah, they are playing mid Tiny for 4DR every single game. They are not afraid to first pick it, second pick it. And it is, for someone that has been out of the competitive scene for a while, his Tiny did impress me. I think he was looking really sharp on that hero. Really good combo with the Mirana. So overall, I think X5, they ban a couple of heroes, but honestly, looking at Midas, I cannot help but feel like you should have probably tried to deal with this Tiny. It really feels like the only games I've seen Midas lose were games where 4DR was not playing Tiny. I might be wrong, but I think it was almost always that. If he was playing something else, it did feel a bit more underwhelming. But yeah, he does get the Tiny. Let's see if they can find a better matchup or something here to pressure him in the mid lane.
I mean, something that comes to mind is Pango or Ember, right? Because they do a solid amount of physical damage, and then you can punish that 0 armor at the start. But later on in the game, it's going to be a problem. Avalanche into a toss, into an arrow. Those heroes very easily die.
Yeah, I mean, Pango seems good, right? You're going to have a lot of AoE for the Chen creeps. You can chase the Mirana down. I wouldn't be mad about it. You do have to maybe expect this Tiny. You can't really flex the Tiny, right? Yeah, there's not going to be any Husker.
Really.
You can probably just pick the Pango if you want to.
Unless you want to play a core Mirana, like an offlane or a mid Mirana, which not impossible, but very unlikely, especially because there's 4DR on the side of Midas Club.
It does feel like they're not afraid, and there you go. The Sven gets picked up. A lot of armor against those Chen creeps. A lot of cleave. And the Batrider, right? You kind of talked about it as well. Another hero that has a lot of AoE on the Chen creeps.
And you pick up a CM now, right? Isn't that like the perfect pick? Everybody has been loving her. Pretty good versus the Mirana and the Chen, but bad versus the Tiny, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I don't like her that much, but against Chen, it is very good. So there you go. You did get that one right. Because like as I said, 3 Chen picks. But CM has like 49, and he's not even... She's like 40% win rate right now. I feel like she's a bit overrated, but it is a very good CM game right now, so I don't mind it.
Best hero in the world. So I would like to see a Mars now for Midas Club. Set up for the arrow in lane. Good to jump in and actually find people. Good to protect the Chen and the Mirana from the Lycan. I actually would love it. Anything else? I mean, something like a Tide Hunter is also an option. Okay, they go for the carry first.
Okay, it's a good matchup versus Sven. You do get, some of the healing, so very hard for the troll, not too OT. Most of those fights, you also have the protection of the Moonlight Shadow. That troll's gonna be amped up. Even gets the move speed through those fights, so that also allows him to chase a bit better. I like it a lot.
Yep. It's really good. And also, Ag's Troll is insane in the later portions of the game. It's not one of those games where you have to pick it up, but once you do, it really changes the game completely.
And Sanjin Yasha has been one of the most picked up items for Troll against Lasso, against Crystal Maiden. So that Sanjin Yasha is going to be... If you can squeeze it, sometimes you get pressured. You have to rush BKB. But... I think this is not a team that has a lot of siege. It's only the Lycan. And I feel like he's not going to have an easy lane, right? First pick Lycan into Troll Chen. He might get his timings, but I think the laning stage is going to be Midas' favorite, at least in the safe lane.
How about the Troll? Is this a Maelstrom or a Battle Fury game?
Battle Fury, I think.
Okay.
I think it is... mostly because of the Lycan creeps, right? They're gonna have Ancient, so they have magic resistance. You don't really munch through those creeps really well, so I do prefer it in this game.
Okay.
They do ban that Pango, and they did ban OD, the classic troll counter.
They banned the Pango, so yeah, Midas has played an offlane Pango if I'm not mistaken. I need to check that fast, but I think they have.
Yeah, it's FCR. And maybe you ban Laundry as well, because that is one hero that he often plays. Oh, they banned the Omen instead. Okay.
Are they thinking this is not a tiny mid?
I think so. They play carry and offlane Omni on Midas, so they're baiting the Omni for FCR in this game. Against Sven, I guess it makes sense. By having the physical immunity. Although when you have the eggs, you do have the dispel, but they feel like the lane might be too strong.
Oh, very true. Very true. So Midas Club, what else do you not want to play against? I feel like an Ember ban would be decent, right? Because if you do not catch him with the Avalanche, he's just going to be able to live through everything. And X5 are a little bit lacking on that poke into Crystal Maiden coming in and then you getting the kill. And I feel like they would combo pretty well with CM rotating towards the Ember and him being always in front. You know how Ember Spirits like to play. Always in your face, always poking, always forcing you into uncomfortable situations, and a Crystal Maiden likes to be on the aggressive. If you're on the defensive, this hero is just food.
What about a Lash for X5? I feel like Lash has been gaining a lot of popularity. Fast hero, pretty tanky. I think fights well with the other heroes of X5. Has mixed damage.
I like
the
it.
Chen creeps.
Like it. It's not bad. I actually think it could work out. You know, interesting thing is the Centaur is still in the pool. So if Midas Club want to pick it up for themselves, they most definitely can. They need an offlaner, and I feel like with both Mars and the Centaur being available, they're gonna be going for one or the other. There's the Ember ban. I still kind of feel like the Mars is better, but now when I see the Troll, you already have some protection for your supports from the Lycan and the Sven.
Yeah, I like both. The Centaur enables the Troll and the Tiny a bit more. Does Stampede work on Chen creeps or only on
it shouldn't. It really shouldn't work.
Okay.
I've never seen creeps running around. They'll go for the Slardar. Okay.
Okay, gives them more Roche, gives them, I guess, a way into that Warcry a little bit. I do feel like their lanes, though, are not going to be as strong. Slardar, like, he's a decent laner, but his stun doesn't really last that long. I feel like the arrow combos aren't as easy to land in that situation.
I have to say though, you hyped me up for Midas Club, but if I'd have to choose here, I think X5 got the better end of the draft. I still think that Midas Club, this kind of a lineup with the Slardar Chen, that you can just overtake the map at some point and be completely unstoppable. But then when I look at X5's lineup, there's just so much more potential, right? Razor is gonna do well in the mid lane. It is a great counter to the Troll. The burst damage of Midas Club, if the Tiny is found, is really not that high. You have the Warcry to deal with the Corrosive Haze. I don't know, X5's lineup, it looks really cool. Not easy to execute though, and that could be an issue.
Yeah, I feel like if they're playing from ahead, their lineup is really easy to execute, but if they're playing from behind, Midas has a lot of pick of this Mirana Tiny, Mirana Slaughter. If they control the map, they can also just Roche. They can force towers because of the Troll. So the laning stage is definitely going to matter a lot. And I think it's kind of even. As you said, Razor should have the better end of the stake against Tiny. But I do feel like this Troll plus Chen could be very scary. I think blocking those small camps is really going to determine whether they're going to have a decent time with Hermit's Lycan or if it's going to be shut down.
That is gonna be a pretty fun thing to see. We do have a pause currently at the start of the game, so the viewers are gonna get the chance to look at the drafts here, and of course our beautiful faces for a little bit longer. Yeah, Bowie, that's actually a nice pose. You actually looked a lot more beautiful than usual, so it just means that you're not positioning yourself properly towards the camera to give us the
I'm a gamer,
best possible
bro.
look.
Worst posture in the world. What do you expect?
You have a cool huge chair, you know, so
I do. Or maybe I'm
fine.
too small.
Yeah, I was thinking about that as well, but I didn't want to say it myself. Sure. We're gonna see. So guys, this series of tournaments here at the regional Dota 2 series is actually a series of 12 tournaments, 4 in each region, that is allowing the teams to qualify for a LAN that is going to be held in Belgrade. So then once Bowie comes to Belgrade, when we find out which of the teams are going to LAN, then we're actually going to find out if his chair is ultra huge or if, well, he's just not that big of a guy.
Well, so far the viewer's going to have to keep guessing, but I do feel like we're going to get a game back. Everyone seems to be back here into the game. And there we have it.
Let's go. The game has started and production will take us into it right now.
There we go. Always
we
swift.
have the best production. We have the best production in the world, and that's good. And you know, the funny thing is, it's not like one guy. If it was one guy, sure, one guy is amazing, but whoever they bring in to it, they always do an awesome job.
Mm-hmm. It is actually a fish that's working today, so doing really well. I never expected creatures.
And plus the slaughter is in the game as well, so fish is everywhere. As Midas coming forward with level 1 penitence, you know that you have to be afraid of these right clicks, but the Lycan Wolves, usually when they scout somebody, these level 1 ganks don't really work out, and that's exactly what happens. X5, they stay safe.
They did have that ward as well. Good positioning from Jupiter. So yeah, this Sven plus CM lane should technically be very strong. Right, you have a lot of spam, but like that's why I don't like CM that much. I feel like this hero gets picked off once or twice in the lane, and then like you're level 2 mina 10, and I feel like the Slaughter plus Mirana could be that combination of heroes that kills Nuages a couple of times in the safe lane.
Well, let's see if that does happen. Though in terms of runes, Shroud is taking a solid amount of damage. You have to be very careful about this one, especially when stars are dropping from the sky on your head. Maybe that's after the slaughter kind of smashed your face in. And we're looking at the odds where Midas Club are going to be favored there by our partners over at 1xBet. And of course, guys, if you want to get in on the action, banner down below, you have a promo code written there as well. But we're going to repeat it just in case. 1x RLG LATAM is going to be the promo code that you can use. And that's 120% on your first deposit extra that you are going to be getting. But talk to me through the lanes here. So Slaughter Mirana versus a Sven CM. This looks like a kill lane for both sides.
Yeah, more for Midas I think than X5, but it could happen, especially because Mirana is probably going to get air level 2, so you're not going to have leap for a while here. You can definitely pick Hiko off. I really like Shroud's item build. Already has that Wraith Band queued up. That's going to be very important against all of that physical damage from the Slaughter. Nuages, though, is going to be struggling. Looks like a very scary wolf, but only 3 armor. Not that tanky.
Talk to me about the lane swap. So they didn't send the Razor to the mid lane. They actually sent Sebas towards the bottom lane on the Razor. Is that just to counter the troll?
Yeah. Okay. That is mostly... like, the Razor doesn't care that much. Like, he would win mid, but not by that much. But I think the amount that this Lycan will be shut down is definitely offset when you have him in the mid lane here.
Okay, that makes sense. And I think it's mostly to protect the Lycan more so than to annoy the troll. I guess troll and the Chen were still gonna be doing quite well. So Asa is missing a couple of CS now. He's gonna start ramping them up close to his tower. So mid lane, Lycan has 5 denies, Tiny has 3 denies. I feel like this is gonna be really interesting for both of them in terms of CS, because both of the heroes are amazing at CSing, really.
Yeah, they really are. I think he starts to get annoying level 5, right? Because you're gonna have that attack speed low on Tiny, and then for DR, there's not gonna be right-clicking. It's so much. Is it minus 40? It's a lot of attack speed low. 60 attack speed low. Damn.
Okay, we'll see how it works out. As you were talking about the wolves, right?
Yeah. Once you get level 5 on the Lycan, you're gonna have level 3 wolves, and you do start to be very annoying with them.
Okay, of course it isn't written in the tooltips, because we just need to know. Oh, it says lose 60 attack speed. Okay, that's kind of insane.
Yeah.
Poor Tiny. Either way, there will be FCR picking up the Healing Lotus, going towards him, so a little bit of more regen here in the top lane, and we announce this top lane as the kill lane, and nobody is dying. Nobody's even close to dying here, Bowie.
Yeah, they're holding the skill point here on Hiko, so maybe afraid to die, but also not. That's why, right? He doesn't want to die, but because he doesn't want to die, he cannot kill because he doesn't learn Sacred Arrow. But level 3, that's probably when they're gonna have the tools here to do Nuages.
Okay, so some cowardice from Hiko. I'm actually surprised that X5 didn't force the issue a bit. Now with the creeps being under the tower, you're really not going to be able to do that much. Doing some damage to FCR, not nearly enough to get the kill. Now the bashes are going to be coming through, the double Starstorm as well. Crush 2, FCR, you've gone a little bit too far. Has the Healing Lotus, and It's that little flower, puts Nuages in a very uncomfortable position with Heiko coming forward, and with just one leap finishes the job. So there's the first blood going on to Nuages. They really gave it their all to kill FCR, not close enough.
Yeah, and FCR was super greedy. He got second point Bash of the Deep rather than Guardian Sprint or Slither Crush. And the fact that they actually survive and get the kill, it's huge. Hiko gonna be very happy about that. And yeah, that's kind of what I expected this lane to be, as they do lose the Chen bottom, maybe Costabil as well.
Oh, he's in a lot of trouble. Oh, the net from the Chen, even beyond the grave, he's doing a good job. GRPX, he had a lot of wand charges, so we'll be fine. Costabile, he has to wait for his Chen to come over as GRPX. He does take up flight, but Costabile will be fine.
Yeah, I really like what Jupiter is doing here. He clears the wave. He also blocked the camp again, just making sure that Widge struggles a lot into fighting any creeps. Although he does have Holy Persuasion level 2 now, should be able to find something in the medium camps.
You talked about the blocking of the small camp and how much that is gonna change. He does find the potato creep. Nobody cares about the Hellbear, like a little bit less of a magical damage going your way. Nobody cares. Though
Yeah,
doesn't even
it's the
give that
swiftness
anymore.
aura.
Oh, okay.
It's the
Now it
swift-
actually makes sense. Then it's good.
Yeah, I mean, it's decent. And if you kill it, you get 100 attack speed. So sometimes, really good chance they're just going to try to feed the potato to get a bonus. Yeah, overall, pretty even game here. The mid lane, 26-5 against 27-12. Slight advantage to Hermit. And, this is really scary. Hermit is one of those players that if he gets a free game like this, which he is getting, that's the first big Lycan. I do fear a little bit for Midas. To me, that is the wild card they have going for X5.
Yep, and especially I was thinking, okay, you could punish the mid laner not being mid, but no, they couldn't. And Heiko gets low. Once again, they bait in Nuages. FCR is just a little bit faster than Shroud, and we'll be getting there in time. Also, Heiko, he knows that a courier just went through there, but just wasn't able to find him. 2 kills on the CM already. This Crystal Maiden is starting to become food.
Yeah, and you look at the denies here. 8 denies on FCR. He is starting to control this lane. They do... Yeah, I guess he could just kill himself to the tier 2 tower.
Costabile.
Bottom lane.
Looking very much dead, especially with Nuages coming over. And, well, Chen is gonna be in some trouble as well. He did pick up the shield rune. Actually, with that Mud Golem dying, they turn around to Sebastian. He does have the 10-1 charge. He's not even close to dying, actually. Will just be able to get himself away. So, Wish isn't gonna get dove, but killing the troll is good enough.
A lot of pressure bottom here. Looks like they're gonna get the Wisdom runes on both sides. Morana and Batrider gonna be picking it up. But yeah, that's the thing. Lycan, he just gets online a bit faster than Tiny. Like, even if you have a perfect lane as Tiny, you're gonna go Treads Blink. It's gonna be finished at 11 minutes, maybe 12 if you're doing very well. This Lycan already has his Helm of the Dom, so that's like 4 or 5 minutes that he can be impactful around the map. That I'm not sure 4DR is going to be able to like mirror his movements or do something about it.
Not only that, but how are you gonna be able to fight that strong creep in lane? It's gonna be almost impossible. I mean, you're a Tiny, you're decent at doing so, but you're definitely not gonna be able to stand your ground all that much.
Look at the Tiny build as well. No points in toss. He's going straight up farming build.
Okay, I didn't see that.
He can't attack. He can't attack. What? Okay.
Dude, it's not that he can't
here?
attack. He's just really cool going for that one strong hit. As Nuages gets Wish. So he's done with the top lane where the Slardar is just way too scary. But on the other sides of the map, the Crystal Maiden is doing her job.
You see Shroud now starting to jungle a bit more, as I said. Costabil pretty much the same thing. And he is going Maelstrom this time, Costabil. Just trying to get that faster timing.
I asked my analyst, what is he gonna buy? And he says Battle Fury. And I'm like, yeah, my analyst is super smart. Costabil is gonna go for it. And then, nope, he just goes for the Javelin. So I guess he's afraid of all of his damage being drained, not doing no damage, and of course the war cry can be problematic. So maybe this is a better way.
Yeah, you know, that's definitely one way to look at it. As Costa Bill being chased here.
As a TP out, decided not to use it and actually just die. That's a decision I don't think he's gonna be too happy with. Uses his ulti. Oh no, he's healing me, and without any damage, he really won't be able to do anything to GRPX. Even though not a lot of his damage was drained, it's a troll, level 6 troll. He doesn't do any damage anyways.
They got a lot of pressure. The Lycan gets the tower. Top lane though.
Has one more leap, gets to the low ground, he'll die anyways. Heiko maybe should have just accepted his destiny as X5. This early game of theirs is going really well. The only one that is really having a good game is the Slaughter on the other side. But we'll see how much he can do on his own in the early mid game.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job. Like, this Shen never got to play the lane, and now he's jungling to try and recover, finish that Vlad's. But they're pressuring Costa Bill so much. He already has 2 deaths, doesn't have a tower anymore. And I don't think Midas is necessarily being able to do the same thing. Obviously, FCR is getting a lot of farm. And look at his build. He's going first item Orchid.
Yeah, I want to point that one out, but FCR, I have no idea what he's doing. Like, Orchid? Sure. Tiny has been found. His damage is being drained. Also, his armor is being drained as well by the Eye of the Storm. And he will inevitably die to Sebas, who steals 34 damage and is now going to be pushing the Siege Creep. Is still alive. There is a glyph on Midas, so they can protect their mid lane tower, but it's going to take some rotations as well.
X5 looking really sharp here. A lot of proactiveness. Their timings are all hitting. This Razor doesn't really need that many items. The Lycan only needs his Helm of the Dom, and even then he's still farming a lot. They're gonna defend top as well. Good Frostbite on the Catapult Wave. FCR doesn't have his Orchid yet, so can't really pressure more than this.
Orchid is gonna allow him to pressure quite a lot.
Well, I'm trying to be positive here. Like,
I mean, you have to explain this item to me. It's
not
that
good.
Weird
it's
one.
just, yeah, I mean, I like the idea of it. Just as a first item, I think it's awful. Like, you have this Mirana, right? You're supposed to blink arrow. You're supposed to play with the Mirana, and this Orchid doesn't really allow that at all. You know, if there was a puck, if there was a storm, maybe I could see it. I don't get it this game.
Oh, we'll see. Maybe we're dumb and we don't understand something. I don't know what it is just yet, but who knows? Maybe they don't want the Lycan to be able to go into the shapeshift. I don't know. As actually top lane, they're gonna be going for the Slaughter. He's been frostbitten, gonna be getting the crush there onto the CM, almost kills her. The Starstorm finishes off in the end. No, actually, it was the neutral creeps. Flame Break stops the leap, has one more to work with 15-1 charges, so Heiko will be fine. But it's a 1-for-1 with your strongest core dying on the side of Midas. So X5 again gonna be super happy.
Oh yeah, they hold the tower, they kill the Slaughter. He's yet to finish that Orchid. Maybe if he had it, he would be able to cancel the the freezing field instantly. Maybe he would live because of that. But unfortunately,
are you laughing at him?
No, I was just, you know, thinking that you're buying Orchid to cancel the +5 CM freezing field is a bit funny to me. But
okay,
you know what's funny? A tomato hitting a tower, because tomatoes just shouldn't be able to do that. They're fleshy. They're like, isn't it weird that we call them tomatoes and they're all buffed and strong? Like, tomato is the most floppy, useless thing. Delicious, but kind of useless.
Useless. I don't know, man. Just nutritious. And you know, when they are green, when they're still not ripe, they can be pretty hard, right? So if you're going to a show where you want to toss tomatoes at them, don't wait for them to be ripe. Just take the green ones. Those really hurt.
Yeah, maybe we need some ancients. The green tomato can be, you know, the bane of the carries, just like the purple. I don't even remember how were they called? The purple demon thing.
I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the 4-legged ones. The ones that were that were weak to magic. I know. Worst thing in the world. I forgot them, but now you have reminded me of
I'm
the ugly
sorry.
past.
I know it's probably very hard for you, but I know what's also very hard. Fighting a ancient creep here, and Hermit is pretty much done with his...
Wasn't the continuation of the sentence that I was expecting, but I'm glad it wasn't what I was expecting. Anyways,
I
like
do intend to be on land eventually, so I was not gonna make that joke.
Sure. There is gonna be the Helm of the Orwell already done. So, hello, big black dragon. As the it will be dominated by the Lycan. Midas are going for a smoke. Who are they chasing for? Okay.
They find Crystal Maiden.
You take what you can get, I guess.
FCR's Orchid is also up. I wonder if Roche, even though they have this Orchid, they should still be able to Roche if they want to, if they rotate the Troll. It is nighttime. They seem to have control over the area. I wonder if that's something they have in their mind right now.
I wouldn't mind it, to be honest. The thing is, it's probably a little bit scary for them as a flame break completely destroyed them. I think they understand just how far behind they are. So maybe a decoy play would be a smart thing to make. There's the Orchid. Arrow does not connect, and this Lycan just doesn't care now. He's going to be going for a shapeshift, running away or running in. We'll be finding out. Look at what the just the overtime damage there from the dragon is doing to them. Costabile will get his ulti off and do almost no damage to the Sven. He did pop the war cry, as there will be a frostbite, and everybody just lets the troll die. Man, that ancient black dragon literally won the fight all on its lonesome, as Avalanche will stop the Batrider or slow him down a little bit, as the Lycan is still running forward hungry for some meat. Won't be getting anything more, as they get the troll and are quite content with what they have accomplished.
Yeah, the Dragon was the MVP. He actually scouted the Midas heroes, and then after he got the OT off, the Orchid was like, it was what you said, right? You can maybe kill the Lycan before he pops his OT off, but he's way too strong right now. That Orchid was late, and Chen was also late. He is gonna be taken down. This tower might be dead.
Well, it is dead. Like, there's no might any longer with them having such strong pushing heroes at this point of the game. It's actually insane. And look at the Razor. Now he has a Manta. The difference in strength right now doesn't give me much confidence for Midas. And we talked about the snowball potential of X5. It worked out perfectly, really.
Yeah, at least they finally get to use Tiny's Blink Dagger for something here. I'm still baffled at the fact that he has 3 points in toss and 3 points in tree grab, but they do get the kill regardless.
Yeah. And Echo Saber is being delivered to the Tiny, so he's gonna have that one. Okay, no, it's not being delivered.
No.
A broadsword, but either way, it's gonna be there fairly soon, and then he's gonna be doing massive amounts of damage.
That's a smoke from X5. So they're gonna go. I guess they're gonna connect with Hermit top. He does have shapeshift again, and that's gonna be his level 12. So big timing that they're gonna be hitting.
I guess you wanted that top tier 1 just to make sure that Midas don't have the access point. No, Costabile, not again. Not again.
Gets scouted by the wolf.
They found him. Moonlight Shadow gonna be used. Dust already popped. Costabile trying to run away. He's not gonna be going anywhere. Pops the ulti to get out of the frostbite. Gonna be lassoed, pulled into a fountain, have a nice little bath, as they really didn't like your smell. But in the end, they just finish him off. So Sebas gets another one for himself. The gold lead isn't all that high, but Midas, other than pickoffs, I don't see how they can engage.
Yeah, their momentum is just off right now. And that Roche play that we kind of alluded to, they also lost the timing, which means X5 is going to be picking it up. And when they have Aegis, I think it's really easy for X5 to get all the outer towers, right? They have this Lycan, they have the Sven. It's easy peasy for them.
And I also like that they got them. Now you don't have to think about the Roche for 8 to 11 minutes, which is versus a Slaughter lineup, a lot of pressure just alleviated from you.
Yeah.
You don't have that hard decision to make. Are we gonna go towards the Roche side? Are we gonna play on that side of the map? It doesn't really matter. The Aegis doesn't really matter for them all that much. They just don't have to be thinking about anybody taking it for themselves, and they can play Dota as they wish.
Yeah, exactly. It is definitely the case as FCR is working towards his shard. Very good. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think this really allows them to take any fights. Even when the Aegis is over, I think that if this Tro doesn't have a BKB, which is going to take a long time for him since he's going Sinjin Yasha first. Oh, hello.
Were we saying hello to FCR is gonna be a cooked fish, cooked by lightning, maybe a little bit burned as well, which going for a TP out, not gonna be happening. This Razor, he really does back up punches. Heiko only has one more leap left and just gonna be jumping into the hands of Shroud, who even without the God Strength packs a serious punch, just deletes him. There's gonna be a 3-for-1. Midas, again, not looking too hot.
Yeah, they're gonna try and cut the wave here with 4DR. He pushes the bottom tower, but the damage is done. So many heroes, so many dead heroes, they might be able to steal the Tormentor, maybe even the Wisdom Rune as well if they want to just play on this top area.
5 to 14 in terms of kills. Midas, they really haven't been doing all that well here. We're seeing that the odds have completely shifted and really X5 are favored through to win this one. Even the drums now on the Crystal Maiden, they just want to continue running forward. There's going to be so much movement speed with the drums and with the Warcry combined.
Yeah, and if you can kite the Slaughter, if you can kite the Chain Creeps, the team fights are going to be really hard, because we kind of alluded to the lack of lockdown Midas has. It really is only the Slaughter, as they find Witch.
Moonlight Shadow protected him. Heiko on the other side. Here's the shapeshift. Trying to do something with the Slardar. He gets chopped up into a billion little pieces. Heiko has one more leap to use. Has the shard. Will decide against it, as the Frostbite will keep him in place. The double offlane of Midas Club just deleted, and there's gonna be a steal of the Wisdom Rune. And with that, the Tormentor as well. At least the Tiny got the Wisdom Rune as well, which gonna be Dove. It's just looking way too easy at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this lane swap totally shut down what Midas thought they were going to do. You know, that's why Lycan is banned against Hermit pretty much every single game. He just got a free game, and this hero is bullshit, you know? It just works like that. You hit some timings, you get to press... Oh, good toss back.
Into an arrow as well. They got the silence. The Sven is dead. He wasn't the one with the Aegis. They're gonna get the last one to Troll, who does have his ulti now. If he wants to go for it, uses it and gets disarmed instantly, so he's really not gonna be doing all that much. Now gonna get frostbitten as well, doing his best to survive. In the end, he's just gonna be taken down, which has the mech, which is not gonna be enough to keep him alive, but the Force Staff will. He gets himself out. The thing is, Avalanche in the back lines, he does finish off Nodges, puts himself in a very uncomfortable position, but has he... Actually, the arrow only connects onto the creep, so doesn't get a connection onto a big hero, as the Tiny's trying to escape, not gonna be happening. Heiko might be next on the menu, has the leap onto the high ground, will be fine. GRPX is the one in trouble. He has the 1 charges and the healing Lotus, and Heiko is not gonna be giving this one up. Really nice usage there of the leap, just not to get too close, but get that attack speed, and they protect their axes, push the enemies back. They're still in it.
Yeah, they are. Gaben still gives them a 22% chance, which I think it's fair. It's about what I would expect. It's just that Costa Bill's team fight have been really hard. And, you know, I talked about his BKB, but obviously you're also against a Batrider. You're against Lycan, so it's not like BKB kind of changes the fights that much. But it feels like without one, he's also pretty much useless. He cannot stand his ground whatsoever.
He's going for an Aghanim Scepter, so I guess useless it is. He has made his choice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a bad choice. It's just when you're behind, this becomes a really hard throw game. He was supposed to stomp his lane, right? And instead, he just got killed twice and lost his tower mid-9.
Lasso onto the Slardar. He's close to his BKB. Gets pushed onto the high ground. They don't have anything to break the TP, so FCR will be fine. Nice read of the situation there coming out from the Slardar. Moonlight Shadow being used, but the last outer tower looks pretty much dead at this point.
They will lose the Aegis, but I think, you know, that was more than enough damage with the first Aegis. This is usually way more than you expect.
Yep, all 3 of the outer towers taken in tier 3 as well, as they do know where the troll is roughly, but not hunting Costabile at the moment. They're gonna start now.
Well, they find the Chen at least.
Yep, he can use the mech there to survive a little bit longer. Decides not to. Would have survived maybe 1 or 2 hits, so doesn't really matter all that much. And Costabile, he's going.
I know he's there. Oh no. Can he TP in time?
Run, CM. Just one spell.
If he popped the drums, I think that's a kill.
Probably yes. Probably yes. Just the Crystal Nova would have been enough, actually. You don't even need to stop his TP. You would have been able to kill him.
That's true, actually. Yeah, well, you know, it happens. Still really good for Costabile that he lives, because he was already having a very, very hard time. And they know there's no... Oh, look at that. They know there's no battle trends. They're actually going high ground right now.
There is a shard now on the Chen, so he can steal the Ancients back, which is cool, right? That is a pretty big deal versus the Helm of the Overlord. That's why we go in and kill him! Ha! That's the solution. Why didn't I think of that? As Shroud just deletes Widge.
That's their second glyph, which means this is probably... Oh, they're gonna buy back.
Pause back and leap back. Lycan gonna get silenced, but he's way too fast. He's just gonna be able to run himself away. And that's a pack of wolves, right? A girl wolf and a guy wolf. So that just means there's gonna be a lot of them.
True. I forgot about that synergy. When you have this cosmetic, Crystal Maiden just has way more damage than normal because of the wolf affinity.
Yeah, that's how it works, right? What happens if you get the wolf bite and bite a CM that already has the persona?
I think you become... I don't have a joke for that, but I wonder how it looks, because it's supposed to... Do you have a model? Is it like a model for the wolf?
Oh, I mean, you just look like the Lycan wolf, just a bit of a different color doesn't change, unless they would put something custom in for the CM that we don't know about, and then nobody has ever seen it, because why would you ever in your life use the wolf bite on a CM? So maybe we'll find out, though he's not building an Aghanims.
Yeah, unfortunate. But doesn't feel like they need the eggs, since they are going high ground anyways.
They need those toss backs, but on the top lane it's much tougher to do so. There it is, the steal on the Ancient Black Dragon. Nicely done. Are trying to go forward. The stun onto the 2 of them. Flame Break actually pushes them to beat together. The Raxes are not gonna fall, however.
Yeah, that toss back is what's keeping Midas in this game. Both times they try to go high ground for Yar. Got some clutch toss backs. Didn't kill the wolf, but did kill the Sven on the other push. But still, the lanes are a nightmare here for Midas. They barely get walk out of base, and now that they do, will they be found?
Let's see. Midas, they want to make something happen. Standing in your base with the map being so vast would be a disaster. And they actually go for a smoke. They feel like they can fight. The gold lead really isn't that high. It's not insurmountable whatsoever.
No, it isn't. And they do have the eggs on Tro online now. They also have BKB on the Slaughter, but he gets lassoed.
He got lassoed. There's going to be a follow-up stun. Here comes the Tiny. Actually, Slaughter is still alive with the mech in the Hand of God. He gets himself away. That is so huge. Troll going for the ulti for the Sven. He gets the net on him. The Sven doesn't care, just runs himself out. Costabile is still chasing forward. He can't help himself. He just wants to be in a battle trance. Nice force step there. Saves him for the time being. FCR will finally be found. He didn't go and heal back to his base. So just didn't survive even one hit from the Sven. The arrow connects onto the CM, slowing her down, but they found the Tiny. That's the huge one. He gets the toss back on the Batrider, just making sure that his whole base is in flames. You don't want your house to burn. And Sebas gonna be sending them all away with the plasma field. There's the full lane of Rax finally going in favor of X5.
Yeah, Midas. They fought well. It actually felt like they could have gotten at least one kill on X5, but once you use that battle trance, you don't really have enough damage anymore. It's only, I mean, the Slaughter had to walk back to the base, and when he comes back, he dies anyways. And the Tiny, it feels like he is literally their initiation when the Slaughter has to die, and so he won't be able to do as much damage as he would have liked. Now this opens up free Roshan for X5. This game is blown wide open.
You get this Roche with an Aegis cheese, you pretty much don't lose. We always emphasize how big it is if you get the Dire side Roche twice in a row. It's actually super huge. The Radiant side, you get the banner, which nobody cares about. Cheese, way too strong.
It's gonna be Aegis again on the Razor. He's the one that can safely hit the barracks without, getting tossed back. So I do like that choice.
And now he has a Maelstrom on the Razor. If there's one thing that Razor lacks, usually it's attack speed. And if you go for a Maelstrom, it actually helps quite a lot with that. And speaking of, Troll is gonna have a Mjolnir, so his damage output is gonna be quite high in the next fight.
For sure. He does have, with that Axe, can dispel the Warcry, can dispel the Frostbite on him. There's a lot of things that he can do. But he needs to be following up his team, and he never felt like Midas got a fight the way they wanted, with this Slaughter jumping in, using his BKB, then the Tiny can counter initiate, the Troll can join later. It always felt like Mustabil was one of the first heroes to actually connect, and that's not how he's supposed to play this game.
See, X5 are going for a smoke. They want to go for the jugular, and having two dogs on their side, they should be very good at hunting. Ooh. Here comes the Blink, Lasso, onto the Mirana, very much dead. Does have a buyback if he wants to join in on the fight once again. Heiko will use it immediately. They still have a Glyph to work with. Avalanche toss at the backlines. Nautilus is dead. That's a good hero to start it off with. He did have the shield rune, waiting for a forest after the high ground. Where's Heiko? He needs him. He's not going to be there in time. Does buyback, jumping in. Stars coming from the sky, but that's a hero with an Aegis. Now turning around on the Sven. He has the cheese. If he gets it off, it's going to be disaster. There's the cheese at the perfect timing. Still, they're killing him either way. Avalanche toss, and this is a turnaround fight for sure, because they've killed all three of the cores with the cheese, with the Aegis. X5, they're no longer in full control of this game.
That Slaughter, level 18, when you have only physical damage coming through every single core, it is a bizarre amount of damage. You also have the Penitence, right? It felt at the start like the Chen Mac plus OT came way too late. Did they bot? Okay, so yeah, they bought for the R. That's how they were able to win that fight. So as long as you don't get punished by that buyback, it feels pretty good here for Midas. Losing, the momentum of the second Aegis, it does feel like if this goes 45, 50 minutes, that their core scale a bit better on the side of Midas.
Oh, and look at that. The win probability in their favor. To be honest, X5, they have been, in my mind, the most consistent team in this tournament. That doesn't mean that they're the best, but they always play at least solid. And I kind of afraid that if they lose a game like this in the playoff, that they're not gonna be able to play that solid Dota in game 2. And I really don't want that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible. Dota is a mental game after all. Costa Bill, can they cancel this? Oh, he actually canceled himself.
Yeah, like, I want to fight you for some reason. Weird. And he bought a BKB, doesn't have a buyback.
Oh.
Oh. Okay, the lanes are pushed out, so Midas Club might have bought themselves time, but you can just run through mid. It doesn't take long to push in the mid lane, really.
Connect from top to mid. There is Glyph available, so at least they're gonna have a couple of seconds, but they're protecting the top wave, so they should be able to do that. But oh, they're also smoking towards this Tiny. Oh, there you go, and he doesn't have a buy.
No, that is huge, and we talked about the consistency of X5, that I don't want them to lose it, and they're not losing it whatsoever. Tiny's in so much trouble. He's gonna turn around and start smashing. Nobody cares about your measly right clicks. 93 seconds on the silence. BKB used by FCR. That Lotus Orb isn't really gonna protect you from the Stormhammer, as now the Sven with his ulti is gonna be making short work of the melee axis. Do they go for more X5? Seems that they're gonna wait for the Razor. They don't really have to hurry. Without the toss back, you do not have the defense necessary.
Yeah, they're gonna lose the God Strength, so that's a bit of a bummer, but no Glyph, as you said, and they will have the Razor.
Backdoor?
No. Oh, there's no creeps, actually.
Nope, no creeps anywhere. Not paying attention. Slaughter did push it out, and Slaughter does have his Aghanim Scepter now, so he's gonna be able to mark his territory. Not a lot of territory in the base left to mark, but he can do it.
Still 50 seconds, though. They might be able to do this.
They can go for it, especially because the God Strength will be coming back in 18, so you're gonna have your ulti once again. How do you even start this fight, Bowie?
I think you have to buy time. I think if you initiate before the Stein is here, you just don't have enough damage. He was so important in bursting the supports in the beginning of the fight. And I guess they did posture well enough. I think if X5 stays here now, it's a mistake. I think they should chill and just be glad that they were able to benefit from that pickoff so much.
I think they made a mistake with a static link, but they do have a lasso still to work with, and neither of the heroes, none of the heroes actually, rather, on the side of Midas Club have their buyback. So whoever you catch with the lasso is gone for good.
Yeah, they don't know, right, besides the Tiny, so I think that's the hero they're probably going to try and focus on. If you kill the Tiny again, this is Megas. Maybe not GG, but it's 100% Megas.
Yeah, I guess with the Troll who has a Mjolnir and then the Tiny you can defend, it's not impossible, but you're really not gonna win a game like that. It very rarely happens.
Yeah, it's really hard. You're gonna get another Tormentor here, so that's... Oh, the Lycan Shard. Gonna help even more with these lanes already pushed as much as they are.
Yep.
Roche is gonna be on the Dire side again, which is probably good for X5.
Yeah, they control every part of the map, so if there's no TP potential for Midas Club towards the Roche, it's definitely going to be great. It's only a 1k gold lead, however, but in terms of map control, now you're going to have so much of an advantage, especially with that shard.
Yeah, what seems to... how I read this game is, if they fight us 5, they're actually stronger. But X5 was able to get a fair amount of pickoffs because they are splitting the map quite a bit. That's why the gold difference isn't as big as maybe we thought it would be. So X5, you have to be careful not to... Oh, look at that. They see them posturing mid and they're just going to force them all back. No glyph.
Tier 3 gone, especially with the double cannibal. They got the lasso, but he might be able to get his ulti off. Costabile gets the BKB and the ulti, you know, he's gonna start smashing, but he's losing the damage. Lotus Orb coming a little bit too late. Nobody cares about you, Costabile, not any longer. Toss on the Sven. He will be taken down, however. This Tiny really does pack a punch, especially the Slaughter as well. FCR, they're gonna get turned around upon and lets it go. Nuages, nobody's canceling the freezing field, and you don't want to get close. He gets the blink out. This CM, the part of the wolf pack, really strong, but still will be taken down. FCR and 40R, they're really strong, Bowie.
Yeah, they really are. They tried to kill Costabile and it was a mistake. The only lockdown they have is lasso into Stormbolt, and that's just not enough. Stormhammer, not enough duration to kill him. Maybe if the Sven's 25, you get that talent, you might be able to. Lucky for them, it is still going to be a Dire Roche, but it's kind of a fast spawn. If Midas are really swift, if they try to get control here, they might be able to at least slow this down so that they can contest this Roche.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do it. Though leaving the base, it's almost impossible, right? Especially now when you lost the tier 3. The Lycan Wolves on the bottom lane spawning from the shard, they're gonna kill your Raxes basically if you're not careful. I do like how Midas Club are doing in this game in terms of shoving out the waves. I don't know if you're noticing, but every single time they get the opportunity, all 3 of the waves, just all of them get pushed out.
Yeah, the FCR and Tiny, they are doing a really good job with that, which means that now it is very obvious that X5 is going Roche, which is why it's being circled here. Like you see a wave pretty much close to the tier 3 tower bottom side. Mid is also relatively pushed. So can they... Yeah, he will smoke. This is huge. This fight is going to define this game.
If they can win this fight, they're definitely back. Maybe even just gonna straight up win it. The buybacks only ready on the 2 supports of Midas Club, but of course a lot of players do have them, so we'll be able to collect some gold throughout that fight. The CM is back to the world of the living, TPing to the outpost. It is a 5 versus 5, ready to be taken. GRPX in the trees.
You cannot go for the troll. You have to go for someone else. You already know you cannot kill him.
Especially when there's a Lotus Orb on him, then no static link, no lasso. Heiko will be placing a sentry, instantly leaps away. That was dangerous, but they're just waiting for the mid lane and the bottom lane to get pushed in. Some hard decisions are gonna have to be made by Midas Club.
Yeah, not only they have the super creeps, but they have the shard of the Lycan, as you said. So Midas, every second they spend here, it's gonna be more costly. Although it will be a Radiant Roshan, so that does help them slightly. Although the waves are, I mean, they're marching mid.
They are. They also have super creeps plus the Lycan Wolf. Very, very dangerous. But the tension is rising. Look at that. Lines are being drawn. Hermit is telling them, guys, don't worry. Don't worry. We can just go towards the bottom lane instantly. Midas Club, they're doing the same as well. Some of them are TPing to the outpost.
The TP is here. And they're separated. Garner is mid right now.
Avalanche actually stops him for the R.
What?
They're going to be killing GRPX. You have to run. You don't have your main initiator. They removed the extra armor from Shroud. They're going to have to pop the BKB. He's really not that fast. Costabile running forward. The Lotus are protecting him from the Gleipnir, and he gets a kill. And they want more. Avalanche connected to the set. Doesn't have the BKB. Costabile is going to just come over and get a double. Banner and the
that was
refresher.
on Jupiter. He threw this game.
FCR though might throw it back, taking a lot of damage. Okay, so bottom lane now is going to be protected, but the Lycan Wolves are doing some damage there in the base. Actually, the creeps still haven't gotten to the base, so the backdoor protection is saving these range axes for now.
Yeah, those Chen creeps are lifesavers here, and look at Midas, man. Somehow just finding a way back into this game. That seemed, you know, it didn't seem impossible, but it definitely seemed very hard. I think there were lots of fights where they outplayed X5, and now X5, this is not a fight that they got outplayed, it was just a bad move by the Batrider.
Okay, gold lead. That's the advantage that Midas Club actually have, and with the banner, they're going to be able to shove out the waves a little bit better versus those super creeps. 80% win probability for them, and MKB for the troll. Even if he loses all of his damage, the Mjolnir and the MKB procs, just those two with the whirling axes are going to be a massive amount of damage.
Yeah, that's for sure. They even have double halberd here, and even that doesn't seem to be enough, because every single core there is doing physical damage with the corrosive haze. FCR, I mean, he's level 23. He's getting closer to that undispellable OT.
Slither and Crush cooldown is not to be underestimated either, though. Which one do you go for? Maybe you get the Octarine core and the Slither and Crush. Would that be cool?
Yeah, it's gonna depend on his item for sure. I guess he doesn't even have a slot though, so I'm assuming he's gonna go for the undispellable corrosive haze.
We'll see. We'll see. But the AC is going to be his next item. It makes sense. You know, you just want to protect yourself versus the Sven and the Lycan. And really, it just took some time for Midas Club to itemize properly versus what they are fighting against. And I actually love all of their items. I think the decisions were top-notch.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Chen, the Lotus Orb, very clutch, preventing those lassos and all those auras, right? You have Solar, you have Mac, you have Boots of Bearing, you have Holy Persuasion, Hand of God. It's just fighting into Midas is impossible here for X5. And this might be a point in the game where you kind of have to start thinking about ratting this, or just like creating distractions so that Midas can't group and try to get barracks themselves.
But if you get megas at this point in the game, have you even won?
No, I don't think so.
Costabile gonna be coming
so
towards
much
the
damage.
bottom. Yep, that's insane. With a Solar Crest on him. And then imagine what happens to a hero when there's a Solar Crest on the Troll and the Penitence. Jupiter dies once again. His performance has really hindered his team's ability to do something. And look at the Tiny. He's going for the Revenant's Brooch. Imagine Revenant's Brooch plus Tree Volley. That's gonna hurt.
Oh yeah, that war cry. It's gonna feel pretty useless. You might need to get a pipe here, and I don't know if this is a hero that can do it.
Like, we need a late game pipe for what? For tiny right clicks? Like, are you out of your freaking mind? You want to report? But nope, that's just the timeline that we live in right now, Bowie.
It is. We're definitely in the future here. Still though, it does feel like that Aegis duration has been wasted nicely here by X5. Finally, Costa Bill.
Damage being drained, not gonna be able to push. Ebis gonna get silenced up by the Orchid, and the Corrosive Haze connected on him as well. Nuages almost gets killed by the Tiny, but he puts himself in a very uncomfortable position. Does have the refresher if he wants to go for it. Troll gonna get disarmed, still has his ulti to work with, is not gonna die, protected by the Lotus Orb, and not an easy guy to keep in place. Still, the creeps are gonna be pushing on the top lane for sure. Svenning into the backlines, he didn't get the BKB off. Oh, that's a big problem. They do get the Troll once, but he still has one more life to work with, and his ulti intact. Lotus Orb again gonna be used on him, got disarmed. Of course it was returned, but nobody cares. Costabile coming forward, going for the range axes, will be able to open him up. Frostbite on the Slardar, he's just putting puddles, he's marking his territory in your base, and what are you gonna do about it? For now, nothing. Razor actually, you know, putting a toaster in water, I don't know if that's good.
Well, they get one lane. The gold advantage is gigantic here for Midas. They didn't even use a single buyback on X5, but they're being outfarmed heavily right now.
And they didn't even try to make a play for the bottom lane to maybe force out a glyph or something, so you didn't get anything out of this other than getting the Aegis that would have expired now in 10 seconds anyways. That's not a good look for X5. So onto which they will be able to take down the Chen. So that's a solid kill. Dead for a very long time. It's actually a dieback. The thing is that such a long time has passed that he has a buyback once again.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to be able to poke high ground here. The lanes aren't pushed enough, and I guess X5 is just happy that they didn't lose more buildings. Still 2 barracks, 2 lanes of barracks against 1 lane of barracks. But yeah, I mean, it feels like X5's timing has passed, and maybe in ultra late game they're going to be able to scale a bit more again. But right now, it just doesn't feel like they can fight against Midas at all.
Best banner usage I've ever seen in my life, I just have to say, right? Because it lasted for so long and defended that mid lane for them and really just alleviated so much pressure. In Midas Club, they are going for a smoke. They want to apply pressure now to their enemies.
No chance. So that is definitely a smoke you wouldn't expect. Although now that they dewarded this, it does make it a bit more obvious.
Tiny's really approaching that Revenant's Brooch. It is going to be impossible for the supports to survive. He's just going to one-shot them.
Yeah. Can even go scepter that. There is a refresher on the Razor though.
That's a big thing. The double Eye of the Storm is something that can win you fights, really. Costabile gonna be found there. Immediately removes it with the Whirling Axes. Still has that Aghanim Scepter. Lotus protecting him, but it will return some of the spells. They found the Tiny in the backlines. That's a good target. Sebas had to go for the refresher, and Tiny now gonna be tossing some trees, doing a lot of damage. Nice protection there from the use. Costabile going for guilty. He's gonna be beating up this one. Doesn't care about your stuns, doesn't care about your freezing field, just cares about your blood. And X5, a lot of theirs was spilled there on the battlefield. 3 heroes without buybacks are dead. Sven can do it without his ulti, however. He doesn't really do anything.
the Razor used the double static link on Costabil, and even that wasn't enough to
through the Lotus
stop the damage of the procs. It's just way too much damage.
I think he used it through the Lotus, so Costabile was just stealing the damage right back.
Okay, oh, that does make more sense, and no buybacks on anyone but this Sven. He doesn't have his ulti. This is Megas.
Yep, and we talked about dealing with Megas. I guess Sven is not bad at doing so, but oh, very hard game to come back into 4x5. You had your chance, you had everything you needed, but that fight in the mid lane where the Mirana and the Tiny bought back, you didn't back out in time, and it changed everything.
Yeah, really clutch toss from 4DR. I gotta say, I was very impressed with his performance. I've seen him play this Tiny so much, and they're gonna have to fight. Wolf bite now.
Let's see. That's a big ass wolf, but Lotus Orb. That item, Heiko, buying it really early on really did make a difference, and nobody cares about these dogs. You're just gonna put the leashes on them, put the muzzle on them, and then just execute them as well, getting the throne in the process. Midas Club gets the victory. One thing you told me before we went live is that Midas Club, they usually take it slow, but they do get the victory in the end.
Yeah, they do. That was really rough start for them, which makes the victory even more impressive. That's the result I expected, but definitely not the way I thought it was going to happen. So kudos to them. Very, very patient and clutch when it mattered. I think for DR and the Chen as well. I think he, like, lots of clutch Lotus Orbs, and overall, I think he just played really well despite having a terrible laning stage. So very nicely done by Midas. Can X5 come back? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, answer me this, Bowie. Your best hero, the Lycan, has been countered. You even moved him to another lane for it to work. You got 2 lanes of racks, and in the end you lost. Can you even feel like you can win versus this team now?
I mean, I don't know. It's you need to, right? As a Dota player, as a professional Dota player, just have to believe in yourself. And maybe it didn't work that time. I'm gonna have to play it again. I was very impressed with the fact that they even swapped the Lycan, as you said, but it is very demoralizing to lose like that. You have to reset, and you only have 15 minutes. Good luck to them, because it's not gonna be easy.
Okay, you said they had to be able to reset. They had to be able to think that they can win. We'll find out if they will be able to after a short break.
1xBet and EVA Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with EVA.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet Bookmaker Company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And we are back with the playoffs here at the Regional Dota 2 Series. I'm Harry, joining me is Bowie, and you're watching Midas Club versus X5. If you're just joining us, which I hope you're not because the last game was a banger, then you should know that Midas Club are currently leading with a score of 1-0. If they win the next game, they're going into the semifinals. If they lose it, they're gonna have to fight one more time in this decider because it is a best of 3 series. Bowie, after what we have witnessed in game 1, what are your hopes for X5?
Oh, I hope they still try to draft around Hermit as they do. I think he is like a very pivotal player in their lineup. And obviously, don't get that game. Don't you know, tilt after that game, because I think that's very easy to do. So hopefully, everyone can reset if they are all together, because I'm not sure if they're all playing the same place, especially because they have a standing, so that would be weird. But, you know, being able to untilt from that loss is the most important thing, because they played really well. I think, you know, they did a couple of mistakes, but in general, their draft was good, their lane decisions were good, their itemization was fine. It really, they got slightly outplayed, but they could have won that game for sure.
When I hear that they did almost everything right and then they still lost, it kind of doesn't give me much confidence for them, does it?
Yeah, but you know, their draft, that's the thing with their draft. It's very strong in the mid game, but it does fall off, right? And they did everything right, but they had a risky draft in the sense that Lycan will fall off. It's just, you know, natural for the hero. So I don't think it's necessarily like, oh, they played perfectly, but Midas is inherently better. I think they are slightly better, but I still feel like, you know, they could have won that game. It's just that the strategy itself had a flaw, which was you don't get to make a lot of mistakes.
I guess the idea is now pick a Lycan. Come on, do it. Do it if you want, as they don't have a Chen, but the opening of the Dragonite is can be just as scary.
True. That is definitely... I do like this DK because if they want to play the mid Lycan this time, you're not going to have an easier time, because that minus percentage damage on the wolves and yourself definitely makes it harder for Hermit to lane there if he wants to. I think you can actually just send the DK to whatever lane the Lycan's going to be if you really want to make him miserable. But they're going to keep the bat, which I think had a fine performance until the very end. And, you know, it is one of the best heroes of the patch, so it's totally fine.
Yeah, but, you know, I like this, that they have faith in Jupiter, because sometimes after, you know, a couple of those mistakes when he blinked in and just didn't get the lasso off, the most important one, jumping in on that tiny alone in the woods, you would have killed him. It would have been a completely different game, probably X5 win it. Sometimes you don't have faith in your teammate, or your teammate doesn't have faith in himself. So this to me is showing that at least mentally they're still in the game.
For sure. And you know what? I want to see that tiny band. The 4DR, he recovered so hard in that game. He was getting pickoffs on the Batrider in the entire map. He almost solo killed this Sven at one point. He had like 80% HP. He got Eva Toss, Kanda, Tree Grab. The Sven just melted. That's without the Revenant's Brooch. Every time 4DR plays like that. So I just want to put him in an uncomfortable position because I don't think he can play that many heroes to the same level as the Tiny. I think he's a great player. He's very versatile, but I do feel like he's been out of the competitive scene for a while.
Are you banning it though? Because you see a Dragonite. It's kind of weird to ban out the Tiny when there's a Dragonite on the other side, right?
It is, and they don't ban it, but this could prove to be a mistake. We'll see what they're gonna do. They can pick the Tiny if they want to, play bet 5, or you just give it away. I wonder what Midas would do, because if it's weird to ban it, then it would be weird to pick it. But I don't think Midas cares. You can just give FCR the DK. You could even give Costabil the DK. Costabil played carry Omni, right? So I don't think DK is more crazy.
Yeah, definitely not far-fetched. I'm very curious to know what X5 will be picking up here. So they've played that Kunkka quite a lot. They've played the Lycan. Is there another offlaner that they have played in this tournament?
Brew and Visage were the other heroes that he played. So you have to choose, and it's very hard to choose this early. So they're just gonna get a Gyro. I guess very flexible, right? Could be support, sure. Could be carry.
Yep, it's definitely going to be in the safe lane, right? I don't see it being a 4. Though who knows? We have seen 4 bats. I don't know if Jupiter has played them. Sorry, 4 gyros. I don't know if Jupiter has played it. I probably see him on a bat again, but I would assume that this is going to be a
5.
A gyro lane in the safe lane, be it a 5 or a 1.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I think it's way more of a Witch hero than it is a Jupiter hero. He likes to play those scaling heroes, whether by, becoming a right-click Weaver or just getting a lot of farm with the Batrider. Played very greedy game 1, got a lot of farm. As Midas, they get their Mirana. What was the other support that they had? It was the Chen, right?
Yep. So now they can get the CM. I actually wouldn't mind it. When I see a bat on the other side, it's not too bad. Yeah, there it is. Overrated, as Bowie would say, but people are still going for it. It just feels good to play this hero sometimes. Yeah, it lost. It's the CM fault. 100% Bowie. I agree. Less than 50% win rate. The hero sucks.
Yes, that is exactly how it works. Now for X5 here, you probably want more damage. I think they have the missile control with the lasso.
So
the lanes.
Visage?
I mean, there's a lot of value in the brew as well, right? You lift the DK.
No damage.
Yeah. Oh, Marcy. What? Is this Carry Gyro then?
Carry Gyro. Guessing, and
wait.
Offlane Venge?
Or Marcy? Yeah, I mean, this draft's crazy.
No, 5 Marcy, 1 Gyro, Offlane Venge, 4 Bat. I think that's kind of the most obvious thing. Maybe they're gonna do something different, but
it doesn't strike me as a Hermit hero though. That's why I'm confused.
Avenge. Does the Marcy strike you as a Hermit hero?
More than the Venge.
Okay, so
both are very unlikely.
So offlane Marcy, 4 Bat, 5 Venge, and then the 1 Gyro. The thing I'm definitely certain of is that it's gonna be a carry Gyro and it's gonna be a 4 Batrider. So either way, Marcy is gonna have the sidekick on the Gyro in the later portions of the games, anyways.
Yeah, it's definitely a Benny hero, Shroud hero. It's one of his favorite heroes. I do like it with the Venge as well to get that extra layer of protection. And I like this Marcy Batrider lane because you have a lot of displacement, so lots of ways to put people into the Firefly. I think it's I think it's actually deceptively strong, especially against CM. She hates being put out of position. That's why they're gonna pick this Weaver.
Yeah, I mean, I look at X5 and they really don't have catch. I was thinking maybe we see a Puck here, but then I realized, okay, you want to keep this DK to be a flex until the very end, so that X5 might even waste 2 of their bans. So you're gonna go for the Weaver. Very hard to catch, but if he does get caught, there is burst on X5.
Yeah, they have a fair amount, especially in the early stages. What do they need here? The catch is definitely weak, but I think Puck's going to be banned for sure on Midas. I think you ban Puck and you ban Tango, maybe?
If you're X5? Or if you're Midas?
No, for Midas. Yeah, if you're Midas.
You have a Dragonite. Do you really think you should be banning out the Puck?
I mean, the matchup's fine, but I do feel like you're going to have Flame Break, Koyo into Flame Break, Marcy thing with the coil, swap with the coil. I think you have a lot of ways to break the coil and possibly kill this Weaver as well, because that's not a hero that wants to get early BKB.
Definitely not. We'll see. We'll see if they do ban it out. Definitely taking their time here, Midas Club. I don't know. I feel like a Pango would be a good ban anyways. And for Midas Club, if they want to play another mid lane hero, which is not a Dragonite, I still think Ember would be amazing for them.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's gonna be 4DR DK. I think it's more of a stable hero for him. And FCR, he likes to play the weird stuff. So the Wind Rangers, Lone Druids, and you know, whatever crazy hero he thinks is good. So I'm expecting 4DR to be mid unless something crazy happens. And it's actually X5 banning the Puck. Okay.
Told you. You good Puck for Midas. And an Ember.
What else do you take?
Ban Ember.
Yeah. Seems pretty straightforward. They actually played offlane Ember on Midas one game.
Yeah, I remember. Did they win that one?
They did. I think I didn't see offlane Ember lose, which is the crazy part. I've cast 3 offlane Ember games, I think. It was Midas and Silk. I think Silk played regularly, and Midas did play once.
So, X5 are really taking their time. They have a ton of reserve left, so both of these teams were just flash picking. Okay, not Midas Club. Midas Club only has 5 seconds of reserve left, so they're gonna have to be making some rough decisions. That's why I kind of wanted X5 to just flash ban here, because it would put Midas in an uncomfortable position. They get rid of the Magnus, so they're still not sure where this Dragonite will go. And there's the reason why you pick your carry and don't show your mid laner just yet.
Yeah, the Magnus is definitely an FCR hero. He also played. I think he played Venomancer one game, if I'm not mistaken. But doesn't strike me as
a Veno game. No, please don't pick a Veno.
Yeah. There you go. They banned the Ember, actually.
So that to me gives me the yeah, I couldn't see the Dragonite mid if I see this. So you pick up a Zeus, you need some overtime poke damage, right? And Zeus definitely falls into that category. Plus the vision part is going to be very important to be able to find the Venge. I'm okay with it. I can't say I love it, but I can see the potential of the Zeus to kind of annihilate X5 in the game.
Yeah, it's tough because you want to pick Storm, but it's hard because there's CM and there's DK. You want like gap closers when you see Zeus, and the Ember is one of them. Storm and Puck would be the other two, but they're also either banned or hard to be picked. Kind of tough. You could go like Viper if you want to be very nerdy. You're gonna have the break for the DK. But I feel like he just gets kited, and he doesn't necessarily win against the Zeus anyways.
Oh, this is a hard pick.
Templar Assassin. You may now select your hero.
Okay.
Maybe you can... I like it, actually.
Yep, it's actually pretty smart, because now you have two heroes that are going to be buffed up by the Marcy later on. It will be an offlane Marcy from what it seems. You have a lot of minus armor. Your ability to burst people down is quite huge, but I like that they put the Bat Rider in the offlane. It's actually going to be an offlane Bat, because I feel like a Bat needs to have a good game here. Without a good Bat game, you just lose, right? Because you do not have that initiation that's going to be able to find the Weaver, that's going to be able to find the Zeus. But if Hermit gets a very early blink, you know, BKB as well, you can get on top of the Weaver, get on top of the Zeus, kill them. If one of these heroes is dead, that is a big hit to Midas Club.
I'm surprised actually Nuage is playing the 5 with the range gyro. It feels, you know, maybe a bit harder to play that lane, but as I said, having Bat and Mars in the same lane is very strong, so I think that's the reason. You're just gonna get a lot of damage, a lot of chase, and just make CM's life awful. I like X5 draft, actually. I think it's good. Maybe 60-40 for them. I think they have a solid draft, and it's going to be about execution. And Midas have been the better team macro-wise, but I think they have a shot.
I think their draft is cool on X5, but these types of drafts are not super hard to execute, but every small mistake can cost you. And that's where I feel like their consistency goes well with this gameplay, and this is probably the best way for them to approach it. But Midas Club have proven in the previous game that they can delay until that one mistake happens, and they're gonna be able to strike. So I still see them as the favorites, but yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, kind of for me, just like in the previous game, X5, they have a really cool draft that if you execute to the highest of levels, which you can, you are gonna be able to win.
It's gonna be a lot about the lanes, I think. I can't see this Weaver dying. Early level of Sukuchi, you maybe use the spell. There's so much catch, and I'm not sure this Crystal Maiden is gonna be able to protect the Weaver. And out for the safe lane of X5, it's just gonna be a snooze fest, I think. Not enough kill potential. Maybe you kill the Venge with a good Dragon Tail arrow, but in general, I think most of the action is gonna be happening in the offlane of X5.
You're still forgetting it's a Weaver versus the Bat Rider, and Bat Rider doesn't really do much versus the Weaver, so I feel like Hermit is gonna have some issues in that one, especially because Bat is not super well known, like for his survivability, though has a lot of stats, right? So 5 armor, 850 HP, that's not too bad.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't go aggressive on the Weaver, but you can bait the Weaver, like, you know, the support postures. She aggressively Sukuchis, and then without that spell, Weaver is really weak. 500 HP, even though he has like 5 extra stats from, you know, all of the items. So I can't see Costa Bill dying, but I can also see the Bat Rider struggling. It's one of those waves that can go, one of those lanes that can go both ways.
Yeah, for sure. That top lane could actually make or break the game, right? Which I don't like to always say, but considering that everybody nowadays is pretty good at map movements, it is this laning stage that is becoming more and more important as time goes on. Ice Rock tried to change it with making the map so big, but the teams have adjusted now after a year of the map being so huge to doing well on it anyways.
I'm very curious about the build Hermit's gonna go as well, because offlane Bat Rider, not unheard of in this patch, but very rare. I'm not entirely sure what you do. Like, is this just Travels Rush, like in the old days? It's gonna go for a Blink? Very curious.
I want to see a Blink. I feel like without the Blink that you do not have the initiation, that in the early mid game you're not gonna have kill potential. That's gonna give way too much freedom to a Dragonite, to a Zeus, and you don't want to give freedom to these heroes.
Now mid's gonna be a snooze fest as well. Just TA and Zeus farming. I guess I'm expecting the T2 win slightly, but Zeus should. You know, Zeus can always get farm. That's just the way the hero is.
Yeah, but the Zeus doesn't have the passive any longer, so you're not that good at going through the refraction charges. So I'm kind of curious to see how well he's actually gonna do in this matchup. He used to be pretty nice for the Zeus. Now it's looking to be pretty good for 40R anyways, because he's winning.
Yeah, they actually have pretty decent base damage, and yeah, you just zap and usually TA wants to play in the lane, but you like close to the creep wave, and Zeus doesn't necessarily have to. He doesn't take that much harass. Ikudo is gonna get a career here. That's Wraith Band.
Yep, nicely done. Mages wants to get the revenge for his career, and considering that the Mirana doesn't have the level 2, now gets it with the arrow into the creep, double leap, and is gonna stop dragging that creep wave. So finally, the Dragonite is gonna be getting his creeps.
DK is struggling a lot here. FCR only 5 CS. Pretty much the same as the Mirana right now.
I guess that's what happens when you have a Mirana. She takes every single range creep. But yeah, the wave will be pushing towards him as another wave will be getting into the tower. So it's actually not going to be that bad for FCR looking forward in this lane.
DK can always get by. All you need is to get level 6, the hero. Even after all of the nerfs, still very good. But, you know, sometimes I expect Gyro to struggle against DK just because Breathe Fire takes all your base damage and it's already very low. But I'm impressed that Shroud's still like second in CS.
Yeah, he's crushing it.
It's very hard to CS against the DK sometimes.
He's doing really well. Kills that creep just before the camp respawns again. But there was a sentry placed by the Mirana, so the small camp isn't going to be there, meaning that this Dragonite is going to have a creep wave in a pretty good position for quite some time. So this is exactly what FCR needed, and now a couple of denies going his way as well.
Yeah, both camps blocked, so impossible for Noages to do anything, and he's chasing this Mirana, which means he might not even block it for the 4th minute camps. We'll find Hiko though. Oh, the courier!
That again? I mean, it's a different courier, but it doesn't matter. Hiko does get it, and has 6 stick charges, has 1 more leap to work with. We'll have another one in just a second, so Hiko is not even close to dying.
And that camp is probably gonna stay unblocked unless Nuages is really quick here on his fingers, and even Hiko could just stand on top of it. Oh yeah, is it gonna be fast enough?
1, 2, no, he cannot leave. That's the thing. He warded in time, but he couldn't leave in time, and so that means that FCR continues to farm quite nicely. As which finishes off GRPX. There it is, level 3. On the Weaver is a point where you can go forward. You have that swarm. It's a super annoying spell, and Crystal Maiden, one of the stronger level 2s. Level 3 you even get the aura, so you don't have mana issues whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely. CS wise, the DK recovered nicely. Now tied with the Weaver, but for DR, oh look at that! He already has some stacks on in the mid lane. Just living the life right now.
Yeah, the Zeus is really doing a good job here. For now, no stacks on the Ancients for the TA. Maja's in a lot of trouble. 1 more hit is gonna be needed. Ooh. Hiko. He got spooked. There is a salve on the bench trying to bait FCR into an uncomfortable position. Not gonna be able to do so. So overall, nobody dies, Bowie. But Midas Club, they're doing really well for themselves. Costabila made a mistake. Oh, he's gonna get pushed back, just stands his ground, it's gonna be taken down. Jupiter kills him. That's some sick spell usage.
That's what I said. Good sentry there. They buy some time from the Sakuchi with the dispose, and eventually they chase him down. Very nice. And he's going for that Blink Utah Hermit. I also agree. I think if you can kill the Zeus like 1 or 2 times, this hero is very momentum based. You kill him before his Phylactery, he doesn't get a lot of kills. Oh, Hermit though.
Oh, his flame breaks, man. It's just beautiful to see some of these bad players use them. It's just unfair. It feels unfair sometimes.
Yeah, definitely a very strong spell, as the rune battle is... yeah, it's gonna be top.
Enough. Hiko, he's like, yeah, I jump away from the trap, I use the arrow, and it does nothing because the rune anyways would have went for the arrow on the top lane. But overall, it just goes to show that everybody is focused. The TA not gonna be falling for those traps. She's gonna be the one doing the trapping, and Mirana still thinking about how to assist your mid laner.
Oh, Hiko setting up for a play here if they can get the Frostbite into the arrow. I mean, Widge is level 5, Hiko's level 2. This is crazy. Arrow.
Got him. Zeus, can he do the damage? No, with Nuages being in the vicinity, you don't want to be running into those traps, which a level 5 CM is going to be in so much trouble. That's a big kill. If they can get it, they most likely will. Has the very far. Zeus trying to slow them down with the heavenly jump. Won't be able to save his buddy.
Time for the Wisdom Rune. Nicely done by Jupiter. It's not going to give that away for Hiko unless he arrows, but he won't.
Won't, and this is a dangerous situation for the Mirana. Doesn't have a TP, has only one leap to work with. Going the wrong way. That's not where the base is. It's gonna be high-fiving to the Marcy. We all know that these two girls are they know each other well. Did he juke him? Not super well. Gonna get hit by the tower. Gonna have a leap in 3 seconds as well. Batrider coming over. That leap. Nah, not even gonna use it. Hiko gets taken down. Hermit gets the kill. Getting him closer to the blink. Ulti finishes off Shroud. That's a huge kill for sure. A much bigger one than the Mirana dying.
Oh yeah, a Shroud that is now having his tower poked by this DK. And it begins. The DK reign of taking every tower without really suffering at all for it.
That couple of first waves for the gyro were amazing. The Shroud now. Oh, is he in trouble yet again with Mirana coming over? There's gonna be an arrow. The creeps, they don't get in front of it. They needed to save Shroud, and now he's gonna get burned down, especially with Costapila coming over, getting the kill, and he's gonna get another one. It might be Widge who secures it, but the rotation from the Weaver, top notch, as they do get a bonus as well. X5, they lose a ward for it as well, and their tower is gonna be taking a massive amount of damage. Midas Club. That was just beautiful.
That is huge. I mean, that Gyro's having an okay game, and now he's bottom of the course. Oh my lord. Can they kill Costabil though? Holding onto the lasso.
It does get dusted a little bit too fast. To get on top of him, he'll be fine. Actually, does have the tread. Some Weavers, they get greedy. They don't get the boots. Not Costabile.
Oh yeah. Even insects need boots.
He needs a little bit more than your average hero, but sure.
So, bottom tower. Actually still alive. Expected FCR to have done more damage, but I think his Elder Dragon form was expiring when they got the second.
Stabile. Going for Hermit. The bug is there. Minus armor is gonna start ramping up, but the creeps, they make short work of this Worm bug as double Starstorm onto Nuages. They get the ward down as well. Just so many wards getting warded by Midas Club. That's big. Nuages will get down the wards from the Mirana as well. So he's not going to be playing around.
Yeah, but Midas Club, they already have that ward in the triangle. Already expecting Sebas to be farming there. He can definitely die if they get a good smoke gank. That level 3 Frostbite already a big problem.
Going for FCR, he does juke around the trees, gets the stun onto the Marcy. To me that he's gonna be living through this one. The TP in coming from the Zeus, FCR standing his ground. That's so much damage being done to them. FCR still alive, not for long. Nuages is the one who gets him in the end. That's a position 5 that gets the kill, and you brought in 5 heroes. At least they got him.
Yeah, that's what matters. Just making sure he used the Elder Dragon form again, which means he's not going to be taking the tower, which means tier 1 is up and Shroud is recovering. He had such a bad start.
Oof, he is trying to recover. Only 2 points in flak. He actually went for 3 points in the rocket barrage. Meanwhile, mid lane, a little bit too deep from Sebas. He does have the haste to work with, so will be able to survive through this one. Hermit making some fire lines as well. The arrow connects. He tried to come in with the rebound. Not going to be in time. Jupiter, he just puts himself in a very uncomfortable position with the Dragon Tail. He'll be taken down. A lot of traps there around the mid lane, so it's not easy to go forward. Which has the stick charges that will protect him from the overtime damage of the traps, but might die to the Terror Wave. Nuages trying to find an opening, and because of it, he has put himself in a very uncomfortable position that he won't get out of. The Wave of Terror connects on Widge. In the end, not nearly enough damage for the kill, and you lose 3.
That is really bad here for X5. It felt like The laning stage was decent, and the Jared dies twice, and then some of these engagements were a bit sloppy. The TA was just playing with fire there with his haste rune. There's no reason. And I guess that's what happens when the Crystal Maiden gets so many levels. She is level 7. He is the same level as Hermit right now.
Yep, Crystal Maiden, you get those levels, it is way too hard to play versus the hero. Even with the haste, it doesn't matter. You just get destroyed, annihilated. There's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, that Mirana on top of it makes it even harder. So yeah, I mean, they are at least buying some time for Shroud. He's trying to get to that Crystallis, get to the eggs. But just looking at the tempo of Midas, I think they're way faster, right? You're going to get a Phylactery on the Zeus that's already up. This Weaver can fight whenever. The DK just needs a blink. Oh, did he go work it again? I think he... No, Maze Layer. Okay. Let's go in Maze Layer.
Yep, that makes a little bit more sense. It is a Dragonite, right? We'll see if he does go for the blink. Usually, we do see it, but the tower should fall now, especially once he does get his Dragon form. As Midas Club are bringing in more heroes as well. This time around, they're gonna be in time to protect the FCR. He's coming forward. He wants the Dragon Tail usage. There's the ulti from the Zeus. The Swarm comes in. They get the lasso off, but instantly they die. Now it's gonna be turning into a big dragon ruling the skies after they've killed the Batrider. 4 heroes dead. X5. They are helpless, Bowie.
Yeah, I mean, that TA pick was supposed to be very solid in the mid lane, but it just cannot match the tempo of the Zeus, of this Weaver. They're so mobile. And that's my, I guess, you know, I didn't talk about it during the draft. I don't like mid TA in general. I think it's very greedy. I think you have to be a tier 1 team, like a Liquid and, you know, GG, to be able to make it work well. Because in South America, whenever I see these BTAs, it's very greedy in farm, and like, it's rough, right? Even if he gets this Blink Dagger now, it's already so late. This Zeus already contributed so much. 3 OTs, did go for some side rotations.
Look at the win probability. They have 3% chance of staying in this series.
Oh my lord.
The 5th and 6th teams, they don't get any money. They get some points towards the land, but you don't get any money. $5,000 is what you get for 3rd and 4th place. So that's definitely gonna hurt them.
Oh, the arrow.
Perfect arrow.
I guess another thing that the viewers should know is that it's only 2 invites per region, right? So those 15 points are not going to be enough to qualify you as TA.
Sebas is dead once again. He will be placing down a trap, gets arrow. These arrows from Hiko, they have been beautiful. He needs no setups with the Dragon Tails, with the Frostbites. He can do it all on his lonesome, as the mid lane tower will fall as well. And look at which he's going to be finding Nuages. There it is. The setup, and the arrow wasn't available, but they have the drums running forward. The damage is going to be more than sufficient as Witch. Gonna get gone on. He lets it go. The arrow connects in the double Starstorm. This is going to get the kill. Thunder God's Wrath also getting everybody else low. Hiko does go down. A big kill for sure, but you get so much more. You have been team wiped. Midas Club, they're just getting everything to go their way.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about being demoralized, and it does feel like that game 1 loss maybe got a bit into X5, because this is one of the most underwhelming performances I've seen from him. As you said, I also consider them to be on the consistent side in this tournament. This is just not looking like them at all.
Definitely, you know, though I have to say Midas Club are playing some clean Dota. I don't want to take it away from them, because they definitely did force X5 into these mistakes.
Yep, they played the lanes really well. Sure, they got 1 kill on Costa Bill, but it felt like CM got so much. Like, she's level 9. She's, like, you don't see a CM this farmed, and somehow they did kill Costa Bill.
Yep, did everything right there on the top lane. That was even without the lasso. They just ran him down. Seems like this Marcy is the bane of the Weaver's existence, though Costabile did make a huge mistake. Again, got caught during his Shukuchi, and then he ulted a little bit earlier because he didn't know that there was no lasso, so... Yep.
It's the TA shard as well, right? I guess that's how...
They caught him at the end with it, so it really...
Okay. Well... That shard is very good. It's gonna make Zeus' life a bit annoying before he gets the Manta.
You mean this Zeus that is just getting kills around the map? His life?
That Zeus, indeed.
Has a shield rune, though.
Oof.
How do you
They're
kill
going for
him?
a shroud.
Gonna have 2700 HP once he pops that shield rune, so good luck bringing him down. There's finally a blink on Hermit, though, so maybe we're gonna be seeing that initiation.
Looking here for shroud.
Shroud on the bottom lane is in so much trouble. He's being surrounded. He's being sandwiched. There's the frostbite. There's the arrow. Uses the cooldown. Here comes the rockets, and nobody cares.
Rough one. You have that blink, as you said, but they couldn't find Costa Bill. They were trying to go pretty much for the same play. Costa Bill, a bit safer, also a bit harder to catch.
Is he gonna go for a Lincoln's? No, he's being greedy. Dragonlance, and it is gonna be a Gleipnir next for. So his damage output is gonna skyrocket after that.
Another setup for the arrow as well.
You just want to have synergy with the Zeus, so like we are lightning brothers.
Just gotta get Mjolnir CM too.
Yeah, we are gonna be seeing that 100% as they do find Sebas. He does get the silence onto the CM. Drums are gonna be used. Arrow only to send him away. Trap used. He actually dodges both of them. Still goes down on Sebas as ulti from the Zeus sees everything, and Hermit runs in and now just running out. Oh, the swarm onto all of them. They see them perfectly. You have to deal with those bugs, but the thing is that a big bug is coming, and this one will not get sparked once again. Arrow into the back of the TA, and now that back will get broken by 4 DR. 4 heroes dead. You can count 5 if you want to count that death of Shroud on the bottom lane that happened a minute ago. Midas Club are, I don't know, they're playing the game of their lives. They really want that semi-final.
Yeah, they really do, and you know, this might be one of the most promising Brazilian teams I've seen after VKS. They did go to TI. They look really good. Obviously, still very early. They're gonna have to win tons of RES tournaments if they want to go to the LAN. They are looking very promising as 5 mounts defense stop here.
Yeah, I mean, this tournament is not over for them. Even after they win this one, you need to be top 2 consistently to actually go towards. There's gonna be 4 tournaments from each region, guys. The top 2 from each region are gonna be going to a LAN in Belgrade, so there's a lot to fight for. That LAN will be $200,000 prize pool, and every single one of our RES regional Dota series, these small regional tournaments, is $50,000 prize pool. So quite a lot of money up for grabs for some of these better teams in the region.
Oh yeah. It is pretty much $1 million when you sum all of the tournaments in the LAN. It's gonna be very cool, but you know what's not cool? Throwing a dragon. They're hot, they're scaly, and Jupiter just dies.
Dude, imagine if I was gonna go slay a dragon, I'd at least bring a sword, like not my fist. They get a lasso onto the CM, follow-up stun, do bring her down. The swarm again is gonna be doing so much damage. The Thunder God's Wrath. Oh, this Thunder God, he is very mad at Sebas. He doesn't know where to go. They're just gonna call GG. They understand it's over. The first game was long, but the second one was very short. Midas Club in just 20 minutes secured themselves a semi-final.
Yeah, and they deserved it. As you said, they played really well. Their draft team was good. It was nice to see 4DR playing something else and also looking good. I think that gives me more confidence, because Midas, you know, I think they were relying a lot on this Tiny. And, you know, if they're not banning it, might as well play it again. But, you know, I just wanted to see how Midas would perform, and they performed better with the Zeus somehow. In a matchup that's not even that good for the Zeus. So, yeah, very inspiring win here by Midas. So maybe we should check the standings now. Who's going to play who?
Okay, so I can tell you, we don't have to check, because I'm super smart and I know that it is gonna be Akatsuki playing versus Invaders, and it is gonna be Team Silk versus Midas Club.
And I heard some very beautiful lads are going to be casting that tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man. Like the best casters of all time. They're going to be casting both series in the same time that we cast today.
Oh, that's awesome. That's really awesome. So we kind of had to say goodbye to two teams today. Infinity out of the tournament and X5 out of the tournament. Tomorrow we're gonna be saying goodbye to one of these four. These four teams have already secured themselves $5,000 each, but of course if you get to that top two, it's gonna be much more. $15,000 for the second and $25,000 for the first spot. 100 points for the first spot, 50 for the second, and only 25 for the third and the fourth. Tomorrow, Bowie, when are we gonna be coming again?
So it's in about 18 hours. 19 hours, let's say. It's when Akatsuki and Invaders are going to be playing. That's going to be really, really exciting. I think, to me, those were the best two teams from Group A, and now they're going to be fighting again. This time, BO3, very cool. And Silk versus Midas. I really want to see Midas playing against Silk, because in my head, I expected Group B to... I expected a bit more from Group B. Let's say Infinity already eliminated. And it's pretty much only Midas Club and Akatsuki left. But yeah, very curious to see how that's gonna unfold.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. As Bowie mentioned, in 19 hours we'll be back. That is midnight CET time. Yeah, that's pronounced correctly. So you could say it's gonna be played today on the 7th, but we are gonna be going into midnight. Of course, Bowie, it is gonna be the 7th where you are at. That's gonna be it for us today, guys. Tomorrow we find out which teams are going to the finals.
Fuck.
Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.